The territory of Ardell. In this small provincial estate in the middle of nowhere, a child was born. The maid exclaimed, "Praise heaven, the gods have blessed my lady. A boy has been born." The boy looked just like the landlord. They were like two peas in a pod. Had they already chosen a name for the child? The woman said that the boy would be called Ruin Ardell. His mother hoped that he would become the light of this world. From childhood, this child did not stand out in any way. The assistant told his master that he would go to Lake. The master told him to try to get some good seafood. The assistant assured him that his lord could trust him. Ruin Ardell turned to Uncle Beggins. The man asked what the young master was interested in. The boy said that it was not worth going out on the street near South Mountain. There was a strange flow of mana there. Beggins was surprised. What could that mean? Late at night, the owner opened the door and noticed that Beggins was late this time. He was already starting to worry. Besides, it was raining outside. Beggins apologized and said that he had taken a longer route. The owner asked what had happened. The assistant explained that he had managed to avoid trouble, only thanks to the young gentleman's advice. Beggins admitted that because of the boy's words, he had not crossed the street at South Mountain. Now he knew that there had been an attack by beastmen there. Beggins added that everyone who had been there was in mortal danger. Thanks to the young gentleman, he was not among them. Beggins asked if Ruin Ardell could sense the mana floating in the air. The child's father replied that it was difficult to judge at this point. However, if it was true, he would become the future Ardell. From that day on, the boy's talent for magic became more and more apparent. At 6 years old, he could already sense mana, and at 7, he could manifest it. Finally, when he turned 10, he was sent to school. The floor was given to a representative of the first-year students. Ruin Ardell surpassed countless children from prestigious families applying to the Igni Magic Academy, the best school of magic in the Kingdom of Radian. Ruin Ardell was recognized as the best among the applicants. He was enrolled as the best applicant. The child was given the title of genius. This attitude weighed somewhat heavily on Ruin Ardell, but he reassured himself with the thought that his name would elevate his family's status. The teacher said that Ruin Ardell had demonstrated the best skills among the applicants. However, on the very first day of classes, it became clear that he was far from being the best, or even the second best. The young man had a problem. Mana release disorder. He lacked the innate ability to release magic even a meter away from his own body. For a mage, his body was literally the worst possible. It didn't take long for the others to learn about his humble origins and lack of talent for magic. Therefore, their attitude toward Ruin Ardell changed dramatically. The young people accidentally bumped into each other. One student told his colleague that he had just touched a disabled person. "You can't do that, or you'll become like him," he added. Another remarked that he needed to wash himself as soon as possible. A person incapable of using magic. One of the students said that Ruin Ardell was a defective person who was not even capable of practicing magic at the Magic Academy. For the envious, our hero's current status became the greatest pleasure they could afford. One student was indignant. "How can an insolent person who is incapable of using magic look at us like that?" Ruin Ardell was very upset. Would he ever be able to become a mage? After all, he was the one who entered the academy with the best grades and was considered more promising than anyone else. He was the most diligent student the teachers had ever seen. But because of this curse, the genius became a cripple in terms of magic. And that was the end of it. Ruin Ardell became an outcast. More precisely, our hero thought it was all over. After all, he couldn't even imagine that in the depths of despair there would be room for a miracle. The artifact player was activated. The status window was unlocked. Ruin Ardell did not understand where he was. It felt as if he were submerged deep underwater. A message appeared stating that the player was the embodiment of Drak, the destroyer of worlds. But what did that mean? Ruin Ardell wondered if it was a dream. But the sensations were too real. The hero had the impression that this character wanted to tell him something. A few hours earlier, the training ground of the Ignite Academy, Ruin Ardell was called next. The teacher said that the student only needed to create a fireball and hit a dummy with it. It was Professor Heidel who taught combat magic. The fireball spell is one that every student at the academy must master. However, for someone who is unable to use magic, it is an almost impossible task. Ruin Ardell was not sure if he would succeed this time. Professor Heidel told Ruin Ardell to begin. The young man decided not to give up. Maybe this time he would succeed. He promised himself that he would do it at any cost. The students watched Ruin Ardell's actions. Could a person really have that much mana? Why did he have such a huge ball? Ruin Ardell thought that everything was going well so far, and decided to continue in the same vein. The young man squeezed the ball in his hand, trying with all his might. Everyone saw his palm begin to ignite. Ruin Ardell exclaimed that he could no longer hold it. The professor shouted for the student to release the ball immediately. The young man replied that the fireball would not come off his hand. The flames had already reached his shoulder. Ardell noted that Ruin Ardell was already in his final year. If he was still unable to perform the simplest spell, such as fireball, he would simply fail his final exam. The professor added that in that case, the student was doomed to fail. The young man understood this too. Ruin Ardell told the teacher that he would train harder. The professor went on to explain that in the practical shooting test, they would need to create 10 fireballs and hit the target several times. Ruin Ardell thought that since he couldn't even launch a single ball at the target, he couldn't even hope to become a third-rate mage. The students were surprised. How did this guy even get into the academy with the best grades? He'd be better off giving up. Because the best applicant turned out to be the offspring of a provincial nobleman, his peers from more prestigious families began to envy him and feel inferior. This became the reason for their hostility. Ruin Ardell thought he could withstand their bullying. However, the hopeless reality gradually destroyed him from within. The curse was the only thing that had kept him going for 6 years. Mana release disorder, and although the hero had held up well all this time, now he involuntarily began to wonder, how much more could he endure? In the hallway, everyone was discussing how the exam went. Ruin Ardell came out of the office. Immediately, mocking laughter could be heard. The fool, Ruin Ardell, was coming toward them. One of the students told our hero that it was time to pack his things. "I would be too embarrassed to show my face," he added. But Ruin Ardell was too persistent. Another student said that the younger students had nicknamed this loser Ardell the Dimwit. Because of him, the graduating class cannot be considered a role model. Ruin Ardell must immediately return to his province. One of the students said that if nature had deprived the guy of talent, he should at least be rich. Many heard the name Ardell only after seeing this student. The arrogant student added that, according to his father, the Ardells were jerks who act all high and mighty even though they have nothing. The next moment, this student was punched in the jaw. The victim flew backward and collapsed to the floor. Ruin Ardell suggested that he repeat what he had said about his father. The student, with a bruise on his cheek, was outraged. How dare Ruin Ardell do such a thing? Ruin Ardell replied that Ben Folt should know when to stop. Who was he to insult him and his Ardell family? Another student lunged at the hero with his fists. Didn't he understand who he was raising his hand against? Ruin Ardell landed a series of blows on this opponent as well. Everyone understood that Ardell would not allow himself to be insulted. The blow landed in the most vulnerable spot, and the student fell to his knees, burying his head in the floor. Ben Folt shouted that Ruin Ardell was an insolent scoundrel. He had no right to hit him. A fireball appeared in the young man's hands. The hero thought that Ben Folt was going to use combat magic right inside the academy walls. Ben Folt threw the ball at Ruin Ardell and shouted that he was trash with a magic release disorder. The protagonist was surprised. Did this student not care that he could be expelled? The next moment, Ruin Ardell felt that he couldn't move. Professor Ardell appeared in the hallway and shouted for them to stop immediately. Ruin Ardell thought that now he was finished. But then another message appeared. The young man was the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds. The status window was unlocked. The player artifact was activated. Ruin Ardell didn't understand anything. What was going on? The mysterious creature with glowing eyes uttered our hero's name. The young man clearly heard that it was him who was called. The boy opened his eyes and saw a girl standing in front of him. She said with satisfaction that he had finally woken up. It was Helen, a highly skilled healer. Ruin Ardell discovered that he was lying on a bed and asked where he was. Helen replied that the young man was in the restroom. The healer added that everything was fine now and that he should lie down and not get up. The guy felt dizzy. Had he really lost consciousness? Ruin Ardell couldn't shake the thought of that vision. What was it? It seemed too real. The young man asked Helen how long he had been lying there. The healer replied, "Almost a whole day." The girl added that it was fortunate that nothing worse had happened. It must have been God himself who had saved him. Helen said that a few more tests needed to be done, but the young man looked surprisingly well for someone who had been struck directly by a ball of lightning. He had no wounds or burns, and even his organs were intact. She admitted that she had never seen anything like it before. Was such a thing even possible? A ball lightning is a terrible magic capable of burning a body in seconds. Ruin Ardell was amazed. Had he really withstood such a blow? Why was he completely unharmed? The professor entered the room. Helen apologized and said she was going to analyze the results further. She warned him not to keep quiet if something was bothering him. The professor asked the student how he was feeling. Ruin Ardell replied that he felt fine. Ardell reported that the faculty council had convened to discuss the incident. The teacher said that based on the results of the investigation, a decision had been made to expel Ben Folt from the academy. The use of combat magic with the intent to kill. the spreading of false rumors about the head of the Ardell family, as well as unfair treatment and bullying of Ruin Ardell, all of this was taken into account when the verdict was reached. The young man noted that he had also struck Ben Folt. The professor said that Ruin Ardell would also be punished. Taking into account the circumstances, he was assigned a month of volunteer service. Then the teacher added that he would like to ask something. Does Ruin Ardell possess an artifact? This is a legendary weapon left behind by ancient magicians, with unlimited mana. Ruin Ardell replied that he did not have one, otherwise no one would have bullied him. The professor added that, given the value and rarity of the artifact, the head of the Ardell family would have used it for his people long ago. Ruins, Ardell asked why the professor was asking about this. Heidel replied that he was sure that before the lightning ball struck the young man, his body was surrounded by red light. It was as if the student had been protected by a high-ranking artifact, reflecting Ben Foelt's magic. Ruins Ardell did not understand what the professor was talking about. The young man was surprised. Could this somehow be connected to that strange dream? Ruins Ardell replied to the professor that he did not understand what had happened. But he was sure that he did not possess any artifact. The professor told the young man to rest in that case. Ruin Ardell really didn't understand what had happened, and Heidel didn't ask him any more questions. Our hero was curious about what Heidel was thinking now. The experience, indistinguishable from a dream, that strange voice. What could it all mean? The artifact. The fight. The destroyer of worlds. The player. Why were there so many questions? Ruins Ardell tried to remember what else there was. However, he couldn't concentrate. He remembered. It was a status window. A status window did indeed appear in front of our hero. Helen entered the office and asked if everything was all right, if the young man was feeling well. Ruin Ardell asked if she could see it too. He was referring to the blue screen hanging before his eyes. The healer said that there was nothing there. Was he sure he was okay? Ruin Ardell realized that the woman really couldn't see it. It turned out that only he could see it. The young man decided to make up an excuse. He said it was a vision caused by dizziness. Helen remarked that it wasn't funny at all. The healer added that the young man's tests were normal and he could return to the dormitory. Ruin Ardell thought that today he had survived being struck by lightning without consequences, met a man with a red eye in an alternate dimension, and received a status window. That window said that he was the incarnation of Drac. Was it possible that the artifact of a mage named Drac had been passed on to him? Now another strange window appeared in front of our hero. It said something about a task. It was necessary to perform strikes with his hands and feet. All of this was related to physical strength. But how could that help a mage like him? Ruins Ardell decided that now was not the time to doubt. He had to try first. The young man made several punches with his fist, imitating a shadow fight. With each strike, the counter showed his progress. The young man thought that at this rate, he would quickly reach his goal. However, some of the punches were not counted. Probably if there was even the slightest mistake, the punch would not be counted. In that case, it was necessary to complete the training properly. After a while, after exhausting repetitions, the protagonist decided that the intermediate stage had been reached. A message popped up in the info window saying that the task was done and he got a reward. A skill. The protagonist felt an unfamiliar sensation circulating in his blood. It was something more fundamental than mana. Ruins Ardell decided that he had truly become stronger. He didn't even need to go to a fortune teller. Our hero also concluded that the power permeating his magic had become much more powerful. Speed, air resistance, destructive power, everything felt completely different. Ruins Ardell thought that his fundamental power had increased. Would there be another reward? Information about the passive skill Power Circle appeared in the status window. It replaces mana with physical strength. From now on, all magic will be influenced by the player's physical strength. The young man was surprised. Did that mean his mana would be replaced by physical strength? Everyone who feels and studies mana has a circle around their heart. The mana circle plays an important role in releasing and amplifying magic. The number of these circles increases depending on the accumulated energy and its volume, which the mage is able to control. Ruin Ardell knew he had 4 mana circles, more than is usually found in people his age. But because of his disorder, they were of no use. The mana circles had actually disappeared. In this case, the power circulating wildly in their place was power circles. The young man knew about mages without mana circles. If these new circles did not become a full-fledged replacement, what would happen to him? Ruins Ardell decided that in that case, he could forget about being a mage. However, it was too early to give in to pessimism. First, he had to check everything in practice. Ruins Ardell formed a fireball in his hand. It happened very quickly. The guy was surprised. How was this possible? Seeing the size of his fireball, the protagonist realized that he had been given a unique opportunity. Since magic has a basic principle of operation, it takes an average of 10 seconds to release. However, the ability to skip this stage and create a fireball using his inner strength was definitely the power of the artifact. Information came in about the appearance of the passive skill, Mage. This is a method of sorcery developed by the mage Draco, who had problems with mana release. Now it was necessary to fill the body with magic to perform an attack. But how? Was it possible that this Draka suffered from a similar disorder to our hero? Perhaps he fought by filling his fists and feet with magic. Ruin Ardell did not yet understand how to come up with such a method. A new task appeared. Demonstration of the method. It was necessary to use the power circle and physical strength to defeat a tangible target. Ruin Ardell hadn't even thought about this method yet. Could he become a mage with its help? In any case, he had to try. Ruin Ardell ignited his hand and struck the mannequin. Thanks to the fireball, the effect was different, and it was amazing. Our hero decided that he had finally succeeded. The task was completed. The reward was an increase in strength by 10 points. Ruin Ardell lay down on his back with satisfaction. He did it. The task was finally completed. Previously, every failure was at the discharge stage, but now that had been overcome. What a method to come up with. What kind of person is this Drac? After a while, our hero realized that he had either been unconscious or simply asleep. When he came to, he was surprised. Why was it so noisy around him? The students nearby said that he had finally woken up. Ruin Ardell shouldn't scare them like that. Ruin Ardell wondered why everyone was gathered around him. Had no one ever seen a person sleeping on the street before? One of the students replied that they had indeed never seen such a thing, especially a nobleman willing to trade the comfort of a pleasant dormitory for sleeping under the open sky. Ruin Ardell said that he was simply tired, which is why he fell asleep in that spot. One of the students noticed that this guy had somehow changed. The students also noticed that only scraps remained of the mannequin. Could Ruin Ardell have done this? The academy dormitory. It was ordinary, nothing special. Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at the Ignite Academy, was surprised to see that Ruin Ardell had just returned. Damon asked what had happened, since Ruin usually never left the academy. The eldest son of the Damon family, known for metal casting and mining, treated our hero, a universal outcast, with at least no hostility. Jason jokingly asked if Ruin had spent the whole night with a girl. He himself was obsessed with drinking and girls and often secretly left the academy grounds. Damon wanted to know all the details of what had happened last night. Ruin Ardell replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and added that it was time for him to go to the bathroom. Ruin Ardell got into a hot bath and said that it would make him feel better. Our hero remembered that he had an additional task. He had to check everything. It concerned physical training. The rewards remained the same, but the number of repetitions had doubled. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Would the task continue to double? As expected, it would not be easy. A month had passed since then. Repetitive tasks could only be completed once a day, but in contrast to the unchanged reward, the number of repetitions required increased with each passing day. If the task was not completed during the day, all progress was reset. Therefore, our hero was forced not to miss a single workout. The only upside, perhaps, was that the number of repetitions did not exceed 3,000. Ruin Ardell thought that otherwise he would surely have died in the process of completing the task. Over the past month, our hero has been doing these workouts every day. The young man even managed to acquire a new skill: body art. This skill enhanced his physical abilities. The students noticed that Ruin Ardell had been acting rather strangely lately. He regularly slept in class, although he had previously been enviably active. In addition, this guy has practically moved into the training ground. He is probably trying to compensate for his distress in some way, although it is unlikely to work. Thus, over the past month, Ruin Ardell has completed his task. Our hero also searched for any clues about the identity of Drac. However, the young man was unable to find a single mage with that name in the historical chronicles. The same was true for Destroyer of Worlds, Gamer, Status Window, and Quests. He couldn't even begin to understand the nature of all this. Who was this Drac? Who was the person who gave our hero this power? Jason Damon approached the young man and asked if Ruin had heard about it. The head of the Ardell family had come to the academy. It was truly sensational. Ruin Ardell realized that his father was here. Ruin rushed to the dean's office. His father was delighted to see his son. Over a cup of tea, Ruin reminded his father that he had sent him here when he was 10. 6 years had passed. How had he been all this time? The man replied that everything was the same. Ruina, his younger sister, had grown up and was now studying the art of sword fighting. The girl said she wanted to protect her weak older brother. Ruina admitted that he felt a little awkward about it. Their father noted that his daughter had always been very confident. Ruina told her father that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry. The young man added that he was indeed fine. He was not being bullied either physically or mentally. His father said that he had actually come to find out if his son wanted to leave the academy. If it was too hard for him, the door to his home was always open. Hadn't he experienced many difficulties and things he couldn't talk about? Ruin admitted that he understood from the very beginning why his father had come after 6 years. But it seemed that he had found a way out. Ruin proposed a deal. He had to get a good result on the next practical test. However, if he failed, he would do as his father decided. Promising that he would succeed in the exam, Ruin showed his determination. After the conversation, his father returned to the estate. The long-awaited day of the exam arrived. The teacher announced that the written exam on understanding magic was about to begin. Any violation would result in a 0 score. The command to begin was given. The exam was divided into written and practical parts. The practical part in turn included 4 tests: target shooting, measuring magical power, real combat, and one-on-one combat. As someone with a magic release disorder, our hero had done perfectly on the written part throughout his training. First place in the practical part was always taken by Mage from the influential Ridicule family. Ruin Ardell thought that this time everything would be different, because this year he would definitely take first place. After completing the written part and several days of preparation, it was time for the practical exam. Damon said that Ruin had been acting strangely lately. Maybe he had some kind of plan for the practical part? Could Ruin Ardell really have found a new way? Mage asked what Ruin was doing here. Was he really going to take the exam? But with his disorder, it was useless. Ruin Ardell said that he had indeed come to take the exam. What was the big deal? Mage said that as an honorary student, he wanted to give a little advice to someone who had already failed the practical part 6 times. Instead of going out there and humiliating himself, why not just give up? Ruin Ardell replied that in this case, this advice was useless to him. Mage said that Ruin seemed to have misunderstood him. Did he seriously think that a person with a magic release disorder was capable of passing the exam normally? Mage was surprised. Ruin Ardell had not behaved so boldly before. Where did he get such confidence? He added that he would deal with this student in a one-on-one battle. The first part of the practical exam was target shooting. The official name of the stage was multiple target shooting exam. The purpose of the exam was simple: to determine how many targets a future mage could hit at once. However, this year the difficulty level of the exam was increased because the targets were constantly moving. Herc hit 1 target. Angela hit 0 targets. Sigismund hit 4 targets. As a result, the average score was simply terrible. The teachers were perplexed. Who would have thought that the results would drop so much due to a slight increase in difficulty? The quality of the current graduates left much to be desired. Someone in the audience remarked that it was too early to be disappointed. It was Mage's turn. Let's see what he would show. It was the professor of potion making and Mage's uncle, Ridicule, Professor Ellick. Mage came out and told Ruin Ardell to watch carefully. He added that he would demonstrate the significant difference between them. The audience was delighted. This student had hit several targets at once. He would definitely be the first. Professor Ellick said that he was a worthy successor to the Ridicule family. The elder told Professor Ellick to calm down and wait a little longer. The current head of the academy and 7th class archmage, Tyrion Ignat, said that this was enough time to assess the level of the current graduates. Professor Heidel suggested waiting a little longer as Ruin Ardell was next to perform. The archmage remarked that he found it hard to believe that this student was still attending the academy. In that case, he said, we should give credit to the young man's persistence and watch his performance. Ruin Ardell thought this was a great opportunity to test his strength. Just wonderful. Our hero said he was starting, and 2 fireballs appeared in his hands. Those present were amazed. How was this possible? Where did such incredible speed of summoning come from? Mage said that this guy had a magic release disorder. Had everyone forgotten? Even if he conjured 100 balls, he had to hit at least 1 target. After all, this guy was essentially incapable of anything. Our hero activated the passive skill, Time Refraction. Ruin Ardell understood that this skill allowed him to move abnormally fast for half a minute in any direction. In other words, he was now like a typhoon. The professors, students, and everyone in the stands were extremely surprised. Ruin Ardell noted that he had succeeded. The instructor in charge announced that Ruin Ardell had hit 27 targets. Did he really summon magic into his hands and strike the targets himself? This is the greatest result in the history of the academy. How was he able to move so fast? Was it all achieved with magic alone? The head of the academy rose from his seat and applauded the young man. He said it was incredible. Mage couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. It was universal ovation and recognition that our hero had not received in all 6 years. Warm congratulations filled the protagonist's heart. The young man had always dreamed of feeling this. Professor Ellick was no less impressed than the others. This student had hit the target by using magic on his hands. Could this technique have something to do with magic? He had never heard of anything like it. Professor Heidel said that the distinctive feature of magic was its limitless possibilities. If everything happened strictly according to expectations, it would no longer be magic, but mathematics. The head of the academy said that today he had witnessed a miracle created by a student. It was a flawless magical miracle. The Archmage added that he could see that the other professors held a different point of view. Professor Ellick thought that because of Ruin Ardell, everything had gone to ruin. Who could have imagined that events would turn out this way? Our hero was congratulated. Jason Damon said that the young man had distinguished himself today. The students asked how Ruin Ardell managed to pull off such a trick. Ruina Ardell thought that until yesterday he had been an outcast, and now everything had changed literally overnight. It was still difficult to get used to it. He also noted that for some people, he had now become a thorn in their side. Ruina Ardell went to his room and saw Mikkel there. But what was he doing here? Mikkel said that Ruina seemed to have become arrogant after scoring a few points with something that could not be called magic. Ruina Ardell asked if it was because of the confusion of losing to someone he had looked down on for 6 years. Mikkel grabbed Ruin Ardell by the chest and asked how he dared to say such a thing. Ruin Ardell took his hand and twisted it. Mikkel was surprised. Where did this guy get so much strength? Ruin Ardell told his opponent that it was important for both of them to graduate from the academy. If Mikkel wanted to crush him, let him do it fairly, in a one-on-one fight, as he had promised. Mikkel was outraged. Did Ruin seriously think he could compete with him? After all, he was the same person who had failed for 6 years in a row. Ruin Ardell replied that in that case, Mikkel had nothing to fear. All they had to do was wait a little longer, and then everyone would find out. Mikkel said goodbye, telling Ruin not to even think about failing before reaching that stage. He thought that this guy would definitely fail today anyway, without even reaching the one-on-one battles. The young man wondered, was Ruin Ardell really a mage? Our hero had seen this statue several times before, but each time he was amazed. The second stage of the practical exam began, measuring magical power. It was a treasure of the academy, and a rare artifact, of which there were only a few on the entire continent. The ancient ogre Kingren. 5,000 years ago, the Archmage Freud turned the ogre Kingren into an artifact while he was still alive. Kingren, locked inside the artifact, absorbed the mana of mages and served as a magical punching bag. The second stage required students to direct their magic at the ogre and achieve a high score. This meant that it was enough to simply aim at the statue and use the spell that the student was most confident in. However, this ogre was known for his extremely harsh evaluations. Getting a score higher than 20 points from him was already considered a great achievement. One of the students activated the thunderstorm skill. The ogre took the full force of the blow upon himself. Kingren told the one-point mage to get out of his sight. The ogre added that the candidate had better give up magic right now. The student thought that, as expected, things were not so simple. The candidate declared that she would show her true skill and use the ice ball skill. Kingren said that he would definitely remember this girl. Her performance had really impressed him. Then he added that he was only impressed by how hopeless she was. The candidate received 2 points. The girl was upset because she had shown her best attack. The next contestant was Jason, who received 5 points. Ogre said that it was weak magic, probably diluted with water. Jason argued that it was 100% mana. Next up was Mikkel Gerachil. The candidate attacked Kingren on different parts of his body, but the ogre remained unshaken. Kingren said he was disappointed. He asked the young man if he was George Gerachil's son. Mikkel confirmed that he was his proud third son. Kingren replied that the young man's father was a fool who begged for more points. Mikkel was outraged, saying that the ogre was saying unforgivable things. The teacher on duty shouted for Mikkel to calm down. The next candidate was Ruin Ardell. Ruin Ardell stepped into the center and noted that he was slightly nervous. He clenched his fists and decided he could do it. The young man said he was pleased to meet them and gave his name. Kingren replied that he was seeing him for the first time. However, that didn't matter, and the candidate could begin. Ruin Ardell immediately activated a fireball that grew more intense with every passing second. He said it was explosive burning mana. The students gasped. This was 4th-class magic. How was this possible? The ogre was surprised. What kind of stance is this? Where did this guy come from? Ruin Ardell warned that he was coming. The young man, leaning on the enlarged fireball, rose above the ground to Kingren's level. Those present gasped. This student had transferred the magic from his fist to his foot and exploded it in an instant. This was not 4th-class magic. A spell of such power should be classified as at least 5th class. Was Ruin Ardell at least a 5th-class mage? Our hero himself couldn't believe it. Had his spell really worked? But why was Kingren's reaction so strange? Maybe something went wrong. The ogre asked the student who he was. Ruin Ardell reminded him that he had already introduced himself. The ogre clarified. Was he Drac? Ruin Ardell was surprised to hear this word. Kingren said he was waiting for him. Drac. The students didn't understand who the ogre was talking about. He must have confused Ruin Ardell with someone else. Over the past 2 months, our hero had read all the available books, but had not found a single mention of Drac. However, Kingren clearly had some information. Ruin Ardell asked the ogre if he knew Drac. Kingren answered in the affirmative. The student asked him to tell him more about him. The ogre replied that it was extremely curious. Who would have thought that he would meet his incarnation here, at the academy? Ruin Ardell did not understand what incarnation meant, and what it all meant. The ogre asked the young man to repeat his name. Kingren said he would definitely remember him, Ruin Ardell. The teacher in charge asked if Sir Kingren could give Ruin Ardell his score before leaving. Ogre replied that there were too many ears around at the moment, and that he would let him know later. He added that the evaluation was complete. This student's magic was beyond his ability to assess. The attendant noted that according to the rules, Mr. Kingren was obliged to give students a grade no matter what. This contract had been in effect for 5,000 years, since the death of Archmage Freud Ygritte. The ogre asked how he dared to mention the rules in his presence. For many years, he has been evaluating children who hardly resemble magicians. Kingren added that Ygritte could fail as many times as he wanted, but the contract had to be honored, so he would give him a grade. 0 or 100 points. How many does the young destroyer want to get? Of course, our hero chose 100 points. Everyone was surprised to hear that Kingren had given his student a score of 100 points, and he gave this score to the failure of the century, Ruin Ardell. Professor Heidel said that Ruin Ardell was once again at the center of events. The young man was surprised. What was the professor doing here? Heidel replied that rumors that he had received 100 points from Kingren had already reached the head of the academy. The Archmage called it an unprecedented case and stated that the student deserved an award. To begin with, our hero received a scroll. The Room of Artifacts? What is that? Heidel told the student to follow him. Ruin Ardell admitted that he did not know such a place existed. The professor explained that it was the only place in the academy where entry was forbidden. Ruin Ardell was surprised. In that case, why had he been brought here? The professor explained that they were standing at the entrance to the artifact room. He himself could only go as far as this point. Ruins, Ardell asked. Does that mean he has to go in alone? The professor confirmed this and added that he would wait outside. Our hero did not know what was going on, but if this was his reward, then he had to go in and check it out. The young man entered the artifact room and saw someone sitting majestically on a throne in the back. There were many objects around that the young man had only heard about. Most likely, this was the magical warehouse of Archmage Freud Ygritte. Someone said that the guy looked lost. Ruin looked back in surprise. Kingren, sitting on his throne, said that the young man did not realize his true value. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What was Oshk doing here? Our hero noted that Kingren was no longer a stone statue. Kingren asked the young man if he was surprised that he was not an ogre in the form of a statue. This was the only place where he was allowed to appear in his true form. Thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, he could remain in his own body, rather than in the form of an artifact. Ruin Ardell asked what Kingren meant by his value. The ogre replied that he meant exactly that. The young man did not understand his significance at all, despite the fact that Ruin Ardell uses the same artifact as him. The player. The young man realized that the ogre knew about the player. Kingren added that this rare artifact was one of a kind. How did the young man get it? And what connects him to Drac? Ruin Ardell replied that he himself did not know. Who is this Draka? The ogre explained that it was a creature that wanted to become a god. One day, it came to the tribe of the Heavenly Peak, to which Kingren belonged. It was short and small in appearance, and looked unattractive. However, his strength was so monstrous that no one in the tribe could resist him. Moreover, he grew stronger day by day, so that even several ogres together could not defeat him. Kingren added that they respected him. He lived among them and was considered a member of the tribe. Drac taught him, the future chief, language and magic for almost 100 years. Ruin Ardell was surprised. How could a man live so long? Kingren replied, because he was not human. The ogre added that his true form was the Black Dragon of Dracogonia. Ruin Ardell thought this was incredible, so dragons really did exist. Kingren was surprised. Did Ruin Ardell not know that magic came from dragons? Of course, our hero had heard about it, but he considered it all to be just legends. Kingren noted that Drac himself was not capable of using magic. Therefore, he developed a way to fight like Ruin Ardell, by filling his hands and feet with magic. Did the young man understand now? Ruin Ardell decided that everything was clear to him. The boy was sure that Drac was treated the same way as he was. Draca created an ability that only he could use. The ability to turn magic into power, which the young man had already demonstrated. With its help, Dracus became the strongest being in the world. However, he was not satisfied with this, and endlessly increased his power, until he ultimately destroyed everything around him and himself. Ruin Ardell was horrified. That's probably why they call him the Destroyer of Worlds. It's hard to even imagine how strong he was to destroy an entire world. The young man received a reward, the title of Friend of the Ogre. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What was this sudden reward? Although it was better than nothing, Ruin Ardell also received the enhancing skill, Ogre Fury. Now he could borrow the power of an enraged ogre and temporarily increase his own power. A magic ball appeared in the young man's hand. It seemed that this was the enhancement skill. Kingren said that Ruin Ardell had received a reward for the quest. Fight had a habit of talking about such things while staring into space. Ruin Ardell pointed at the orb and asked what it was. Kingren said it was Stran. Wasn't it obvious? Ruin Ardell asked if Kingren knew anything about this item. The ogre replied that it was not an object, but an embodiment. He had always been close to Draca, so it was impossible not to recognize him. Given the current situation, Draca must have sealed him in the Spirit Stone when he died. It is the embodiment of power. Although it is called a spirit, it is different from ordinary spirits. Strawn had a nasty temper and asked Drac for endless power every day. However, if his desire was satisfied, he promised to grant unlimited power. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Would the embodiment be born from this stone? The ogre replied that there was no need to worry. Apparently, it would awaken soon. Ruin Ardell felt the stone begin to crack. The young man found himself holding a small, strange creature. Was it really a bear? The creature was indignant. Who did he call a bear? Ruin Ardell was even more surprised. Could this bear really talk? The creature became angry. Stop calling it that. Ruin Ardell objected. But he was holding a bear. How could a bear talk? The beast was surprised. How dare the man compare him to that animal? He is not a bear. Ruin Ardell asked. In that case, who is he? The beast said that he was an embodiment, not bound by form. He could be anything he wanted. The beast declared that he would now show his true power, and straining, his eyes flashed. However, that was the most the beast was capable of. He was indignant. Where had his power gone? The beast said that the problem was that he had been reincarnated on an empty stomach. He needed a lot of food. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why was this bear so rude? The young man replied that there was no food here. Moreover, it was unknown what this beast could eat at all. The beast was amazed. Why was his master so weak? He couldn't even feed him. Ruin Ardell was taken aback. Was he really the master? The beast said that in that case, he wanted to sleep. He was ready to wake up when food appeared. Ruin Ardell still didn't understand. Kingren laughed and added that thousands of years had passed, but his character had not changed at all. The ogre noticed that looking at the young man from Strana reminded him of the good old days. These two reminded him of Strana and Draca, whom he had encountered in his homeland, in the tribe of the Heavenly Peak. Ruin Ardell, the young destroyer who carried Drac's will within him. What would he do next? What will the boy do with the power that made him stronger? Will he use it for creation or destruction? What will Ruin Ardell choose when he gains power? The reason our hero craved power was to protect his people from demons, to elevate the Ardell family name, and properly assert himself to those who despised him. Ruin Ardell decided that this was enough for now. He has a lot to protect, so he will not give up this opportunity. Ruin Ardell firmly decided that he would live according to his own will, for the sake of his people, his family, and himself. Kingren said that was fine, and added that he would wait for the future that the young man would bring. Ruin Ardell thought that although he had received a clue about Drac's identity from Kingren, his daily routine had not changed at all, except for one detail. Now he had Stran, who needed to be fed regularly. This kid was obsessed with food. He ate often, but always a lot. After a meal, Strawn invariably said that he felt better now. By food, he meant the strength he gained from quests. Strawn fed on the young man's strength. Strawn's skill was Companion. This skill accelerated the hero's development. Stran received an additional 100 points to his strength every time the protagonist became stronger. Before being sealed, he had more than 31 stars. 31 stars is 3,100 points of strength. Our hero didn't even have 1,000 points, but he already felt incredibly strong. Ruin Ardell did not understand how Drac achieved such a level. Is there a way to increase strength other than completing tasks? Strand said that this was precisely why he was the Great One. If the young man wanted to know, he should give him a glass of water. Ruin Ardell replied that Strand didn't have to tell him if he intended to starve to death. Strand said that there were many ways to become stronger. For example, one could take on more difficult quests. The more difficult the quest, the greater the reward. You can also gain strength by creating items or finding artifacts, and also by boiling ogre tendons and making an elixir out of them. Strand added that none of these options were for humans. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why? After all, there were so many ways. Strand explained that first you need to earn at least 1,000 strength points. The young man's body is not yet able to withstand the power that is growing exponentially. Right now, he is like a child who has just started walking. Ruin Ardell thought he had already become stronger, but it turns out he is only at the beginning of his journey. In that case, his next goal is to gain 1,000 strength points. Our hero decided that he must continue training. He exercised every day to increase his physical strength, and when it reached 930, the third stage of the exam began. Real combat. Strand asked, "Does Ruin Ardell have a combat test today?" The young man replied that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Usually mages attack from behind, so in the general chaos, a spell can hit their own side. This test is designed to check how well mages can manage risks. This stage was the most important of all. The players were surprised. What is this mage doing? You can't aim at them. The judge announced that Jason Damon was out. He missed. Foldren's knights were invited to assist with the exam to ensure the safety of the students and test their compatibility with combat units. The test lasted 10 days. Depending on the points scored, the students were given different monsters. At the end of the last day, 13 students with the highest scores were identified. Since today was the last day of the test, everyone was curious to see what kind of monster would appear before them. Judging by the noise, they would now have to deal with an orc. Orcs live in groups and are spread across the continent. They are much larger than humans and have comparable intellectual abilities. Orcs are cruel by nature, so there are constant wars between them and humans. The frightened students asked, "Is it right to fight an orc as part of the exam? What if someone dies at its hands?" The professor said that the students were magicians, so they had to keep a clear head. They should treat it as a real battle and give it their all. The mage at the back activated an ice arrow. The monster dodged the attack and, jumping high into the air, prepared to counterattack. Professor Heidel shouted for Mikkel to dodge. Mikkel knew he had to jump out of the way, but his body was frozen with fear. Then the professor activated the wooden prison. The orc growled loudly but couldn't reach the mage. The professor knew his stuff. The judge announced that Mikkel Garishil was out. The professor thought that Mikkel had failed again. He had to find a way to prevent Ruin Ardell from passing the test. The professor asked the head if he planned to continue the trials in the same vein. Arkamak asked what Professor Elec was hinting at. Elec replied that it would soon be Ruin Ardell's turn. This guy was the only student who had been kicked out by Kingren. It would be unfair to evaluate him on the same level as the other students. The head said he understood what Elec was getting at. However, they had no other trained monsters. Elec replied that there was someone. When the Knights of Foldren brought the orcs, they also brought an ogre with them. Using an ogre in the test was very dangerous. But since Professor Heidel and the Knights of Foldren were present at the exam, it was worth a try. Everyone was curious to know what Ruin Ardell was really capable of. Professor Heidel waited to meet Ruin Ardell as he passed by. The man said that before starting, he had to warn the young man about something. Today, his test would be more difficult than the others. The professor noted that the academy had high expectations for this student, as Kingren had given him the highest score. Therefore, some considered it unfair to give the young man the same monster as the others. Because of this, it would be more difficult for him. Heidel added that Ruin Ardell would not be fighting an orc, but a huge monster. Hearing these words, not only Ruin Ardell was surprised, but also Strand. Strand said that the master's first real opponent would be an ogre. That means it will be fun. Before the battle began, the bloodthirsty ogre was bound with chains on his hands and feet. The fight hadn't even started yet, and the monster was already furious. Jason Damon was surprised. Was this really the captain of the orcs? His colleague replied that it was a real ogre. The knight thought that he had been asked to bring the ogre, but he did not think it was right to use such a monster to test the student's skills. How strong was this student? Ogres look like orcs, but they're way stronger. They can crush a skull or break vertebrae with one hit. The knight asked if the professor was sure about his choice. Even they, the knights, found it difficult to capture him. Heidel replied that it was an order from the head of the academy. The judge announced that Ruin Ardell was a participant in the trial. The knight was surprised. The knight thought, could they really be pitting this guy against the ogre? As if he could defeat it. The knight decided that in case of danger, he and the professor would be able to protect him. The knight was surprised. Where was the young man going and what was he doing? Ruin Ardell replied that he was preparing for the test. The knight reminded him that the student must stand behind him. Ruin Ardell declared that he would strike from a different position. Ruin Ardell said that his spell was slightly different from the usual ones. The knight replied that they would not be able to protect him if the mage was in front. This was no orc. He was not to be trifled with. Ruin Ardell said that he knew everything. The knight asked why the student was taking such a risk. The young man replied that this time he was determined. The knight realized that he felt no fear from this young man. Apparently, he really was different from the others. Professor Heidel told Ruin Ardell to prepare for battle, as his trial was about to begin. The handcuffs were removed from the ogre, and he immediately attacked the knights. Ruin Ardell activated a magical fireball in his hand, and breaking through the ranks of knights, rushed at the monster. The knight was surprised. What is this student doing? He must stop immediately. Why is he running straight at the ogre? Ruin Ardell threw the fireball in front of him and continued his attack. The knight was amazed. The student used a spell in close combat. The observers were surprised by this tactic. Such behavior had never been seen before in a battle involving a mage. The knight couldn't understand how the student of the Magic Academy was still standing after attacking the monster. The knight said that the young man should have warned him about this maneuver in advance, because he almost died. Ruin Ardell apologized, but noted, would the knight have allowed him to act in such a way then? Our hero added that there was no time for conversation now. First, they had to complete the trial. The ogre continued to show aggression, so it was impossible to stop. The knight said that the student should retreat. It was too dangerous to stay there. Let him stay on the sidelines while they sorted everything out. Ruin Ardell replied that this was his trial, and he would not retreat. The young man added that he had to finish what he had started. The protagonist did not understand how it happened, but standing before him was an ogre 5 times his size. There were 2 reasons that gave our hero courage. The first was his skill, namely the title he had received from Kingren, which allowed him to communicate with ogres. Ruin Ardell understood what the monster was shouting. Ordinary people saw only a ferocious beast, but not our hero. This ogre was frightened because he was surrounded by mages and knights. He shouted for the man not to approach him and to free him. The second reason was a sudden task. It was necessary to fight an enemy that could not be avoided and subdue the enemy faster than the others. The reward was increased strength and a new skill, Gamer's Eye. Ruin Ardell thought this was a great reward for him, who was forced to perform the same task every day. Our hero decided that he had no reason to hesitate. The student approached the monster and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, a fireball reappeared in the young man's hand. The first goal, to strike the enemy with a fist, was accomplished. However, that was not all. The ogre jumped high into the air and shouted that he was going to destroy the man. The ogre growled that he would smash his opponent's head. This was followed by a powerful blow. Our hero dodged, but was forced to fly far back due to the resulting shockwave. Ruin Ardell thought he needed to find his opponent's weak spot. The time reflection skill was activated. The knight wondered where this student got such speed. Ruin Ardell decided that he had to get closer and strike at a vulnerable point. That's exactly what our hero did. The knight was amazed. This student did not flinch when he came face to face with the monster. Who was he anyway? The observers did not understand what was happening. The monster was fighting back against the mage. During the hand-to-hand combat, the protagonist effectively used kicks. The ogre blocked his opponent's kick, after which Ruin Ardell pushed off and jumped back. The ogre delivered a powerful blow, but our hero managed to dodge it using his acrobatic skills. Ruin Ardell landed behind his opponent. The ogre looked back and noticed his enemy. The student jumped high into the air and deactivated the monster with a kick to the jaw. Ruin Ardell ran up to his fallen opponent and decided it was time to finish him off. The ogre's fury skill increased the student's strength for half a minute. Ruin Ardell swung at the monster, holding a fireball in his hand. Our hero struck and activated the explosive burning mana. The student went into berserk mode. After that blow, the monster lay motionless. Ruin Ardell thought that seemed to be it. Stran, watching the battle, decided that this man was not bad. Perhaps even better than he had expected. The observers were surprised. Had this mage really defeated the ogre in this way? Professor Ellick was dismayed. This student had indeed won. The head of the academy was pleased that Ruin Ardell had defeated the ogre on his own. Professor Heidel and the team of knights surrounded the monster and couldn't believe how this was even possible. The commander of the knight squad asked our hero who had taught him to fight like that. Ruin Ardell replied that no one had taught him. The knight was surprised. Did the student mean to say that he had learned everything on his own? Ruin Ardell asked the professor about the results of the test. Professor Heidel admitted that he personally thought Ruin Ardell would not be able to defeat this monster. But the student did not even give him a chance to intervene in the fight. The professor added that the young man had once again exceeded his expectations. The emergency task was completed. The reward, the skill Player's Eye, was received. This is a passive skill that gives the player the ability to see the nature of everything. Now he could collect and digitize any information. The skill also allowed him to sense surveillance and track the invisible. Strand said that Ruin Ardell had now become a true player. Ruin Ardell asked if Strand knew this skill. Strand replied that only a player could possess such a skill. Enemies hiding themselves with stealth or invisibility magic would be visually distinguishable to the player. A faint outline would appear around them. Ruin Ardell acknowledged that this skill was quite useful. The minimap was unlocked. With its help, it was possible to see everything within a radius of 500 meters. The player gained the ability to view the status window of the selected target. The available information depended on the enemy's level. Strand noticed that even more surprises awaited him ahead. Strand suggested that Ruin Ardell take a look at the defeated ogre using the Player's Eye. It turned out that the hero could now see the target's condition. The young man was impressed. The protagonist decided to test Professor Heidel in this way. However, the 6th class mage was still impossible to read. Ruin Ardell said that he couldn't see some things. The information was limited. Strand noted that the player couldn't obtain information about people who were much stronger than him. Strand added that as his power grew, the amount of available information would increase. After the test was over, rumors that Ruin Ardell had defeated the ogre spread throughout the academy. Jason Damon asked Ruin Ardell how he felt about everyone talking about him. Our hero replied that he didn't know how to react yet. This was all new to him. Some girls approached the young men and asked if the young man's name was Ruin Sonbe. Ruin Ardell performed amazingly in the 3rd stage of the test. The girls handed him some bags and asked him to take them. He could eat their contents when he got hungry. Ruin Ardell decided to share with Jason and offered him one bag. Damon said that this was terribly disrespectful to the girl who had overcome her embarrassment and collected these delicacies for the winner. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why was Jason so nervous? Looking at Jason Damon with the help of the Gamer's Eye, our hero saw great potential in him. Jason was very jealous of the protagonist. Over the past few days, Ruin Ardell had tested everyone at the academy. Apart from him, only Mikkel had high potential. Ruin Ardell told Jason to try harder, and then he would be able to show good results on the next test. Ruin Ardell advised Jason not to waste time on games. Jason admitted that his goal for the next stage was to make it into the top 10. Damon asked if it was true. Sometimes it was hard to believe. Ruin Ardell said he didn't understand what he was talking about. Jason wondered if this was the Ruin Ardell he had known and been close to for 6 years. Ruin Ardell thought that even he sometimes found it hard to believe. Jason added that there had been rumors about Ruin Ardell lately, that he would surpass Mikkel Garikil and become not only the best graduate, but also the representative of the academy. Ruin Ardell said he wasn't interested in that. Jason was surprised. How could he not be interested? After all, this year was the year of the Great Festival. In the 5th month of each year, representatives of famous academies gather together and determine the strongest among them by holding a magic festival. Once every 8 years, the Olympics are held, where participants compete for the title of Best Magician. The Great Festival is the intersection of these two events. It is a national competition for the best students of the most famous academies. The winner of the festival and the academy he represents receive not only a huge cash prize, but also various privileges. Therefore, there is a limit on the number of participants. 1 student for individual competitions and 30 for group competitions. A total of 31 participants from the academy can compete. The one chosen for the individual competition becomes the representative of the academy. Jason Damon said that this year, that student will be Ruin Ardell. Besides, he is the only mage who received 100 points from Kingren. Damon suggested recalling all the times Mikkel participated in the Magic Festival. Does anyone remember his performances? There was nothing to say about the group competitions, but in the individual competitions, Mikkel came in last 4 times out of 5. One of the students added that because of Mikkel, they were nicknamed the After Academy. The Academy of Last Place, incapable of performing well in tournaments. The only way to get rid of this stigma was to send Ruin Ardell. But what did Ruin Ardell himself think about this? Ruin Ardell noted that the exam was not over yet. The young man thought it was too early to be confident and expect anything. Ultimately, the participants of the Grand Festival are selected based on the results of the first semester exam and the recommendations of the faculty. The 4th stage is still ahead, a one-on-one battle against Mikkel. Ruin Ardell said he needed to focus on the next test. All our hero could think about was defeating Mikkel. 4 days have passed since the end of the 3rd stage. The protagonist received 1,000 strength points. The achievement Preparation Complete was obtained. Strand admitted that he had been waiting for this day. Now they are starting to level up. The difficulty of the repetitive task was doubled, and the reward was increased. Strand made every effort to prepare a strong mage. Professor Elec watched Ruin Ardell's training and thought that it would earn the student extra points. Would Mikkel be able to defeat Ruin Ardell? It seemed less and less likely. The professor thought that not only participation in the Grand Festival was now at risk, but even the position of the best graduate. The Garrichill family must remain at the top of the academy, no matter what. Strand advanced to the second rank. The player received 200 strength points as a reward. The protagonist said that in his opinion, Strand had grown up. What really happened? After all, thanks to him, the strength quickly reached the mark of 1,200 points. Strand smiled and said that this was only the beginning. He was willing to bet that the difficulty of the tasks and the rewards had also increased. The player had reached the basic level of physical strength necessary for battle. However, training never ends. Ruin Ardell thought that he had already completed an increased number of repetitions, so it would not be difficult. Ruin Ardell asked what real combat training was. Strand reminded him of their first meeting. At that time, he said he could become anyone. Strand added that he was now capable of transforming. However, there were still limitations. Ruin Ardell asked if Strand could take human form. Strand replied that he needed to reach the 5th rank to do so. But perfect transformation would be difficult in any case. Ruin Ardell asked who Strand could transform into now. Strand, without hesitation, turned into a scarecrow. Strand was surprised. What kind of reaction was that? Ruin Ardell replied that he had expected something different. Strand told the man not to look down on the scarecrow. Did the man even know how useful he had been when Drac was just starting his real training? Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was Strand really playing the role of a mannequin? Strand noted that this was called the role of an assistant in completing a task. Our hero asked, would he really have to train every day in real combat with a scarecrow? Strand replied that while he was still weak, he was at the level of a 3rd-class mage. However, once he regained his former power, anything would be possible. If the young man wanted to, he could even turn into a demon or a dragon. Ruin Ardell suggested starting training right away. Strand would be a mage. Strand agreed, and a magic staff appeared in his paw. Strand explained that even if his magic hit a person, it would only knock them back without causing any damage. Strand added that Ruin Ardell could attack as much as he wanted. The young man thought that Strand was indeed the perfect training partner. Strand warned that he was about to attack and went on the offensive. Ruin Ardell managed to dodge. Ruin Ardell thought that Mikkel was probably training too. Our hero couldn't wait for the upcoming battle. Mikkel told his uncle that Ruin Ardell was driving him crazy. What should he do? Professor Elec was angry. Was that really what Mikkel should be saying to him? He had to become even stronger. Mikkel noticed that his uncle shouldn't be upset. According to rumors, it was he who helped Ruin Ardell get high marks. After all, it was Professor Elec who suggested pitting a real ogre against Ruin Ardell. It was thanks to this that Ruin Ardell got the best possible result. If the Garrichill family found out about this, his uncle would clearly be in trouble. The professor thought that Mikkel was blackmailing him. Mikkel said that if his uncle didn't like it, he should stop talking nonsense. It would be better to think together about how to fix the situation. Ruin Ardell must not be allowed to represent the academy at the great festival. Professor Elec assured him that this would not happen, because he had a plan. The professor gave his nephew a vial of the awakening herb, Burning Flower. The awakening herb grows in the Northern Territories and is a rare and valuable medicinal plant. It is sometimes used to create special elixirs. His uncle said that if Mikkel drank it, he would experience an awakening effect. This would significantly reduce the time it took to cast spells, but as a side effect, he would experience pain, and Mikkel would no longer be able to distinguish between friends and foes. Simply put, Mikkel would not be able to see anything, but he already knew all this. Mikkel was surprised. Why this? Does he really have to drink it? He received an affirmative answer. Mikkel shouldn't complain, because he could lose to that guy. Does he want to be disgraced in front of his family? Mikkel said it was still a risky venture. Professor Heidel knew what he was capable of. If the professor noticed any changes, he would not remain silent. Professor Elec was surprised. Had his nephew forgotten who he was dealing with? Testing drugs was his responsibility. Mikkel should take another vial. This potion will hide the fact that he took the flower. The young man must drink it after taking the first one. Mikkel should not be afraid, because they are the Garrichill family, and this is their way of moving forward. The professor asked if Mikkel would do it. The day of the one-on-one battles has arrived. This stage of the exam is held in the Monobarrier Hall. Every year during the one-on-one battles, the stands are filled to capacity. The students were happy that the time for the final battle had finally come. The matchup was announced: Ruin Ardell versus Ridicule. Ruin Ardell thought, finally, the last stage of the exam had arrived, and he was fighting against Mikkel. Strawn reminded him that his opponent knew Ruin would try to close the distance. If he was prepared for that, it would be difficult to fight. Strawn added that if Ruin managed to get close, one blow would be enough. Since this test was as close as possible to real combat conditions, various geographical objects were placed in the hall. The judge asked if the opponents were ready. Positive answers were received. The protagonist assessed his opponent and thought that Mikkel's condition was far from normal. He was not as cocky as usual. Something was definitely wrong here. He needed to check everything using his player's eye skill. The skill was activated. Ruin Ardell began to carefully scan his opponent. Our hero discovered a special hidden state: Berserk. Ruin Ardell was surprised because he had never seen such a notification before. Berserk. In addition, in his hidden state, Mikkel had definitely taken something so that the others would not discover that he had taken the drug. Before the exam, a drug test was conducted, a doping control. However, Professor Ellick was responsible for this. What if, as Mikkel's uncle, he somehow helped him hide the fact that he had taken banned substances? The judge said that the only forbidden magic in the duel was black magic. Any magic based on the 4 elements was permissible. Points were awarded based on the level of magic that hit the opponent. The judge noted that there was no need to worry about the opponent. They were now in the Mana Barrier Hall, where the effectiveness of magic was reduced by 99%. Ruin Ardell raised his hand and said he had a question. The protagonist asked what would happen if it turned out that someone had taken a forbidden potion. The judge replied that in such a case, the student would be deprived of the right to take the exam and would fail. Depending on the severity of the violation, the examiner could impose various penalties, up to and including expulsion. But why was Ruin Ardell asking about this? The protagonist thought that he currently had no evidence. He could only see the status window, so no one would believe him. Ruin Ardell realized that he needed to obtain convincing evidence. The judge called the opponents to come closer and announced the start of the match. Mikkel immediately used his magical abilities and shouted that he would destroy his opponent. A fireball appeared in Mikkel's hand. Our hero's legs were immediately entangled by plants that had grown out of the ground. Ruin Ardell used his unique abilities and tore apart the branches that were trying to hold him back. The audience was surprised. How did Ruin Ardell manage to free himself so quickly? Mikkel's spell did not work on him properly. Ruin Ardell thought that everything was going wonderfully. The Mana Barrier Hall reduces mana power, but has no effect on his strength. Mikkel shouted that he would not stop there. A demonic image of a skull with a glowing ball in its mouth appeared above him. The Fire Breath skill was activated, and the skull directed a stream of fire from its mouth at Ruin Ardell. Ruin Ardell used the acceleration skill and dodged the fire attack. At the same time, he remained confidently on his feet. The protagonist noticed that his opponent's casting time had decreased and his mana gathering had increased. These were the effects of Mikkel's potion. Mikkel shouted for Ruin to stop hiding. He had to face him one-on-one. Ruin Ardell noticed that his opponent was more agitated than usual. Now it was clear that he had taken the drug. This awakening herb is called the Burning Flower. Shaking hands, excessive expression, suppression of pain receptors, reduced ability to distinguish between enemies and allies. It all fits. Mikkel demanded that his opponent come out of hiding. Our hero thought that all that remained was to confirm the reduction in sensitivity to pain. Ruin Ardell said it was no surprise that Mikkel was so confident. Was it all because of this? His opponent was surprised. What was he talking about? Ruin Ardell explained that he was referring to the Flaming Flower. Mikkel said that it didn't matter now. It wouldn't prevent him from defeating his opponent. Ruin Ardell told Mikkel to get ready and used the Refraction of Time skill. The protagonist quickly and rapidly approached his opponent. Mikkel thought that Ruin was acting very quickly this time. What should he do now? Ruin said that all of his opponent's actions were useless. The professors were surprised. What kind of magic was this? Was it even magic? Ruin Ardell instantly responded to his opponent's elemental attack. Suddenly, a huge reptile appeared next to Mikkel. The protagonist was surprised. Could it be the third-class magic fire lizard? Our hero did not lose his composure and activated Earthquake. The clash continued. The lizard lost its balance and began to descend. Ruin Ardell approached his opponent. The observers were surprised. Could Ruin Ardell really overcome the fire element with an earth spell? Mikkel sat on the ground, confused and deactivated. The protagonist approached him closely. Mikkel shouted for Ruin Ardell not to come closer. Ruin Ardell told his opponent not to be such a wimp. Our hero prepared to slap his opponent. The slap, as always, was bright and effective. Mikkel flew far back. Hitting the wall, he told Ruin Ardell not to look down on him. Our hero did not look down on him. He approached again and attacked his opponent. Mikkel, lying on the ground, said that he could not be defeated with such a weak blow. He was not hurt at all. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was Mikkel still conscious even after such a blow? At this rate, he could die from accumulated injuries. It was dangerous to continue the tests. The binding tree was activated, wrapping its branches around Mikkel and lifting him off the ground. Our hero announced to everyone that Mikkel had used a banned substance. The judge asked if the student was sure about this. If it was a lie, Ruin Ardell would be disqualified. The protagonist replied that he was absolutely sure, because the use of the drug could always be concealed with another drug, or the inspector could turn a blind eye to the violation. The judge was surprised. What did Ruin Ardell mean by that? Ruin Ardell said that the person who can get some rare materials for his favorite and the person who tests drugs before matches is the same person. There is only one person in the entire academy who fits this description. The faculty was alarmed by this statement. Ruin Ardell noted that, come to think of it, Professor Ellick is Mikkel's uncle. Professor Ellick approached Ruin Ardell and asked if the student understood what he was saying. Was Ruin Ardell really so brazen as to claim that Mikkel had taken drugs and that he had turned a blind eye to it? Ruin Ardell confirmed this and added that he could prove it. Professor Ellick suggested that in that case, they should conduct another drug test. Ruin Ardell said that it was useless. The professor gave his nephew a special elixir to hide the fact that he had taken a tranquilizer. Ellick asked what the student suggested doing in that case and how he could confirm his words. Ruin Ardell said that he would prove everything right now and walked over to the trunk of a large tree. Our hero, using a fireball from his unique magical abilities, struck the tree, and it was destroyed. Ruin Ardell said that the blow he dealt to Mikkel was of such power. Even if we assume that Mikkel's magic has become stronger after practice, he continues to laugh and remain conscious after such a blow. However, this is not normal. In his current state, he has at least a concussion and 4 broken ribs. However, Mikkel continues to laugh, feeling no pain. This is unnatural. The student asked, does Professor Ellick still deny the obvious? The head of the academy rose from his seat and called out loudly to Professor Ellick. The old man asked how Ellick dared to do such a thing on the sacred grounds of the exam. The head said he was waiting for the professor in his office. Mikkel continued to laugh, demonstrating his inadequate state to everyone. The events of the 4th stage swept through the academy like a storm. Rumors spread that Professor Ellick had been fired and Mikkel Garachil had been expelled from the academy. The Garachil family's fraud came to light. The protagonist acquired a new nickname, the Mage Exile. Our hero was invited to a meeting with the head of the academy. The young man entered the office and saw a strange scene inside. Before him was the territory of Ardell. Although it was somehow different, the young man saw the throne of Tehran, on which the King of Magicians sat. What was going on here? The head of the academy asked Ruin Ardell what he saw before him. The elder said that the appearance of this place was created with the help of the Eye of Malarok. Did Ruin know what that was? Malarok is the name of the leader of the demons who invaded the continent of Frelia. He possessed the power to make his target see what it desired most. After Malarok's fall, his parts were turned into artifacts. Malarok's eye shows the world that a person wants to see. The images around him are close to what Ruin Ardell wants to see at the moment. Ruin Ardell wanted to see the Ardell territory flourish and himself become the best mage. The old man asked if the student was interested in knowing what he saw here. Ruin Ardell inquired. The head replied that he sees a world where students behave like students and magicians behave like magicians. The head of the academy added that he understood that this was not easy to achieve. Colleagues and friends congratulated our hero on his indisputable victory. Ruin Ardell was recognized as the best graduate. The elder sat the young man down in front of him and treated him to a cup of fragrant tea. The head said that he had invited the young man because he wanted to ask him something. Ruin Ardell replied that he was ready to tell him everything. The chief asked how Ruin Ardell was able to determine that Mikkel had used the burning flower. Ruin Ardell replied that Mikkel was behaving differently than usual. The first thing that came to mind was the burning flower, because of his aggressive yet anxious behavior. In addition, the flow of mana around him was unusual, and the mana itself was amplified. The head said that based on what he saw, Ruin Ardell did not simply suspect him of using the flower, but was certain of it. What was the reason? Ruin Ardell replied that he used physical force rather than magic, and the mana barrier hall only suppresses magic without affecting physical force. Our hero saw no need to tell the head about the player's eye. Ruin Ardell said that even if Mikkel was in shock, his laughter, despite his injuries, could only be explained by the use of the burning flower. The elder thought that at 16, this student was perceptive enough to instantly notice subtle changes in his opponent and remain calm in critical situations. The head said that he was terribly sorry about what had happened and offered his apologies. He would personally ensure that the ridicule family did not harm the young man. The elder said he had a proposal for the student. Would Ruin Ardell like to participate in the Great Festival, which will take place in the 7th month of this year, as a representative of the academy? Ruin Ardell thought that every student dreams of becoming a representative. Ruin Ardell thanked the head of the academy for such an interesting offer. The young man added that, unfortunately, he did not have enough experience, as he had not participated in any real battles over the past 5 years. Our hero recalled that due to his mana release disorder, all events had been closed to him. Therefore, he did not know if he would be able to perform well at the Grand Festival against other gifted peers. The chief said that this was not a problem. Moreover, he would personally be part of the judging panel at this festival. The elder said that Ruin Ardell was more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. The head of the academy reiterated that he can say with confidence that Ruin Ardell has every chance of winning. And what is even more frightening is that Ruin Ardell will become a secret weapon that appeared out of nowhere. The elder added that, from the point of view of his rivals, Ruin Ardell is a dark horse. There is no information about him, so they will not be able to develop methods and strategies against the magic that the young man uses. Ruin Ardell now understood what was going on. Because he always ended up last, no one paid any attention to him. Unlike Mikkel, there is no information about him in the database. Therefore, it will be easy to catch his opponents off guard. Ruin Ardell solemnly declared that in that case, he would do everything possible to justify the trust placed in him. There was a knock at the door. The head of the academy said that it was just in time, and that the visitor could come in. The old man told the young man that it would be more useful for him to attend body art classes than magic classes. He had invited a martial arts professor especially for this purpose. The professor was the same man who had covered for our hero in the test against the ogre. The knight asked how the desperate student was doing. Was Ruin Ardell not happy to see him? It was Golter Pirante, the leader of the knightly order of the Foldrin territory, one of the 5 6th-rank knights, and the only one in the kingdom of Radian. Our hero crossed paths with this knight during the 3rd stage of the practical exam. Who would have thought that our hero would have the opportunity to receive guidance from this knight? Golter Pirante said that first he needed to confirm something. According to Professor Heidel, Ruin Ardell is a special mage who is forced to fight exclusively at close range. From the previous time, the knight concluded that the young man was quite good, precise and without unnecessary movements. Golter Pirante added that it was all too obvious that Ruin Ardell had not studied martial arts properly. This student's skills might work against an ogre, but a skilled knight would read the young man like an open book. No matter how strong the guy was, opponents who had studied the art of the body would be able to guess his next moves just by looking at the movement of his shoulders and hips. Ruin Ardell thought the knight was right. His movements were the result of repeating the same strikes within the framework of his knowledge. Therefore, their practical application was very limited. Pirante added that there was no need to worry. After training together, Ruin Ardell would be able to move beyond the basics. Golter Pirante said that he suggested starting the training process right away, especially since he was already in armor. The most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow you to predict the actions of your opponent. Thus, you must first learn to walk correctly. Only then can you begin to study the art of the body. The training center usually teaches celestial martial arts. In addition to sword techniques, heavenly martial arts include 36 combat techniques. Our hero listened carefully and, following the instructions clearly, practiced hand-to-hand combat techniques. His fist-striking technique underwent changes, and the protagonist began to reach a new level. Ruin Ardell wondered why Golter Pirante was doing this, since his training would be of no use to a knight who appeared at the academy every day. The knight said that it was a kind of investment. One can assume that he is meeting a person who could become a great magician. If he can help him in any way, wouldn't that be considered a good investment? Ruin Ardell bowed to the knight and said that in that case, he was at Professor Golter's service. The knight said he felt awkward hearing that. Ruin Ardell could just call him Hyun. After all, he wasn't even 30 years old. Ruin Ardell continued to do everything the knight asked of him day after day, under his watchful guidance. Golter thought that this student was doing well, that the guy had a lot of stamina. Golter Pirante remembered that ogre. His jaw had been broken back then. The melee mage turned out to be physically stronger than the ogre. This young man is very interesting. 3 weeks passed. The skill level of body art was increased. Now the player can fill every part of his body with magic. Ruin Ardell acknowledged that the effect of mastering the heavenly martial art was incredible. Strand said that thanks to this, he had advanced to the 3rd rank. The protagonist said he felt tremendous power. Strand noted that the man was getting stronger surprisingly quickly. Fight had gained 2,000 points in over a year and another 6 months after meeting him. Perhaps it was due to the difference in the perception of time between humans and dragons. A friend ran up to the student and said that something incredible had happened. Jason asked if Ruin hadn't seen it yet. Jason said that a list of participants in the Great Festival had been posted at the entrance to the academy. At the admission ceremony, Ruin Ardell introduced the new students and spoke from the stage. Because of this, he was envied and given suspicious looks. Justifying their secret hopes, Ruin Ardell had shown himself only from his worst side all these years, and he could only occasionally watch as Mikkel received all the laurels. Now, however, our hero has rightfully become the Academy's representative. His colleagues sincerely congratulated the young man on his position as representative of the Academy. Ruin Ardell thought that it had taken a long time, but he had once again become the representative of the Academy. Professor Heidel was surprised to hear from Sir Golter that this student had mastered the heavenly martial art. The professor added that sometimes the genius of this young man frightened him, but he believed that Ruin Ardell would succeed. Preparations for the great festival went smoothly, after which they set off for Altain, the venue for the festival. The students discussed the fact that they would be riding the Mana train. They say it is incredibly fast. There are only 2 transit points in the Kingdom of Radian, but there are more than 100 in the Imperial Federation of Raynak. Some students were seeing this train for the first time and had never traveled on such a vehicle before. Jason also watched the train's approach with interest. One of the students said that there was no need to be ashamed and admit it. Ruin Ardell thought that this cocky student's name was Henkes. He always followed Mikkel around and participated with him in last year's Magic Festival. Henkes said that there was no point in hoping that Ruin Ardell would perform a miracle at the Grand Festival. There was nothing to be proud of, because he had only received good grades for the first semester. The student said that the representatives of other academies were like ghosts. They would have a better chance if they chose Mikkel, who had already fought against them, as their representative. In any case, they did not want to recognize Ruin Ardell as their representative, so this guy would have to manage on his own. Ruin Ardell thought that many people were eager to gain an advantage by somehow currying favor with the Garrikill family. Strahn said that Ruin Ardell was in an unpleasant situation. Our hero understood that he had to perform well, even if someone disagreed with his candidacy. Ruin Ardell said that Mikkel would be flattered, because his dogs remain loyal even when their owner is kicked out of the academy. Henkes was outraged. What did Ruin call them? Our hero replied that his opponent was well aware that he had deliberately expressed himself as clearly as possible, so that even someone of his intellectual level could understand everything. Ruin Ardell interrupted his interlocutor, who wanted to say something else. Our hero said that this festival would be a level above those that Henkes had attended. If a student achieved good results in it, they would receive opportunities better than those that connections with the Garrikill family could give them. Henkes agreed, but noted that this would only be possible if they achieved something. But how could this be achieved? Those chosen to participate in this festival were all monsters. Ultimately, their fate was to be stuck in the Kingdom of Radian and work under the Garrikill family. Ruin Ardell interrupted his interlocutor again and said that it was possible. The Great Festival is an event in which cooperation plays an important role, so it is better not to use those who interfere with teamwork. Henkes asked if Ruin Ardell was going to compete without them. Ruin Ardell suggested that they think about who their representative was now while they were on their way. Ruin Ardell decided to remind them that there was no one from Garrikill here to assess their loyalty. Henkes told Ruin Ardell not to even think about losing his first individual battle. Otherwise, he would not obey a single one of his commands at the Grand Festival. The high-speed train sped through the forest located in the valley between the mountains. The students noted that the train was going very fast. Strand said that the world had become a wonderful place. In his time, there were no such fast means of transportation. Someone in the car said that it smelled like losers. The young people looked back. The young man was surprised. Could it be that there were country bumpkins from the Post Academy among them? This person had the symbol of the Oyo National Magic Institute on his chest. It is the only educational institution in Oyota, the Sand Kingdom. It is known for its ancient history, and is also famous for its reverence for the art of sword fighting and extreme physical training. Ruin Ardell wondered what they were doing here. The student wondered where their permanent Mikkel Garrikill was. He hadn't run away from this festival, had he? A student from Oyota asked if those present would come last again this year. Strand asked if Ruin Ardell was being too calm. After hearing this, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Ruin Ardell thought that since he had never participated in such events, he had no idea that they were being so openly bullied. Professor Heidel also had no intention of defending them. The Grand Festival is a competition for students, and at the moment, he is acting as a regular chaperone. The young man thought that now the power and responsibility for the team were in his hands, as the representative of the academy. The student from Oyota greeted Henkes and asked where his representative was hiding. At least he was interesting. Ruin Ardell rose from his seat and said that Mikkel was probably lying in bed praying that his broken ribs would heal properly. The student from Oyota looked at our hero in surprise. Henke said that this was their current representative. The stranger approached Ruin Ardell and said that he was seeing this guy for the first time. The young man said that he was a representative from Oyota. His name was Seda Malkiri. The protagonist gave his name. He said that was enough for a first meeting. If Seda Malkiri was done looking for trouble, who could keep an eye on what was happening in this car? Ruin Ardell pointed out that before that, Seda Malkiri should apologize for all the insults he had uttered and do so politely. Malkiri was indignant. Did someone really want him to apologize? Malkiri was surprised. Had Henkes not told his new representative anything about him? Seda Malkiri was indignant. Couldn't everything be done properly? Or did Henkes want him to make it memorable for the rest of his life? Ruin Ardell understood what was going on. Apparently, the students who participated in the magic festival were trembling in the presence of Seth Malkiri. Apparently, they were constantly subjected to his attacks. Our hero understood. This was Oyo's plan, to crush the morale of his opponents before the battle even began. Ruin Ardell asked Seda if he wanted to settle the matter right there and then. Seda Malkiri thought this guy had completely lost his mind. Malkiri clenched his fists and told Ruin Ardell not to regret his words. He was already swinging. At that moment, the professor appeared in the car and shouted for Malkiri to stop immediately. The professor told Seda to calm down. Did he really want to make enemies right from the start? The professor noted that his students had been rude and apologized on their behalf. Heidel said that the apology was accepted. The professor ordered Seda Malkiri to return to his carriage immediately. Our hero thought so too. He simply would not argue. Malkiri asked the professor why he had been stopped, since the professor himself had suggested this method. What had changed? The professor was surprised. Had Seda Malkiri really not noticed? Professor Ignat of the Academy, Heidel, grinned as he watched Seda, as if he was just waiting for the fight to start. Seda asked if it was confidence. The professor replied that he couldn't know for sure. However, the guy named Ruin Ardell definitely has something unknown to them. He is different from Mikkel Gerachil, whom Sita fought last time. After a brief scuffle with Oyota, the atmosphere in the car changed. The Ignite students began discussing the first match of the group competition without a representative. It turns out that Ruin Ardell will not be joining them. Will they be able to cope on their own? Henkes declared that they simply had to win. They couldn't lose to these Oyo students. From a certain point on, these guys, filled with envy and selfishness, began to unite. Henkes said that Ruin Ardell had acted too rashly. These strong guys had literally grown up in battle. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Weren't his colleagues angry? Their opponents did not respect them, did not respect him, their representative, and made no secret of it. If he had not responded, Oyota would have been delighted and would have mocked them even more. Ruin Ardell added that if he remained silent, they would completely justify this mocking nickname. Did everyone present really want that? Would they continue to tolerate disrespect? The students allowed themselves to be beaten, and so for 5 years in a row, they were dragged through the mud. Ruin Ardell asked what they were going to do. He did not believe that now was the time to fight purely out of selfish motives. One of the students said he was thinking of putting Henkes in goal for the Aeroball match. Ruin Ardell thought that, apparently, Mikkel's minions had also decided to take his side. They should keep the same attitude until the very end. The conductor announced that the next stop was the Duchy of Altain. The train would arrive shortly. Everyone gathered their belongings and disembarked in an orderly fashion. The Duchy of Altain is a state that is part of the Imperial Federation of Reynak. It has been granted neutral status. This week, it is necessary to put emotions aside, even if they have been irreconcilable enemies for decades. If bloodshed occurs on Altan territory, the Reynak Empire, represented by the ruler of the continent, will put the criminals on trial and punish them for their crimes. In this regard, large-scale international competitions, such as the Magic Festival for magicians and the Sword Grand Prix for swordsmen, are held in Altain. The students saw the Imperial Federation under the control of the authorities. Jason asked Ruin Ardell what he thought. After all, everything was completely different here. He added that he was from the Daemon territory, which was considered a fairly wealthy region, but it was nothing compared to this place. Ruins. Ardell thought that this was exactly what one would expect from the capital of the kingdom. Everywhere there was a sense of noble antiquity, and the inhabitants strolled carefree through the streets. This site once again shows that they have come from a very small place. Now they are heading to their temporary residence. Everyone was offered a seat in the carriages. Heidel expressed his hope that none of the students would go to the participants from other educational institutions, even by mistake. The professor added that nothing good would come of starting a fight. Strand told Ruin Ardell to look out the window. There was a very interesting smell coming from there. It was as if the relic of Drac was there. The next day arrived. The room for the Ignite Academy. Jason wondered if Ruin Ardell was going on a date. Our hero picked up a decent speed and asked Strawn if he was sure. Strand said that Ruin Ardell would see it himself on the mini-map. Even for an embodiment of power like him, this was unusual. The Touching Memories workshop was directly ahead. Strand said that was where they were going. The protagonist thought that an item used by the Black Dragon himself would be in a more unusual place. But everything here looked too ordinary. The young man imagined that he would end up in a black market or a rich man's warehouse. The Relic of Drac is useless to mages who do not use power-based magic. For them, that item would be ordinary trash. The protagonist activated the player's eye. A Ring of Invulnerability was discovered. An exclusive, unique player artifact. It was the first artifact created by Drac, but also his first failure. Using the power of invulnerability, there was a small chance of withstanding any physical force acting on the player's body. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why is it a failure? Strand said that there is one caveat. It's not just about attacks. Resistance arises even when touched by a friend or embraced by a loved one. The effect may not activate when it is really needed, but it may work on something mundane. Therefore, it is considered a failure. Strand warned that the young man needed this ring. Thanks to the ring, strength increases by 200 points while wearing it. That alone is enough to put it on. Ruin Ardell told the shopkeeper that he would like to buy this ring. How much does it cost? The man replied that the young man could take the ring for free. It has been lying here for many years, and he himself does not know what to do with it. Ruin Ardell said that in that case he would buy something else here. The prices were very reasonable. The young man thought that a gambler's eye was indeed a useful skill. It even allowed him to determine the value of an item. The young man found a very rare book, Quantum Mechanisms of Magic in the Sword, just what he needed. However, a girl jumped out from behind the bookshelf and grabbed his arm. It was Irene Prius, a 5th-class mage with very high potential. She studied at Seiki Women's University. The Dirty King, also known as the King of Mages and the King of the Border, Theron Artemis. He had chosen 11 mages to represent the next generation, and Prius was among them. Our hero had heard that she was a genius close to reaching 5th class. However, this girl is already a 5th-class mage. It turns out that the rumors even underestimated the reality. Irene Prius demanded that the young man give her the book. Ruin Ardell claimed that he had touched it first. The girl assumed that, judging by the symbol on his uniform, the young man represented the Ignite Academy. Irene introduced herself. He had found what he was looking for, and now decided to find something else to buy. She had come specifically for this book. If the young man didn't mind, could he give her the book? Ruin Ardell realized that she had been eavesdropping. It was all because they were participating in the great festival. Ruin Ardell asked why Irene needed this book. Books like this aren't easy to find. The girl said it was part of her individual assignment, her thesis project. She couldn't reveal any details, and it wasn't worth asking her about it. Ruin Ardell thought that it was unlikely to be an assignment from an educational institution. Perhaps it was an assignment from the Dirty King. He said she could take the book. If it was so important to her, she should take it. Ruin Ardell began to wander around the shelves with goods, wanting to buy something after all. His friends couldn't believe it. Had Ruin Ardell really met Irene Prius? Was she really as beautiful as they said? A colleague said that he had also seen Irene at the Grand Festival, and had even sat next to her. The young man noted that, in any case, this girl was strong, but always came in second place. She was terribly upset about always losing to the first place winner, Duma Prime. The student clarified that he was referring to the top student at a special school for battle mages. He is a recognized mage among all his peers on the continent. He is also the owner of the Shining Sword. Now our hero understood everything. Why Irene needed this book. To defeat Duma Prime. However, being a magical swordsman is not so great. Compared to other weapons, the magical sword does not provide a significant increase in magic. Moreover, becoming a skilled swordsman is not easy either. The student said that Duma Prime is different from the rest. The Shining Sword is an S-class artifact, and his sword skills are at the level of an average knight. He has an artifact, good sword skills, and a talent for magic. In addition, he comes from a good and wealthy family, and is attractive in appearance. His popularity among girls is off the charts. Do such people really exist? Irene Prius mastered 5th-class magic at the age of 16, and the magical swordsman Doom Prime defeats her every year. The young man wondered, if he had to fight against these famous geniuses, would he be able to win? Ruin Ardell understood that no one considered him a threat. However, the head of the academy said that Ruin Ardell was more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. It was necessary to make sure of this. A student entered the room and announced that the first team for the opening day of the Great Festival should gather outside. Ruin Ardell resolutely set out to conquer the Grand Festival. The time had come for the opening matches of the Grand Festival. Everyone was eagerly awaiting this event. Someone in the audience said that their first opponent was Post Academy. What an easy victory. Seda from Oyo said that they were lucky to get such an opponent right away. At least at the beginning of the festival, they wouldn't have to strain themselves. Ruin Ardell thought that they had gotten the worst opponents right away. The protagonist noted that these guys were famous for their dirty play. In addition, many students at the Ignite Academy were traumatized by their interaction with Oyota. Seda said that these students are so weak that they won't even let them warm up. A boring fight awaits them. Still, it's good that they were lucky enough to face the Post Academy team. It's like winning the lottery. The Ignite students are so scared that they won't be able to do anything. Our hero decided to take advantage of the opportunity and show his opponents that they are not who they used to be. Ruin Ardell said he was waiting for Oyota to arrive. He sees that many other festival participants have gathered besides them. Seda is surprised. What is this student talking about? Our hero greeted everyone present and introduced himself. He is a representative of the Post Academy that everyone is talking about. Ruin Ardell demanded that Oyota stop calling them the Post Academy. It's quite unpleasant. He added that he had been in last place for a long time and was tired of it. Now he wants to try to get to first place. Seda was surprised. Doesn't the Ignite Academy understand where they are? Who are they to make such a statement? Ruin Ardell said that he was a secret weapon and was not going to back down anymore. The students of the Oyota Academy were alarmed. Who is this Ruin Ardell guy? After an investigation, it turned out that he used to fail at everything. How could such a person become a representative? However, at the beginning of the semester, he changed dramatically and became a monster with amazing results. Apparently, that was the reason for his confidence. Seda remembered the professor's words on the train that this guy definitely had something they didn't know about yet. Seda said he would teach them a lesson they would remember for a long time at Oyo Academy. It would be the traditional way of their institute. At the Academy House, Ignite Senior said that tomorrow there would be a mana grenade throwing competition. It was a team competition in which everyone except the representative would participate. The essence of the competition is to throw grenades filled with mana at a mithril golem. The team that destroys the golem faster wins. The commander said that Ruin Ardell would not be with them tomorrow. Will they be able to do it? The protagonist agreed that compared to the Oyo Institute, they lacked talented students. Our hero noted that he knows how they can win. This is a group competition. If the students work together, they can win. Therefore, it is necessary to start forming groups. The first group will heat the mana grenades, the second will move them, and the third will directly attack the golem. A fourth group is also needed to repair the enemy's golem. Someone objected that this approach would take them longer to destroy the golem. The enemy would attack with all 30 hands, and if they attacked their own golem with fewer people, the Oyo students themselves were not weaklings. Ruin Ardell reminded everyone of what he had said before. Now they would not be last, but first. This was his sincere intention. Therefore, he would do everything he could to achieve this, including in games where he himself could not participate. While Oyota would throw 1 grenade, they would throw 2 or even 3. For teams with outstanding individual skills, the traditional approach is effective, but for their team, this method would be very time-consuming. Jason Damon said he trusts Ruin Ardell. Others expressed the same sentiment. All the students unanimously declared that they would support Ruin Ardell's endeavor. Ruin Ardell said that in that case, the team led by Henkis would heat the grenades, and the Taemons would move the heated grenades. Our hero divided the guys into groups based on their strengths. Of course, his ability was behind this choice. The ability was called the Eye of the Player. This ability allows one to see the essence of the goal. With its help, our hero was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the strengths of the group. Jason realized that this way they would have a good chance of winning. Once everyone was in the group that suited them perfectly, even the doubters began to warm to the idea. Ruin Ardell thought that the process was underway and that their teamwork was at a decent level. The team members became more confident, and hope began to emerge in the guys. Suddenly, Fel ran into the room. He looked very bad and could barely stand on his feet. Ruin Ardell asked what had happened to him. Felum said that Oyo's students were to blame for everything. Oyota's representative brought his guys with him, and then they took Felum out and beat him up. The door to Oyota's room swung open, and our hero entered. Seda declared, "Here he is." Seda asked what Ruin Ardell was going to do, if he thought he could do anything at all. Ruin Ardell told Seda Malkri to leave immediately. Seda said that this student was crazy. On what basis was he behaving so arrogantly? Ruin Ardell grabbed his opponent by the shoulder and pressed down hard. Malkri grimaced in pain and crouched down. He was surprised. Where did this guy get such strength? Seda Mulcry jumped to his feet and swung his arm, but our hero caught his hand. Seda Mulcry screamed in pain again. He no longer had the strength to resist. Ruin Ardell said that this was his last warning. If he touched any of Ignat's students outside the arena, it would end badly for him. His colleagues rushed to Seda and asked how he was feeling. Ruin Ardell offered his opponent a bet. If he won, he would get a slap. He told his colleagues about the bet. The slap would be the same as the one Mikkel received when he was knocked out, and Seda Mulcry would have to apologize to everyone. The students felt that now they definitely had to win. They had good motivation. One of the students said it was time to get ready for the Altane Stadium. The Festival of Magicians, held for the entire continent, is called the Great Festival. Historically, magicians who distinguished themselves at the festival became important people and wrote their names in the history of the continent. The protagonist thought that now he too had become part of the festival where legends are created. The opening ceremony was announced to be over. All participants must return to their seats. Seda Mulcry looked at the hero and told Ruin Ardell to be ready. This time, he would not let his guard down. At that moment, our hero was trying to analyze Seda Mulcry. Another participant in the festival, Doom Prime, was passing by. He was the winner of the Magic Festival, and the leader in every discipline at the special school for combat mages. Ruin Ardell thought that if they kept winning, they would definitely meet Doom Prime. He also noted that Doom Prime was one of those who created problems wherever he went. A new acquaintance appeared nearby, Irene Prius. The girl said that Ruin Ardell had caused real chaos the day before. He even went into open conflict by visiting the Oyo Institute. Ruin Ardell was surprised. How did Irene know this? The girl replied that Altane was a small town, and everyone knew about it. Ruin Ardell said that he had not gone there to cause conflict, but simply wanted to talk. The girl said she was ready to give him some advice. It was better not to stand out. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was Irene suggesting that he hide his true abilities, just as she did? The young man said goodbye and told her it was time for him to go. They were participating in the first match. Irene Prius thought that in just a few minutes, the mana grenade throwing would begin. The first to participate would be the Ignat and Oyota academies. Ruin Ardell suggested that everyone prove their strength. They were no longer the last ones. The first competition finally began. The audience was in turmoil. Previously, those who had outstanding individuals won in team competitions. The division into groups within a single team, which was common in night competitions, was never common in competitions for mages. Had they divided themselves into groups of heaters and throwers? In any case, Oyota would win, as always. Were these the same students who acted as if they would come in first? Nothing else could be expected from the after-academy students. Most likely, they would come in last again. Irene Prius was also surprised by this strategy. Is such a thing possible? The Ignite Academy golem has already lost an arm. Our hero shouted that they should keep going. Henki is doing well. Jason is now aiming for the golem's right arm. The golem's right arm was destroyed. Seda Mulcry was puzzled. What are his comrades doing? How can they lose to the post-academy? However, Ignat's students are behaving differently. Some of them are healing the golem, so it won't weaken. Irene Prius thought she was impressed. The reason why the Ignite Academy is defeating the Oyota Institute lies solely in strategy. However, this approach only works if you have a precise understanding of each person's strengths. Irene thought that this guy had easily found the book she had been looking for so long. He also divided the students into groups according to their skills. What kind of person was he, if she had never seen him in a competition before? A charged mana ball appeared in Jason's hands. The young man shouted that it was all over now. The mana ball hit the golem and there was a powerful explosion. The golem lost its balance and fell to the ground. The Igni students had won. The tournament participants shouted that they had done it. They had won. The Grand Festival, the first competition, mana grenade throwing, which was expected to end in victory for the Oyota Institute, ended in victory for the Post-Academy. It turns out that the Post-Academy is no longer last. Now Oyota is in their place. Now it's Post-Oyota. Soon the competition for representatives of Capture the Flag will begin. The first match will be between Ruin Ardell and Seda Mulcry. The rivals entered the arena and stood facing each other. Strand asked if Ruin Ardell was nervous. They are now 20th out of 32 educational institutions. That's perfect. Strand was surprised. What's perfect about that? After their last victory, people are showing interest in them again. But that's not enough to remove the label. Ruin Ardell said they needed a landslide victory. If they achieve a crushing victory over the Oyota Institute, the others will start to look at them differently. Ruin Ardell added that they must show themselves in a good light to the King of Magicians. Representatives of the leadership watched the tournament through the magic sphere. Among those present was the Dirty King Theron. Theron said that he had previously considered Ruin Ardell as a candidate for the next generation. The head of the academy noted that this meant the king remembered him. Theron said that he had a habit of remembering talented students. This guy was born with enormous talent and was able to instinctively learn magic at a young age. The king added that he was incredibly disappointed when he learned that he had mana release disorder. The head of the academy was surprised. Didn't Theron consider him a useless child? The king noted that if this student, who was unable to cast spells properly, had been chosen as the academy's representative, then there must have been reasons for it. Did that mean he had overcome his curse? Strand asked what Ruin Ardell was going to do. Whether it was binding or freezing magic, it was necessary to get closer to the opponent. Would he summon a defender? Ruin Ardell replied that defenders weren't very smart, so he wouldn't. His plan was the same as always. Ruin Ardell declared that he would fight his opponent head-on. After set signal, he activated a magical fireball of mana in his hands, and said that he would repay his opponent for what had happened earlier. The combat defender summon was activated. The protagonist was ready for this. Our hero used the time refraction skill, a standard trick in such cases. Ruin Ardell quickly changed his trajectory, and the combat defender did not have time to react in time. Ruin Ardell ended up behind his opponent at close range. Seda Malkri noticed our hero in time and tried to punch him. However, Ruin Ardell grabbed his opponent's arm and blocked the blow. Ruin Ardell said that he knew it would happen this way. Seda asked if Ruin was not going to let go of his arm. The protagonist replied that now was not the time for talking. The combat defender turned around and began to approach the opponent standing nearby. Seda was seriously frightened. Seda shouted for the defender to stop immediately. However, the combat defender continued to approach. Malkiri realized that he couldn't move. Ruin Ardell told Malkiri to try to leave on his own. The protagonist continued to hold his opponent's hand. Seda Malkiri thought that his opponent's strength was real. It wasn't because he had let his guard down. Seda lowered his head and thought he had lost. The combat defender was close by and swung for a strike. At that moment, Ruin Ardell delivered a series of devastating blows with magic mana balls and stopped the combat defender's attack. Seda thought it was impossible. His opponent had struck the steel defender with his bare hands. Having dealt with the combat defender, Ruin Ardell turned and approached Seda Malkiri, who was sitting on the ground. Seda was surprised. Had Ruin saved him? Ruin Ardell replied that this was not the case at all. The young man added that he simply wanted to finish off his opponent with his own hands. Ruin Ardell asked if Malkiri had forgotten about their bet. Just one slap. After the slap, during his brief flight, Seda Malkiri thought that the sky was very blue. The spectators shouted that it was incredible. The Ignite Academy won an undisputed victory. The Althea Stadium was filled with applause. What magic it was. The battle turned out to be one-sided. Ruin Ardell surprised one more person. The head of the academy thought that it had happened again. The king thought he was at the demigod stage, the only 8th class mage known as the King of the Border. But even he had never heard of such magic before. Who was Ruin Ardell really? The king told Tyrion Ignite to tell him everything he knew about Ruin Ardell. The head of the academy said that this student was a model student who, according to everyone's expectations, should have given up but fought to the end. He is someone who turned his weakness into strength. A mage who behaves like a true mage. Tyrion Ignite said that was all he knew about Ruin Ardell. The king noticed that the headmaster was trying to shield his student from his curiosity. The king said he would try to summon the young man himself and ask him directly. The head of the academy said that if the king tried to get answers from the young man by force, he would have to stop the king. The king asked if Ignite was going to remind him that magicians had the right to keep their techniques secret. The Oath of Milia? The king remarked that he could exchange a few words with the student. The dirty king thought that he and no one else should stand at the pinnacle of magic. He would do everything to learn this magic he had seen for the first time. After the congratulations, our hero said that they had won only one competition and had not even prepared for the rest. In such a situation, one cannot relax. His colleagues said that students from other schools were present at the celebration. What's the problem? Just enjoy the evening. Jason Damon offered his friend some local coconut vanilla juice. Dragon's Kiss was already on the table. Jason, bottle in hand, added that he felt a great sense of patriotism. It was a special drink from his region. Jason said that just one sip would help you taste its wonderful flavor. Seda Malkiri approached the relaxing students. The young man was determined. Jason said that everyone understood how bitter it was to lose, and this hurt Malkiri's pride. But couldn't he leave them alone for now? They were just starting to have fun. The protagonist was surprised. What brought Seth Malkiri here? Did he want to argue again? Seda said he had come to ask for forgiveness. It was like a bolt from the blue. Malkiri apologized for looking down on them all this time. Seda noted that after losing at the stadium, he finally understood. You shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than you. He added that there are many people in this world who are much stronger than him. So, to some people, he is also weak. At that moment, he realized that his past actions were fundamentally wrong. Jason said that things don't change that easily. Malkiri replied that he really wanted to say that. Malkiri bowed his head, repented, and added that he was very sorry. Everyone present agreed that it was an awkward situation. Seda apologized again for ruining the atmosphere. He said it was time for him to go. Ruin Ardell asked, "Did Seda apologize because of the bet, or were those his true feelings?" Seda said he was sincere. Ruin Ardell thanked his opponent for having the courage to say it. Ruin Ardell and Seda Malkiri shook hands and decided to have a drink together. The guys also accepted the apology. At some point, they all started celebrating together. With their arms around each other's shoulders, they drank Dragon's Kiss and immersed themselves in the drunken atmosphere. In the morning, their colleagues said that Ruin Ardell had finally woken up. The night had not been wasted. Does Ruin Ardell remember what he did the night before? No one knew before that he liked to drink so much. His colleagues said that Ruin Ardell almost cried with gratitude for being trusted. His life at the academy had been very difficult before. Who would have thought that the seemingly perfect Ruin Ardell had such a side to him? Ruin Ardell was annoyed. He had only just come to his senses, and immediately everyone was laughing at him. Why was he being treated this way? Ruin Ardell thought that in the future he should avoid drinks that made him overly emotional. Seda Malkiri met our hero and asked if he had slept well. Ruin Ardell walked past. Seda said they would see each other again. The young man was surprised. Did Seda not know what embarrassment was? Professor Heidel teased the student. The teacher said that this young man was constantly haunted by problems. Ruin Ardell was frightened. Did the professor also know about his dark past? Heidel explained that he had come for another reason. Someone wanted to see the young man. The head of the academy seemed alarmed, saying that he was a dangerous man wearing the mask of treachery. Ruin Ardell couldn't understand who he was talking about. The professor said it was the dirty King Theron. He was the one who wanted to meet the young man. Heidel advised the student to be careful. Theron was full of secrets. People who hid their true nature, like the dirty king, were dangerous. The professor apologized that this was all he could tell him. Ruin Ardell knew that Theron was the king of magicians who watched over them. The protagonist told the students that now they had another reason to win. Now they needed to discuss a plan. The codename for the upcoming operation was Defend If You Can. Ruin Ardell said he was going to run straight to the gate. Arrow ball is a game in which a live arrow acts as the ball, constantly flying across the field. 9 participants are divided into teams: attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that sends more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. Despite its simple rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. When to use defensive spells, when to use crowd control magic, how to capture the ball arrow and direct it into the goal, and so on in the same vein. There are many aspects to consider. This is usually what a match is like. The players shouted that their opponent was advancing. Igni, a student at the academy, was indeed approaching his opponents at incredible speed. The opponents activated the Ice Tree skill, after which the Ice Spear appeared. Our hero shattered the Ice Spear and used his Firewall skill. The tree also failed to stop him. Seda Malkiri shouted louder than anyone else, wishing Ruin Ardell good luck. "Ignite, go for it!" The spectators were surprised. What was wrong with him? Just yesterday, he was cursing because of his loss. He must have completely lost his mind over it. Seda Malkiri said that it was all untrue. Real men become friends after exchanging blows. His colleagues were surprised. What exchange? It was a one-sided game. Seda thought that after the match with Ruin Ardell, he understood. His opponent was a next-generation mage. Ruin Ardell truly deserved that title. Iris Prius from Seiki Women's University, Dillian Malkin from the Holy Magic School of God Frelia, and Doom Prime from the Special School of Combat Mages. They were all strong. Seda knew this because he had personally competed against them in the Magic Festival. However, Ruin Ardell is stronger than each of them. And it's not just about strength. Ruin Ardell has leadership skills and is capable of reconciliation. The student told the captain that they were next. Wasn't it time to discuss strategy? Seda said that Malruni was right. Everyone needed to get together. The commander shouted for the mages to stop Ruin Ardell. The students replied that they were doing everything they could. Ruin Ardell, without slowing down, said that now it was his turn. Opponent, get ready. A huge mountain of ice crystals appeared in front of our hero. However, this could not stop him. Jason, with an ice arrow in his hands, asked, "Do they really think that apart from Ruin Ardell, there is no one else to fear?" His opponents were surprised. Did this player really grab the ball arrow? We have to stop him. However, the defenders had already lost. Even after that, The opposing team focused their efforts on Ruin Ardell. Jason and the other team members successfully took advantage of the opening. When the opponent's attention weakened, they couldn't stop the Ignite team. The opponent's defensive formation immediately collapsed. The opponents shouted that they were ready to give up. They couldn't cope with such monsters. In Arrowball, a score of 3 to 4 points is usually expected. The winner of the match was the Ignite Magic Academy, which defeated its opponent with a score of 11 to 0. The Ignite Academy won by a stunning margin. Their opponents admitted that Ruin Ardell was not joking. Perhaps he really would be the champion. Ruin Ardell thought that at this rate, they really could become the first. He was called over. Professor Heidel approached the winner. The teacher said that the meeting time was set for 7 o'clock in the evening, during dinner. Heidel warned Ruin Ardell not to eat anything before the meeting. Our hero, on an empty stomach, strode decisively toward his meeting with the King of Magicians. Strahn, as always in such cases, was on his shoulder. The head of the academy, Ignite, greeted the student and said that they would go in together. The Dirty King greeted them politely and invited the visitors inside. Strahn was surprised. Was he really a dragon? Why did he have such a powerful mana? Ruin Ardell thought that he was a mage standing on the border between a human and a demigod. During dinner, the Dirty King Theron said that he had known about this student for a long time. Once, he had the opportunity to observe him. The king noticed that 5 years had passed since he had chosen 11 children. At that time, Ruin Ardell was one of the candidates. But now he seemed like a different person. Theron said he wanted to get straight to the point. Could the young man tell him what had been going on with him all this time? Ruin Ardell thought that now everything was clear to him. As he was definitely a thorn in his side. Living proof that the Mage of the Border was not perceptive enough. Theron wanted to hear that he wasn't wrong after all. Ruin Ardell apologized and said he could only say one thing. Even if the words about talent might be an exaggeration, they couldn't negate his efforts. The head of the academy said that this was precisely why he liked Ruin Ardell so much. Theron asked what efforts the young man had made. Ruin Ardell replied that he had recently become interested in the art of the body. The king was surprised. Had the student studied it to overcome his disorder, thanks to which he became as strong as an ogre, and was able to cast spells without releasing mana? Was that even possible? The king asked if it was possible that the reason was some kind of artifact. However, he had never heard of an item with such an effect. The head of the academy said he wanted to interrupt the king at this point. Theron agreed. There were still many competitions ahead, and he would keep an eye on the young man. The king said he would see if his efforts would help him prevail even against the children he had chosen. Ruin Ardell asked the king to watch them. The young man noted that he was also curious to see how he differed from the children chosen by the King of Magicians himself. After the student left, the elder said that Theron had spoken much more politely than expected. The king was surprised. Did Ignite really expect him to devour him alive? Theron added that there was no need to worry. He was always happy to see talented mages. It was just that curiosity got the better of him. The elder asked if the king had been able to satisfy him. The king replied that they still hadn't told him what they were hiding. However, something else pushed this question into the background. The elder heard how the insolent scoundrel decided to warn him. The head of the academy said that the student was still very young, and that it was not worth being so strict with him. Theron noted that the scoundrel was not afraid of him at all. Most others would have already begged and groveled at his feet. Theron admitted that this student was an interesting young man. The king added that he would like the one he was nurturing to become at least a little interesting too. After another competition, the students scanned and pronounced the winner's name. Dumb. Dumb Prime thought it was meaningless support. A young man ran into the office and whispered something in Doom's ear. Prime asked if he was sure. The student said he had seen everything himself. Ruin Ardell, a representative of that very academy, had visited the magic tower. Dumb thought that the Dirty King had met with someone other than him. He had seen some matches with him participating. This man had stirred everyone up. Rumor has it that he is difficult to oppose because of his unique magic. Dumb did not pay attention to him because, despite all his hardships and battles, he did not see this student as his rival. This student could only arouse curiosity because of his unusual approach to witchcraft. The student saw Doom's annoyance and asked what was going on. Dumb thought that he could not forgive Ruin Ardell for this. Only he alone was worthy of the recognition of the King of Magicians. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, the young men met in the corridor. Doom saw Ruin Ardell standing before him. Our hero also realized that he was standing before Doom Prime. Prime asked what the student had been talking about with the Dirty King. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Had Doom been waiting for him here just to ask this question? Prime said he was waiting for an answer. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did he have to answer? Doom grabbed his sword and said he had to hear the answer. Ruin Ardell thought that this guy had an aura of destruction about him. Just in case, our hero took a boxing stance. Ruin Ardell wondered if Doom Prime was challenging him, but they weren't at a tournament right now. Dum said that if he couldn't get an answer any other way, then it meant he was challenging him. Ruin Ardell thought that this guy was definitely strong. He didn't show a single weakness. Ruin Ardell thought that Doom wasn't even holding back. Was he really going to draw his sword outside the competition area? A woman's voice was heard. The girl told them both to stop immediately. It was Irene Prius. Irene found it amusing that they had all ended up in the same place. Was there some kind of meeting planned? Ruin Ardell replied that nothing was planned, but he was already thinking about how to introduce himself properly. Dum said that he wasn't interested, turned around, and headed for the exit. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did he always behave this way, doing whatever he wanted? Irene said that this situation was an exception to the rule. Usually, you couldn't get a word out of him. Dum Prime loses his composure in situations involving King Theron. He wants Theron to recognize him and single him out from everyone else. Irene added that such individual meetings were completely out of character for the Dirty King. Ruin Ardell suggested that Doom might have thought he had received special attention from Theron. Irene asked if Ruin Ardell, when he was alone with him, had really planned to fight. Ruin Ardell said he hadn't planned to. He didn't want to be disqualified. Ruin Ardell suggested that Prime didn't really want to fight either. He probably just wanted to scare him. Irene said that Doom Prime was like a wall. A thick wall that couldn't be broken through with a normal attack. Ruin Ardell declared that he wouldn't have lost. No matter how thick the wall was, after a certain number of blows, it would fall. Ruins. Ardell told the girl that he was quite strong. Irene admitted that he was indeed a strange guy. In any case, caution must be exercised, because Doom Prime knows no mercy. Because of what happened today, Doom will now keep a close eye on Ruin Ardell. The dormitories of the Ignite Academy. Ruin Ardell praised Jason Damon and said that they had worked their hardest. The team leader acknowledged that they managed to take 4th place in the team competition without Ruin Ardell's help. In fact, it was nothing short of a miracle. It was sad that their winning streak had been interrupted, but they showed everyone that they were no longer at the bottom of the list. One of the students brought bags of coconut vanilla drink. Ruin Ardell was asked what his plans were for today, as it was almost time for the individual competition. Ruin Ardell said that his plan was to win. The protagonist added that he must remain at the top. At the moment, he is aiming for 1st place in the individual competition rankings. Irene Prius, Cherky, Dillian Malkin, and Doom Prime. He stands shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the competition. Therefore, unless something significant happens, the next game is particularly important. Battle for survival. A royal battle between representatives of 32 schools, starting at the top of a man-made island. The winner will receive 32 points. Points will also be awarded for the quality of the performance, so changes in the rankings are inevitable. The squad leader believed that Ruin Ardell would perform well. Still, shouldn't he prepare like everyone else? Jason noticed that the other representatives were already forming alliances. To survive the upcoming battle, it is permitted to form alliances. Dividing everyone into allies and enemies, as well as forming strong groups, is considered an effective tactic. Everyone would move in groups. Ruin Ardell would not be able to fight them alone. The squad commander asked about those who had supported them during Arrow Ball. Of course, Irene was the first to come to mind. However, there was no guarantee that she would agree to join forces with him. Even if she did, who else would be there? Seda Malkiri appeared at the door and offered our hero to join forces with him. Ruin Ardell thought it was a good idea. Seda told Ruin Ardell not to even think about abandoning him in the middle of the competition. Ruin Ardell thought that Malkiri was being sincere. He could be trusted as a team member. Ruin Ardell said that they needed to team up with one more person as soon as possible. Malkiri asked if there was anyone in mind. The young men overheard the students discussing the impossibility of teaming up with the girl. They claimed that she was not their cup of tea. She had rejected everyone who had offered to form an alliance with her. Seda realized where they had arrived and couldn't believe it. The coat of arms on the flag spoke for itself. Was Ruin Ardell really going to try to invite Irene Prius to join his alliance? She was one of the strongest candidates for victory. Could Ruin Ardell actually know her? Seda couldn't believe he was in the same room as Irene Prius herself. How close were they? Ruin Ardell told Seda to pull himself together and stop being nervous. Malkiri warned that this girl had refused everyone who had offered her cooperation. What would happen if she refused them too? Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why was Seda acting as if he was going to confess his feelings to her? There was no need to think about the worst-case scenario in advance. The young people knocked. Irene opened the door and said she was waiting for Ruin Ardell. The girl smiled and asked if they would start the meeting by discussing their joint plan. The young people leaned over the table. In front of each of them was a carefully drawn map of the area. Irene said that the largest alliance included 14 people. The group gathered around Dalian Malkin from the Holy Magic School of Frelia. Dalian is a genius who is always among the top 5 contenders for victory. Prius added that he mainly uses holy magic and light magic. Sita logically assumed that they would not be defeated by numbers. Dalian's group would be most effective at getting on people's nerves. Ruin Ardell noted that this was not the only problem. Dumb Prime was the one to fear the most. The course of the competition would depend on his actions. The representative in charge asked if everyone was wearing protective gear. If its durability was exhausted, the participants would be automatically excluded from the competition and teleported off the island. This had to be kept in mind. A large frigate with white sails docked at the shore. The participants descended onto land along the path. Seta Malkiri was still nervous. He said that the competition hadn't even started yet, and he was already on pins and needles. Gazing into the distance at the lonely island, Seta said that they needed to survive for 3 days. Ruin Ardell said that, as expected, Doom Prime had decided to act alone. Irene noticed that no one looked down on him. Ruin Ardell declared that they needed to get a boat and go to the island. On the boat, the young people ran into a barrier. Irene said that this was their safe zone. The barrier would decrease over time. Ruin Ardell suggested they hurry up and get a good spot before everyone else. The members of the alliance hurried after our hero. After a while, Seta said that he certainly didn't want to go against the leader, but shouldn't they have bought some food at the entrance? There were some very appetizing snacks there. Irene noticed that it was Seta who had agreed to set the traps in the first place. Seta said that there was no need to be aloof, because they worked well together, like a real team. Suddenly, an explosion thundered somewhere deep in the forest. The young people were alarmed. Seta thought that a battle was already taking place somewhere. Ruin Ardell said that now it was their turn. Now Malkiri would have the opportunity to eat their fill. The protagonist warned that their prey was already there. The rival alliance advanced along the forest path, looking around intently. One of the participants asked the leader if they should take care of food later. It was uncomfortable to walk with such a heavy load. The leader of the alliance said they had to be patient. There weren't many places to get food and water here. Suddenly, the members were attacked by unknown assailants. The players realized that this was an ambush, and that they needed to form a circle of defense and do something. Malkiri activated the Iron Sphere and said that he had been waiting for them to appear. The players realized that they had been attacked by a rival alliance. Now they would have to deal with Seta Malkiri. Irene unleashed the full power of her magic on her opponents. It was 5th class ice magic, Blizzard. Malkiri thought that nothing less could be expected from Prius. She had summoned such high-level magic and hadn't even broken a sweat. The alliance that was attacked counted 3 opponents, including Irene Prius. They must be blocked and pushed back. Ruin Ardell thought that their current opponents were definitely strong magicians. After all, they were the strongest representatives of their schools. He decided that it was now Prius's turn to make his move. Our hero rushed past his opponents, leaving only a magical trail behind him. The attackers were outraged. Ruin Ardell used the skill Time Reflection. Ruin Ardell used a binding tree to immobilize his opponents and threw a fiery magic ball at them. Those under attack realized that explosive burning mana had been used against them. Now they had to dodge. The opponents scattered. Seta said that Ruin Ardell would now put an end to their efforts. Ruin Ardell continued to take out opponents with fire magic balls. Some of the members of the rival alliance were deactivated without the right to be restored. Ruin Ardell said that now it was 3 against 4. The rivals lost their confidence. Our hero, rubbing his fists, asked if these guys had bought enough food for them. After Ruin Ardell's victory, he and his allies inspected the confiscated backpacks. They even found meat. This amount of food would last them about 3 days. Seta noted that he was ready to enjoy the food instead of the losers. Suddenly, there was another powerful explosion somewhere in the forest, accompanied by a bright flash. Seta wondered if that was where Dalian's group was headed. Whoever the attackers were, they were certainly brave to take on a group of more than 10 people. Irene said it was the work of Doom Prime. It was his signature. There weren't many mages with that level of mana. Malkiri noticed that Prime had become significantly stronger over the past year. This guy didn't waste time, but continued to improve himself, physically and magically. Ruin Ardell thought that Doom Prime was indeed strong. The young people entered the empty room. There were no signs that others had gotten here before them. Here they could rest a little and start eating. Malkiri promised his colleagues that he would introduce them to the taste of Oyota steak. Ruin Ardell upset his colleague. He said that the smell of meat could give them away, so they would have to refrain from eating steak. Malkiri said that abstinence was his second nature. Irene asked how Ruin Ardell knew. Everything was happening just as he had predicted. The central settlement was the only place on the island where a group of people could find refuge. Dilly and Malkin would surely head there. And that turned out to be true. Ruin Ardell said at the time that Doom Prime would go there too. Irene wondered. Would he really go there alone, even knowing that he would face the most numerous team? Wasn't that too risky? Ruin Ardell repeated that Doom would appear there, because that was the best way to win alone. The protagonist added that Doom Prime would be collecting killer points. He would receive points for each enemy eliminated. This way of thinking was very much in line with Prime's character. Ruin Ardell said that he was just thinking about what he would do if he were in Prime's place. Besides, Prime has no choice but to take a risk in order to somehow attract the attention of the Dirty King. Irene said that Ruin is a very suspicious guy. It was decided to draw up a duty roster. Irene agreed to be the first. During her night shift, Irene approached our hero and woke him up. She informed him that they had a visitor. Ruin Ardell went to the window and carefully looked outside. Down on the lawn, he saw a stranger hiding his face under a hood. Ruin Ardell asked the girl how many there were. Irene replied that she had only seen one. She also canceled the light magic so that they would not be detected. The stranger was probably unaware of their presence. Ruin said that the stranger was coming inside, and that they needed to wake Malkiri immediately. Ruin Ardell approached the outer door, crouched down and listened. The stranger was standing outside. Our hero thought that if the person was alone, it might be Doom Prime. When the stranger was inside, he was struck by our protagonist and lay sprawled on the floor after the blow. Irene used light magic, and everyone saw who was in front of them. The stranger turned out to be a representative of the Column Academy, Callus. Callus apologized and said he had no intention of breaking in. He was just looking for a place to rest. If he had known someone was inside, he would not have disturbed them. Ruin Ardell asked, Callus Odin, where were the members of his team? There had been 6 of them. Malkiri continued to watch the window. Callus said that Doom Prime had done his best. He had eliminated all representatives of the Column Academy. Only one had survived. At the beginning of the trial, they moved forward boldly, as their alliance was quite numerous. They were going to ambush Malkin and earn themselves killer points. That's when Doom Prime appeared. He targeted them, a group that had split off to search for food. Irene was surprised. Had Prime eliminated a group of 6 people on his own? Callus explained that Prime had eliminated only one, because they immediately went on the defensive. The real trouble began later. Hearing the explosion, Dullian Mulkin set his entire team on them. They defended themselves desperately, but they couldn't hold out. Only 2, including him, managed to survive and escape. However, that wasn't the end of it. Right at that moment, Doom Prime appeared before them again. First, he started a fight with them himself. Then, when the battle gained momentum, he hid and waited for it to end. And then he followed those who managed to escape, albeit with injuries. Ruin Ardell thought that Prime had analyzed the situation and acted in his own best interests. It was a rather wise move. Doom knows how to take advantage of situations. Callus said that in light of this, he would like to ask, could they accept him into their team? Malkiri said that despite his fatigue, this player thinks like a strategist. Ruin Ardell replied that he disagreed. Our hero asked how Callus managed to escape. If they were talking about Prime, he would never have left Callus alone, even if he was wounded. Ruin Ardell said that there were only 3 possible options. Either Callus was deceiving them, or Doom Prime had deliberately spared him. And now he was hiding somewhere, watching the situation. Ruins was unable to identify the player with his unique skill. The protagonist said that it was not Callus after all. It was a puppet that needed to be destroyed. Ruin Ardell said they needed to hurry. They had to leave right now. Our hero suggested that Callus had been eliminated by the same person who created the puppet. Therefore, it was highly likely that all members of Callus's group had already been eliminated. However, what the puppet said might actually be true. Irene said she had someone in mind who could have done it. The author of such actions could be Chirk. As one of the 11 cursed children, he is the best student at Delphiniac Magic College and has also excelled in creating potions and puppets. Among other things, Chirky is a member of Malkina's group. Ruin Ardell said that in that case, they were already surrounded by enemies on all sides. Chirky discovered them with the help of a puppet. After that, other teams will also declare a hunt for them. However, the western part of the island will soon become inaccessible due to the narrowing of the barrier. Ruin Ardell recalled a saying from the Mazaroth Ocean. You have to use pirates to fight pirates. Ruins explained that they must catch their enemies with the help of their enemies. The Alliance leader asked Chirky if he had found out the location of their competitors. Chirky replied that they were hiding in the western part of the island like rats. He almost managed to outsmart them, but unfortunately, at the very last moment, he was exposed. Malkin asked, had his puppet been exposed? Cherky said he didn't know. However, Ruin Ardell had no doubts and suddenly struck with all his might. Malkin thought that Irene Prius, Seda Malkiri, and Ruin Ardell were problematic opponents. It was necessary to capture them and direct all his combat power at them. The squad began moving in the specified direction. After a while, Malkin said that they would soon be at the western base. Suddenly, there was an explosion ahead of them behind the forest, accompanied by a bright flash. Cherky took a closer look and guessed that a battle was going on there, and that they were fighting very loudly. Malkin added that in that case, Ruin Ardell must be there too. It was high time to earn some killer points. However, one of the players shouted that it was an ambush. They had to turn around, and everything would become clear. Malkin did not lose his composure and fired a holy arrow from his bow. He realized that the ambush had not been organized by Ruin Ardell. Our hero and his allies settled comfortably on the branches of a tree. Irene said that it was the holy magic of Dalian Malkin. Everything was going according to plan. Malkiri said that everyone had gathered for their fireworks, but they weren't even there. Irene asked what they should do next. Ruin Ardell said that now they would go there and collect killer points. Malkin was informed that Ruin Ardell had appeared. Irene noticed that Dalian's group had noticeably thinned out. Apparently the story about Doom Prime was true. However, they still outnumbered them. Malkiri looked at the players standing nearby and said that this would be a temporary alliance. They had to try. The opponents said that even if they joined forces, there were only 6 of them. We had to attack and finish them off. Again, a powerful explosion rang out nearby, accompanied by an excess of energy. Seda was surprised. What kind of power was this? Our hero understood what was happening. Doom Prime had appeared. Prime rushed past the temporary alliance and attacked Malkin's group. Before his opponents had time to recover, Prime began to effectively take them out, swinging his battle sword. Malkiri suggested that Prime was making it clear that he was still on their side. Irene suggested that their temporary alliance had new members. Ruin Ardell thought that Prime first wanted to get rid of Dalian's group in this way. If all the survivors had gathered here, perhaps they would soon learn the outcome of the match. Cherky did not understand why Doom was attacking only them. Malkin said that no one should retreat. They needed to unite and fight back decisively. Ruins. Ardell declared that they too must do something, that they must make their move. The protagonist activated the time refraction skill. Before their opponents could react, our hero deactivated many of them. Dumb Prime paused for a moment and stared intently at his main opponent. Prime said that he would get rid of Ruin Ardell with his own hands. Prime rushed past with his sword in his hands and continued fighting Malkin's group. Sometime later, a meeting was held in the organizer's room. The head of the academy, Ignite, noted that the 10 finalists had been determined. The Dirty King acknowledged that everyone who should have been included was included. The king reminded everyone that Ruin Ardell had promised to prove that he was better than the 11 chosen children. Elder Ignite said that he himself was curious about this. The king asked if he would be able to defeat that scoundrel Prime. Ruin Ardell conducted intensive training at the Alliance's deployment site. They settled at Base B, located near the center of the island. As a result of the previous battle, only Malkin and Cherkis remained from the largest alliance. The group of survivors, who had temporarily become allies, disappeared along with Doom Prime. Ruin Ardell studied the information in the status window and thought that for the first time in a long time, he had managed to complete the task. Irene appeared in the doorway. The protagonist said that the girl had finally woken up. Prius was surprised. Was Ruin Ardell already training? Our hero replied that it was extremely necessary for him so that his body would not itch. At breakfast, the young people concluded that Malkiri was surprisingly good at cooking. Irene apologized for yesterday. She went to bed without saying anything. Ruin noted that Irene must have been tired after her shift. Irene Prius asked what Ruin Ardell was going to do after graduation. The young man was surprised. Why was Irene interested in that? The girl said it was just normal female curiosity. His approach seemed exceptionally unique. Therefore, she thought that he would not follow the standard path either. Work, family, children. That was not for him. As soon as the magicians who compete here enter society, they begin to live in symbiosis. They can join the knightly order in their homeland, defend the country as members of the Imperial Army, become servants of the Tower of Magicians, or join a special group to earn money. All of these are so-called standard paths. Ruin Ardell sincerely admitted that he hadn't even thought about it, so he couldn't answer anything yet. Ruin Ardell reminded his interlocutor that until this year he had been the worst student, and he couldn't waste time thinking about the future because he was primarily concerned about whether he would become a mage at all. Ruin Ardell admitted that after this competition and his return to the academy, he would surely come up with some ideas. The young man asked what Irene thought about this. The girl replied that she didn't know yet either. She had never been sure what kind of mage she wanted to become. She had always done what those around her told her to do. They told her that she should become a great mage. Irene said that for starters, she would like to fight Prime. Prius added that after that, she would understand what kind of mage she wanted to become. Ruin Ardell thought that this battle was very important for the girl. Irene had always come in second place, and Doom had become a mountain she had to climb. It was a kind of homework assignment that had to be completed. Ruin Ardell thought that he respected his interlocutor for her ambitions. The young man said, "So be it. Everyone has problems that need to be solved." Prius thanked the young man for his support and understanding. The young people looked out the window and concluded that the barrier was closing in faster and faster. They needed to leave this place within an hour. Malkiri said that in that case, the only safe base for the night would be Base A in the central settlement. Irene added that if Malkin and Cherkis were hiding there, capturing the village would be a good idea. Ruins noted that they must not forget that Doom Prime could also be waiting for them there. Malkiri said that it wasn't a good idea to wait for others to join the battle. Irene pointed out that otherwise they would end up in the barrier's range. Ruin Ardell thought that attracting attention was not the best option right now. The young man said he had an idea. There weren't many people left. At this stage, even one rank higher would bring a lot of points. Everyone would act cautiously. If they had already attracted the attention of their opponents by making noise that morning, it was highly likely that most would not react to every little sound. Ruin Ardell added that this was a good chance to get Prime. Malkin and Cherkis lost members of their team today, and the remaining survivors, the weakest of all, will go into hiding. However, Prime will definitely show up, because he is confident in his abilities. Besides, if they ignore him, they may find themselves in a difficult situation. Irene asked where they should look for him. Ruin Ardell stated that he would personally take care of this and bring Prime to the specified location. Stran asked how Ruin planned to find Prime, looking at the minimap. The young man replied that they could find out how many people were inside the base. If there were 3, they were survivors. If there were 2, it was Malkin and Cherk. Prime would obviously be alone. The protagonist arrived at the desired location. Our hero stopped in front of the doors of a lonely house located on the edge of the forest. Ruin Ardell knocked on the door and told Doom Prime to come out immediately. The door burst open with a crash. Doom Prime did indeed appear on the threshold. This meeting came as a surprise to him. Ruins asked if Doom had slept well, and added that they needed to go somewhere. Malkiri saw Ruin and Doom, and asked in surprise if Prime had captured Ardell. The protagonist said that he had brought Prime here. Malkiri was surprised. What was going on here? Wasn't Ruin supposed to secretly track him down and ambush him? The young man replied that he had not planned anything like that. Ruin Ardell turned to his opponent and said that now his opponent would not be him, but Miss Irene Prius. Dum said that this girl was no match for him. Irene admitted that this might be true. Dum added that if she were eliminated now, the Dirty King would be disappointed. She should hold out a little longer to improve her rank. Irene replied that this was not her goal in this competition. She was interested in defeating Doom Prime. Ruin Ardell understood that this girl was strong, but she always came in second. She was terribly upset about her constant losses to Doom Prime. Irene considered this part of her individual assignment and could not tell anyone the details. She did not want to be asked about it. After the battle with Prime, Irene believed she would be able to understand what kind of mage she wanted to become. The battle took place after all. Irene used her magical abilities and attacked her opponent. A magic ball appeared in the girl's hands. Prius activated a blizzard. Where Doom Prime stood, there was a powerful explosion with an excess of energy. When the smoke and fire cleared, Doom found himself standing on a tiny island in the middle of a deep pit. Of course, he was ready to retaliate. Malkiri wondered if it was okay for them to just watch from the sidelines. Prime swung his sword and attacked Prius. The girl continued to use her magical abilities. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared between Irene and Doom and took the brunt of the attack. The girl was out of the attack zone. Irene was surprised. What was Ruin doing? The young man replied that he had promised to give her the opportunity to fight Prime, but they had not agreed that he would eliminate her. Ruin Ardell added that he couldn't lose a precious comrade for the sake of victory. The protagonist said that he would fight in place of Irene Prius. Prime asked, "Is Ruin Ardell going to fight alone, or with that small fry?" Seda was indignant. No one had ever called him that before. Ruin said that he alone would participate in this clash. It would be awkward if there were 2 against 1. Ruin Ardell thought that he had learned how to fight with a sword from Sir Golter. The most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow him to predict his opponent's actions. Ruin thought that if he watched Prime's feet closely, it might give him an advantage. Using this knowledge, our hero managed to dodge the attack of his opponent, who was swinging his sword at him. However, Ruin Ardell was still unable to completely avoid his opponent's impact on his body. Our hero stood in the middle of the clearing, holding his shoulder. The young man was wounded, and it was bleeding. Prime said that he was not a knight, but a mage. Dum said that people believe that mage swordsmen are not very powerful because they are not quite mages and not quite knights. But they only think that because they have never met a real mage swordsman. Prime continued his attack, swinging his sword. He told Ruin Ardell to try to respond. Prime approached his opponent at a dangerous distance. The protagonist thought that he had never faced such an opponent before. All previous times during battles with mages, Ruin attacked at their moment of weakness, when they were casting their spells. However, Doom Prime compensated for this weakness with his sword. After another swing of the sword, the protagonist received another wound. Now his leg was bleeding too. Prime said that this was called a trace of radiance. Doom added that this wound would cause pain with every movement, and at some point, Ruin, like Irene, would not be able to move a finger. Prime said that now he wanted to end it. A powerful pillar of energy burst from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Suddenly, Prime grew enormous black wings. Everyone present was amazed, because this was 5th class natural magic, the wings of Khitan. Prime was the happy owner of these wings, and using his unique magical abilities made everything around him tremble. Rocks rose into the air. Was this an earthquake? Ruin Ardell managed to hide behind a piece of broken rock. The young man thought about what to expect from a person who wins the magic festival every year. He is really strong. To avoid blood loss, the protagonist tore off a piece of his shirt and tied it above the wound on his leg. Ruin Ardell saw the ring on his hand and remembered its purpose. Dumb Prime said that he had expected something, but was completely disappointed. Ruin Ardell was forced to admit this. Our hero added that Doom Prime was extremely strong, so much so that for a moment it seemed as if he was facing an insurmountable wall. Prime asked if that meant his opponent was giving up. Ruin Ardell replied that he could not do so. The young man added that there were people who believed in him. Because of this, he wanted to defeat Prime even more. Ruin held out his hand, on which there was a ring. Dum decided that his opponent was out of his mind. He needed to teach him a lesson so that he would never dare to open his mouth again. However, the protagonist activated the Ogre's Fury skill. In that instant, everything around them was engulfed in flames. Ruin Ardell forced Prime to watch his chin and rushed to attack his opponent. Doom gripped his sword tighter with both hands. From the sidelines, it looked like an unarmed player was rushing at an opponent armed with a sword. The punch landed right on the blade of the sword. The stone on the ring came into contact with the steel of the blade. The sword was destroyed at the point of contact. Using the power of invulnerability, there was a small chance of withstanding any physical force acting on the player's body. Dumb Prime was discouraged. This had never happened to him before. Shards of the blade wounded Prime in the shoulder, and now his body was bleeding. Using his hand-to-hand combat skills, Ruin Ardell made a powerful sweep, and Prime lost his balance and fell. The protagonist approached his opponent, who was lying on his back, and said he wanted to tell him one thing. He had no enemies, but his arrogant belief that no one was better than Prime had led to his downfall. To seal the deal, Ruin Ardell delivered a series of crushing blows to his opponent lying on his back. The protagonist and his allies looked with satisfaction at their deactivated opponent. Doom Prime was no longer a threat. Seda announced that his heart had nearly jumped out of his chest. If Ruin had lost, he would have had no chance. Our hero said he was just lucky. Ruin Ardell apologized to the girl for interfering in her battle. Irene smiled and said that she was the one who should apologize. Because of her selfish desire, she had put the whole team in danger. That's why she was apologizing. Ruin Ardell said that she was unable to achieve her goal in this match because of him. Prius told Ardell to forget about it. That goal no longer existed. Irene said that now she was interested not in Prime, but in Ruin Ardell. The young man warned that it would not be easy with him. Irene replied that she was ready for that. One day she would surpass him, and it would cost her nothing. Thus, including this alliance, there were 5 participants left. Malkin and Cherky fought with all their might. However, the 2 of them were no match for our hero's team. The rivals were activated and taken out of action. Ruin Ardell said that now there were 3 of them left, stuck together. Seda admitted that he couldn't even imagine that they would get this far. Ruin Ardell warned that he was not going to give in to them. Irene announced that she was giving up at this stage. She was not in the best shape right now. The girl suggested fighting another time, when they were ready. Ruin understood that Irene was tired, and said he would remember her offer. Malkiri said that even though Ruin was the leader, he would not back down so easily. There would be no mercy, as there had been last time. Ruin Ardell took a boxing stance and said he was ready to start right now. Seda suggested waiting a little longer. The students celebrated and congratulated the winner, the representative of the Ignite Academy. Everyone raised their mugs to Ruin Ardell. Our hero's comrades approached him and said that he had not been in the dormitory, so they figured he would be here. Irene and Seda stood in front of Ruin. The girls said that they couldn't miss the congratulatory party in honor of Ruin Ardell, with whom they had shared joys and sorrows. Ruin Ardell thought that these two were behaving as they always had. After the battle for survival, our hero became the sole victor. Dumb Prime received a lot of killer points, but his rank suffered greatly due to his relatively small number of survival points. The other contenders for victory, Malkin and Prius, also fell below our hero. The young man thought that if he could continue in the same vein, victory would cease to be just a dream. The student was delighted. Who would have thought that he would be able to sit at the same table with Irene? A proposal was made to drink once more to the goddess who had descended upon them. Irene asked them not to say that again. Dumb Prime thought he had lost, that he had slackened. The player did not expect his opponent to aim at his sword instead of him. Dumb thought he had noticed this at the very moment he raised his sword in defense, but he couldn't prevent it. Prime thought he had lost right in front of the Dirty King. Prime asked his colleague if the Dirty King was looking for him. The answer was no. His colleague said he shouldn't worry so much. Most likely, the Dirty King wasn't calling Prime for his own good, knowing that he was tired and needed to rest. Doom admitted that he needed to be alone. The young man understood everything and said he was leaving. The Dirty King thought that Ruin Ardell had defeated Prime. The next generation of magicians was already here. The king told the head of the academy that after Ruin Ardell's victory, he couldn't stop smiling. It hurt his pride as an organizer. It was impossible to look at the boy's face in the competition hall without tears. The great festival was coming to an end. Several days had passed since the end of the battle for survival. Meanwhile, in the group competition, the Ignite Academy secured 4th place with a total score of 5 wins and 2 losses. In the last game, they lost the battle for 3rd place. But for them, it was already a miracle. Only the final individual match remained, the triathlon. It was an obstacle course on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Since this was a battle between mages, it was possible to complete the course by riding a summoned beast or overcoming time and space with teleportation. Malkiri asked Ruin how he felt. After all, everyone was shouting his name. How did it feel to be the center of attention in this competition? Ruina replied that it was difficult for him to say yet. He still did not understand his feelings. Our hero wanted to enjoy this amazing moment, but he could not do so yet, because it was too early to celebrate victory before the final champion was determined. Seta kindly reminded everyone that today would be an individual competition, and he would not give in, so Ruin Ardell would have to try not to shy away. The judge told everyone to get ready. The tension was mounting. After the start, everyone moved in their own direction. Seda immediately called on his combat defender. Churk activated his invisibility. The spectators were surprised to see that Ruin Ardell hadn't even moved. Everyone except our hero was moving, using their magical abilities to constantly increase their speed. A group of armed monsters appeared in front of the tournament participants. They were aggressive. Malkin suggested that all participants form a temporary alliance to resist the monsters. Malkin added that he had known Prime for 6 years, but that it was difficult to get along with him. In that case, it was every man for himself. Prime, without slowing down, wedged himself into the group of monsters and began to destroy them. However, the player was thinking about something completely different. Prime was interested in why Ruin Ardell was still missing. How far could he have run? Although no one had seen him since the start, that meant he wasn't ahead. Dumb thought that he had been running ahead of everyone from the start, and only these two were nearby. It was becoming obvious that Ruin Ardell was still behind. What kind of tactic was this? Prime asked Irene where Ruin Ardell was now. Why wasn't that guy here yet? Prius replied that she didn't know, but it was indeed strange. In any case, the monsters were finished. They had been ahead of everyone else for a long time. Why hadn't anyone, including Ruin Ardell, shown up? Malkin said that was a good point. Enough time had passed to catch up with them. Suddenly there was a noise, and a cloud of dust rose from the forest. When the dust settled, Ruin Ardell appeared in the clearing. The young man said that he had finally caught up with them. Irene asked what had happened to the other participants. Ruin Ardell said that they were no longer there. A short time ago, the spectators were still wondering why Ruin Ardell was standing still. Had he given up? Ruin Ardell thought that he had been waiting for this day ever since he decided to participate in the Great Festival. As someone who had been training his endurance for more than 6 months, he was more than confident in himself. However, the protagonist understood that as a melee mage, he was at a disadvantage, exposing his back to the enemies following him. That is why our hero needed a strategy. Ruin Ardell was going to destroy everyone, one by one. Approaching his opponents from behind, Our hero opened the scoring and deactivated everyone he approached. At some point, Ruin Ardell stopped even counting how many people he had taken out. Malkiri was surprised when Ruin Ardell managed to catch up with him. Ruins approached Seth and said that he had to understand him. Seda asked if their endless battle had begun again. That's good. Ruins Ardell apologized and incapacitated Malkiri in the same way he had incapacitated the others. Irene correctly understood that Ruin had eliminated everyone else. The protagonist noticed that some might still try to re-enter the race. However, at that moment, there were no other participants besides them. Doom Prime, as expected, was aggressive. Prime declared that this time everything would be different. Ruins Ardell did not try to evade responsibility and was ready to fight each of those present. Prime wanted to turn his sword on his opponent right away, but, as Ruin said, several people were still pursuing them. Prime jumped onto his magical horse and said that they would meet again. Malkin was surprised. Was Prime really going to force his way through? There was a trap zone there. A trap zone. Once upon a time, this castle, stuffed with deadly mechanisms, served to protect treasures. But now that all the valuables had been captured, the traps served as obstacles in the competition. It was a dangerous place where you could get seriously injured if you rushed forward recklessly. Therefore, the safe and recommended way to pass through was to first disable the traps. This made the area an ideal testing ground for magical knowledge and crisis management skills. However, disabling the traps took too much time. Strawn asked the owner, did he really want to destroy the wall? Ruin Ardell replied that this was the fight method. Strawn agreed, but added that a person would not be able to break through such a thick wall. Ruins Ardell reminded him that these were the ruins of an abandoned castle. Strawn understood. The host was targeting dilapidated areas. Ruins began to study the castle wall with the help of the player's eye. Careful scanning led to success. Our hero found a spot that was vulnerable to destruction. Ruins began to strike blow after blow at the weakened spot on the wall. Cracks began to appear. Malkin wondered, what is this guy doing? Does he really want to break through the wall? Irene said that this was to be expected from Ruin Ardell. Malkin understood that Irene and Ruin were close. But didn't the girl think this was going too far? Irene told Malkin not to be so clever and to look at the result of Ruin Ardell's work. There was indeed a significant hole in the huge wall. Malkin said it was madness. How was this possible? Irene noticed that she was right. Malkin delicately asked if he could use this passage. The answer was no. Ruins Ardell went to the other side of the wall and blocked the passage with a few blows. Malkin was forced to admit that Ruins Ardell was greedy. Strand said he was impressed. The master was able to break through a strong wall with only a small amount of force. That's because he managed to use his head. Ruin Ardell said that now only he and Prime remained. Prime looked back and saw his opponent approaching. Strawn announced that the guy had already left the castle. However, it was obvious that he was in a hurry. He even got an arrow in his shoulder. Ruins Ardell wondered if Prime really wanted to defeat him that badly. Prime's horse stumbled. The protagonist thought that the time to summon his spirit steed had expired. From then on, the competitors moved on foot. Ruin Ardell declared that no one could beat him in a race. At one point, the rivals grappled with each other and, falling off a cliff, flew down. Ruin suggested that they complete the last stage together. Down below, in the gorge, a rushing river awaited the young men. Both ended up in the water. Ruin Ardell thought it was a great move. He would have been at a disadvantage if he had used magic before jumping off the cliff. Now he had to swim quickly. However, Prime did not lose his composure and began to use his magical abilities. A magic ball appeared in his hands, with which he influenced the river. Ruin said that people were swimming here, so the river could not be frozen. However, the river was frozen, and the protagonist was stuck chest-deep in the water. Prime mounted his magical horse again, and said that he should not worry about such things during the competition. Dum turned around and galloped away on his steed. Ruin was frozen in the river. Even in this state, our hero managed to mobilize himself and activate the fireball in his hand, beginning to thaw the river. After a short time, Ruin was unblocked and able to continue moving. Looking back, Prime saw his opponent again. But that's impossible. How did Ruin manage to catch up with him? Our hero realized that they would soon arrive at the Altane Stadium. There were no obstacles left on the way, so all that remained was to run. Ruins jumped high and suggested that Prime arrange a rematch. Doom would have liked to avoid this fight in his current state. However, Ruin Ardell caught up with his opponent. A cloud of dust rose. Nothing could be seen. The spectators in the stadium were able to watch the competition on a large screen. However, due to the dust, it was unclear who had won. Prime's magical horse ran into the stadium. However, the rider was missing. What happened to the magicians? When the dust cleared, everyone saw that Ruin Ardell was standing on his feet. Doom Prime was lying nearby. Ruin suggested that his opponent had overreached when passing through the trap zone. His movements were now somewhat clumsy. And yet Prime said that there was no need to think about such things during the competition. The protagonist said that in that case, he was leaving. Ruin Ardell won 2 awards. In the Battle for Survival and in the Triathlon, won in individual competitions, and ultimately took first place. Thus, the great festival came to an end for our hero. The audience shouted that Ruin Ardell was the magician of the next generation. Many chanted his name and began to call him the magician of the next generation, instead of the failure. These voices felt like words addressed to a man who had endured 6 years of suffering. Locked in a dark cave of isolation, to that lonely Ruin Ardell who had done a tremendous job. These encouraging cheers were a reward for his hard work. Our hero was grateful to everyone for their support and warm words. He didn't want to lose that support. Looking out the window at the arriving carriages, the students said that there were a lot of them. Malkin said that they were all selected nobles. Ruin Ardell noted that not everyone had been invited. It turned out that they were here to see the winner, Ruin Ardell. Our hero was bored sitting at the festive table. He wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible. Ruina looked up and saw Irene Prius in front of him. Irene said that it was all strange. The people here weren't even trying to talk to the winner. Ruina Ardell suggested that they saw him as a smug person because he came to the banquet dressed without enthusiasm. Irene said that this was not out of the question. The girl added that, based on what she had heard, that wasn't the only reason. It would not be an exaggeration to say that most of the nobles came here to meet the winner. But even if he looked smug, how come no one even tried to talk to him? Irene noted that there was a theory that someone had reserved the young man, a person so powerful that no nobleman would dare to speak to Ruin Ardell. The start of the evening banquet was announced. The dinner with the Dirty King was full of dishes, as if it had been prepared for an imperial feast. But in reality, the dinner was a cover for a debriefing of the past competition. Those present, of course, would have preferred to avoid this. This meal was known as the banquet under the guillotine among those who had performed poorly. Our hero thought that only the Dirty King would be present, but 2 seats were reserved for guests of honor. The arrival of the Dirty King was announced. Everyone present froze in a deep bow. A young man appeared with the king and was also honored. Those present welcomed the crown prince. An awkward silence fell over the table. No one dared to speak until the king spoke first. The Dirty King said that none of the 11 chosen ones had been able to defeat Ruin Ardell even once. Was the gap in their skills really that great? He admitted that he was disappointed and felt awkward calling them his children. Prime said he would no longer dare to show himself in a bad light. The king noted that second place was nothing more than an illusion created by incompetent people. The only thing this great festival proved was that the old saying that a dragon can rise even from a small stream was indeed true. Ruin Ardell felt uncomfortable. This banquet seemed to have been arranged to slap the 11 chosen children in the face, and he himself was used only as an excuse. However, the Dirty King was not the only one who made our hero feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. There was a man whose gaze had long burned a hole in him. Samerthan Raynak, the Crown Prince. Even in the disadvantageous position of the third son, he used his sharp mind and outstanding political acumen to push his brothers to the edge of the empire, becoming the sole heir to the throne. He was a man whose oratory skills and combat abilities were close to perfection. Ruin Ardell understood who Irene Prius had been talking about recently. A powerful man. Perhaps it was the Crown Prince. The king asked our hero how he felt about winning the great festival. Ruin Ardell replied that he was currently feeling uncomfortable. The king was surprised. Ruin added that he was satisfied with the results of the competition, but he was unhappy to realize that his victory was being used as an excuse to belittle the efforts of other participants and cause them irritation. The king said that this feeling of inferiority was the best fuel for growth. Wasn't Ruin Ardell familiar with this? Ruin replied that he saw this as nothing more than an attempt to stir up hostility towards him. Pointing out weaknesses and encouraging the desire to improve are completely different approaches from sowing hostility based on feelings of inferiority. Ruin Ardell noted that he did not come from some little stream. His homeland Ardell may be small, but it is a beautiful country. The Igni Academy where he studies should not be belittled as a small stream either. The Dirty King did not expect such a conversation with this young man. The Crown Prince said that Ruin Ardell was a real headache. He even dared to talk back to his godfather. The king admitted that this student was a very interesting young man. Samerthan Raynak asked where he came from. Those present began to discuss our hero's words that he did not come from a small stream, but from the small but beautiful country of Ardell. Many dreamed of visiting it. Irene told Ruin not to do anything like that again. Ruin Ardell promised that it would not happen again. Probably. The king said it was an excellent victory speech. But since he had already heard a similar idealistic story from the head of the academy, Tyrion, it would not change his opinion. However, the king acknowledged that the student's words sounded fresher than those of his mentor, and therefore he was looking forward to what the future would bring. The king announced the end of the banquet. The crown prince invited our hero to have a cup of tea together. Summerth and Raynak added that refusal would not be accepted. The young men talked privately over a cup of tea. Our hero was curious. What did the crown prince want to tell him? Clearly not to congratulate him on his victory in the great festival. Summerth and Raynak offered our hero a job working for him, and added that he would not take no for an answer on this matter either. The crown prince gave Ruin Ardell a month to finish all his urgent business. Raynak promised to arrange for his transfer to a special school for battle mages, and to prepare a place for him to live. Of course, the young man would have to consider naturalization. After all, it was not fitting for the crown prince's closest ally to be a foreigner. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why was this necessary? Didn't the Empire have countless magnificent mages? Dumb Prime alone was worth his weight in gold. The crown prince said that Prime had ultimately lost. How could Ruin suggest that he take a loser? Summerth and Raynak explained that it was better to keep certain things in mind when talking to him. He preferred a simple yes as an answer rather than counter questions. But in this case, he would still answer. The first reason for his decision was a personal recommendation from his godfather. Several years ago, he told the king to let him know if he came across a promising mage. But until now, he had not recommended anyone. The second reason is the courage of Ruin Ardell, who wore this outfit to meet him and the king. Meanwhile, the others were trying their best to impress those in power. The courage to stand up to the king and openly declare his position. Finally, the courage bordering on recklessness to continue asking questions despite warnings. The crown prince added that in matters of politics, sometimes you need someone who will express an interesting point of view. Ruin Ardell asked if that meant he was only required to give advice. Raynak said he didn't need advice. He needed protection from his brothers, who were unable to accept their younger brother as crown prince. Ruin Ardell said he did not want that. Raynak noted that this was precisely why he said he would not accept refusal. The highest authority in the Empire belongs to the crown prince. The opportunity to become his closest ally is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Most mages end up joining forces with influential people anyway. Even in the Magic Tower, where mages spend their entire lives studying magic. Ruin Ardell thought that if he missed this chance, he might seriously regret it in the future. Ruin said that there were still many things he wanted to do. The protagonist did not want to become someone's mage. The crown prince said that he considered the young man to be a sensible person, but he turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. Such an opportunity hardly ever comes along, even once in a lifetime. Wouldn't he regret it? Ruin replied that it was possible. The crown prince suggested pretending that this conversation had never taken place. Raynak noted that Ruin Ardell was called the brightest gem of the past festival. Collecting such gems was his hobby, and there was not a single gem that he had not obtained. The crown prince added that this was because he destroyed what he could not possess. Ruin Ardell thought that the crown prince's last words definitely sounded like a threat. The young man wondered if he had made the right decision. Our hero still wanted to be a mage. When he met with the king, Raynak said that he was curious about the man who had earned his recommendation. And as it turned out, he was indeed an outstanding guy in many ways. The king suggested that the dialogue had not gone well. Raynak said that he had even threatened him, but it had no effect. The king asked if the crown prince was going to give up. Raynak said that the king knew him. He had nothing stronger than his passion for collecting. Ruin Ardell would belong to him in any case. Ruin Ardell did not interrupt his intense training, achieving his goals every day. Strand admitted that the young man's body was getting better every day. Ruin Ardell said he didn't want to hear that from another man. Strand replied that he was a woman. The protagonist was surprised. Why was she a woman? Strand replied that she was born that way. Ruin was surprised. Did incarnations have a gender? Strand said indignantly that Ruin had never asked about it before. Ruin pointed out that they had been sitting together in the bathroom. Strand replied that there was nothing to look at there. The young man became angry. If Strand said so, then he had already seen everything. Ruin Ardell got up and headed for the house. Strand asked him to wait. Ruin declared that from now on, Strand was forbidden to joke about this topic. The express long-distance train arrived at the platform. The young people said goodbye. Malkin told Ruin Ardell to take care of himself and stick to his daily routine. After the train departed, a young man approached our hero and said that it was time for them to leave as well. After the protagonist's friends had gone home, he, as the winner of the festival, had to first visit Revidine to complete all the items on the schedule. A man who introduced himself as Street Cat accompanied our hero. This man turned out to be a high-level mage whose characteristics could not be discerned even with the help of the player's eye. Consequently, the street cat was at least at the level of the academy professors. Street Cat said he wanted to briefly outline the plan of action. First, the young man would go to the Imperial Palace to offer his congratulations. Ruin Ardell told his interlocutor that it was not necessary to address him formally. Our hero pointed out that he was only 16 years old. The street cat replied that this did not cause him any inconvenience. His companion suggested returning to the schedule. Ruin Ardell thought that this guy was incredibly meticulous and businesslike. The street cat said that Ruin Ardell would go to the magic tower, where the artifact would choose him. Ruin was surprised. What did choose mean? The street cat said that Ruin might leave without an artifact at all, because it was the object that had to choose him. Ruin Ardell wondered if this meant that the artifacts in the tower had self-awareness, like Kingren. Next, the winner of the festival would be assigned a mission. Due to his status as a student, Ruin Ardell could not receive any missions, but an exception was made for the winner of the great festival. This could be seen as an announcement to the world that the next generation of mages had arrived. Ruin Ardell said it was like a debut. The street cat said that now the young man can choose the mission he likes best from the list. Our hero arrived at the Peony Palace, the residence of the Crown Prince. He was told that everyone was already waiting. The doors swung open, and the owner of the apartments appeared before our hero. The Crown Prince welcomed Ruin Ardell to his empire. First, our hero received 10,000 gold coins from the Crown Prince. This amount exceeded the annual budget of the Ardell territory. The prince said that if this was not enough, Ruin Ardell could come to him at any time. The doors of the Peony Palace were always open to him. Ruin Ardell thought that the Crown Prince had not yet given up on him. Our hero hurried to move on to the next item on his schedule. Ruin told his escort that the people here must have good stamina, especially if they have to walk around the palace all day. The street cat asked him to refrain from joking comments. The young man was to meet the Tower Master, who had no sense of humor. The escort asked if Ruin Ardell had finally decided to take that mission. The answer was affirmative. The street cat realized that the young man had chosen the most difficult task. The protagonist said that the task looked interesting, but what would the Tower Master say? Our hero was met by the Dirty King. He said that Ruin Ardell had chosen the mission from the list. However, the mission of subjugation would have been easier. In that case, the young man could have gone with the Imperial Army Guards and simply destroyed several bandit groups that had appeared near Siciliano. This would have earned him a reputation as a hero. However, Ruin preferred to go there, to the lifeless wasteland, Heavenly Mountain. Strand suggested choosing it as the first mission. This place is Kingren's homeland. Strand added that this was where Drac had lived for 100 years. A remote area north of the Kingdom of Radian, rumored to be inhabited by ancient ogres. However, there are no ogres left there now, because, apart from the living artifact of Kingren, located in the Academy, the rest of their kind perished in the Great War. The place turned into a lifeless desert after the ogres disappeared. There is a reason why search missions in that area are assigned the highest level of difficulty. It's all because of the barrier, a barrier that cannot be destroyed by any spell. To this day, no scientist or mage has been able to unravel the mystery of the Heavenly Mountain barrier. This mission is to find out the nature of the barrier. The king was curious why Ruin was interested in researching a wasteland where there seemed to be nothing. Perhaps the young man was intrigued by the hypothesis that the wrath of the ogre god had turned that place into a sanctuary. Ruin Ardell thought that others had no reason to go there. However, it was in those lands that the Dracagonia, the destroyer of worlds, had lived for 100 years. That alone was enough. But there was no need to explain all this to the king. Our hero said that the mission was of the highest level of difficulty, and that was reason enough. The king remarked that if that was all there was to it, he would recommend choosing another task. The reason for the increased difficulty was not the high level of activity in the area, but the mystery that no one had been able to solve. Ruin Ardell remarked, "If a 16-year-old mage reveals the secret, won't that achievement be even more impressive?" The king said that otherwise, the young man would become the first winner of the great festival in history to fail the mission. Ruin Ardell replied that it was too early to rule out an impressive achievement. The king asked if the young man knew why he had recommended him to the Crown Prince. It was because he wanted to keep Ruin Ardell in Revedine so he could watch him. The king also asked if his unique ability was the reason for the increased interest in this mission. The king added that in any case, he would be watching over the young man. Although our hero said he could handle it, he wasn't sure if he could succeed. Strand asked why he was worried. Ruin said that the place had not been visited for several hundred years. Would he be able to find out anything after so much time had passed? Strand noted that so far, no one had been able to get results by human means. But the master should be able to do it. Ruin Ardell objected that he was also human. Strand pointed out that the master had abilities that exceeded human capabilities. There was a knock at the door. Ruin Ardell replied that they could come in. The door swung open, and Street Cat and Delightful Boar appeared on the threshold. Ruin Ardell explained to Strand that this was the Dirty King's preference. All the magicians of the Magic Tower had similar nicknames. Delightful Boar said it was time for them to leave. Now they had to proceed to the artifact room, where the young man would receive his final reward. The artifacts in the Magic Tower are divided into 4 zones. Zone C contains the most common artifacts, while Zone X contains the rarest ones. The Street Cat said that they would take Ruin Ardell to Zone A. Entry to Zone X is only permitted in the case of a special event. Even the Emperor is denied entry there. Our hero followed his escorts and looked around. They started with Zone C. The protagonist was very surprised when he found himself holding a magic sword. The escorts said that they only collect and store items in good condition that were obtained during the Great War against the demons. Ruin Ardell thought that this magic sword was no worse than the shining sword used by Doom Prime. This was to be expected from the artifact room of the Magic Tower. Even the items in Zone C were better than the storerooms of many nobles. Our hero saw the book, Specialization in Transformation. He thought it was lost, but all this time it had been kept here. The Delightful Boar noticed that the publication was over 100 years old. The Street Cat said that young people are allowed to read all the books while in the Magic Tower. The Tower Master sometimes gives them permission to look at them, but taking them away is strictly forbidden. Zone B was a treasure trove of knowledge. It had everything from forgotten magical treatises to rare historical publications and legendary writings. Leaving behind the captivating charm of this place, our hero headed for Zone A. However, none of the artifacts in this zone reacted to our hero. Ruin Ardell asked his companions if there had ever been cases where artifacts did not choose anyone. The Delightful Boar said that this had happened, but extremely rarely. If a visitor is a mage who is allowed to enter Zone A, it is assumed that they are capable of attracting the attention of at least a few artifacts. Ruin Ardell noted that all the items had rejected him, and admitted that it was even a little sad. Strand said that there was no need to be upset about the junk. Of course, for humans, all these items would be considered treasures. But the truly valuable things were not here. Strand pointed to a dark door at the back of the room and said that the real treasures were there, in Zone X. Strand suggested that there must be at least one artifact created by a dragon there. A unique pungent aroma emanated from there, the scent of a creature that had never washed its scales. Ruin Ardell said that he could not get there yet, and suggested focusing on the available artifacts. Suddenly, strange transformations began to occur in Zone A. A glow appeared and the wind picked up. The Delightful Boar cried out in horror, "It happened!" A special event. This happened for the first time in 56 years. The Dirty King inquired, "Did Kunhan's tooth react to it? Does this mean that he is talented enough to be the next to take the throne?" There are 3 artifacts in Zone X, each with a completely different level of power. The first artifact is the Staff of Algala. The second artifact is the Armor of Morshi. The third artifact is the Tooth of Kunhan. All 3 items have one thing in common. They allow their owners to stand at the top. Algal's staff belonged to Algal, the first mage of the human race. This artifact can infinitely increase the destructive power of its owner, and is also a symbol of the King of Mages. 56 years ago, the staff chose Tehran as its owner. Before that, everyone chosen by this artifact held the highest position in the tower. Morshi's armor provides absolute protection against any physical and magical attack. They choose their owner once a century, and each of them has become a legendary knight. However, the Root Tooth of Kunhan, the first leader of the ogres, being the most mysterious artifact, has not chosen anyone for itself for several hundred years. And today, it chose Ruin Ardell. Does this mean that the young man has truly mastered the power of the throne? The Dirty King asked Street Cat if Ruin Ardell had easily lifted Kunhan's tooth. The attendant replied that it had happened with incredible ease. The Tooth of Kunhan is so heavy that it takes the strength of more than 5 adult men to move it. Such an artifact certainly cannot be lifted alone. Incredible physical strength comparable to that of an ogre, and being chosen for a special mission to search the area around Heavenly Mountain. All this came together in the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. The Dirty King ordered Street Cat to summon everyone, all the mages of the Scream. The protagonist decided to travel west to reach Heavenly Mountain. The time limit for completing the mission was 1 month. The escort gave him a permit, an ID, and a monotrain ticket. Ruin Ardell asked if Street Cat had anything to say to him. The attendant replied that as a mage of the Magic Tower, who was not allowed to have his own opinion, he had no right to speak. But as a senior member, he would say a few words. The Magic Tower is incredibly kind to mages who bow down to it. but terrifyingly cold-hearted to those who disobey it. Ruin Ardell must know which category he belongs to. The young man must be cautious and question everything. The ancient castle of Teshiran. It is the closest city to Heavenly Mountain, created to protect the continent from ogre invasions. It is also known as the Shield of the Continent. In this regard, Teshiran is surrounded by high walls comparable in size to those of the capital, and possesses a strong iron will. At least that's what it said in the books. However, the city turned out to be quite deserted. Strand frowned. This city was built to hold back the ogres, but that threat disappeared on its own. Strand noticed that the day had barely begun, and the local soldiers were already drunk. But they said that in this city, everyone fought bravely against enemies. Our hero realized that the real world was very different from what was written in the books. The protagonist approached a man who was sleeping peacefully on a bench in broad daylight. The man apologized for daring to doze off, not realizing that he was in the presence of a mage. Ruin Ardell asked where he could get a horse. The man admitted that they did not have a single horse at the moment. Ruin Ardell asked if there were any stables nearby. The man replied that this was the only stable in Teshiran. Strand was surprised. How was it possible that there were no horses in the stable? Ruin Ardell admitted that it was very wasteful to maintain a stable without animals. The man said that they had 3 horses that morning, but they had all been taken away. Previously, the only visitors were flies, but today some guests had arrived. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What kind of visitors could have appeared today? Our hero wondered. Where did these people come from, who wanted to take horses in Teshiran, where no one usually comes? Could it be just a coincidence? Ruin remembered the words of the street cat, that everything should be questioned. Ruin asked if Strand felt the same way. Strand replied that he had felt it since the moment he got off the train. The protagonist realized that he was being followed. Upon discovering the surveillance, Ruin Ardell took immediate action. He told the hotel staff to let him know if anyone asked about him. After that, our hero decided to take a walk around the city to lure his pursuers out. They would think that he had left the hotel, so they would go there and start asking about him. Ruin Ardell assumed that his pursuers were people from the Rainak Empire. Our hero did not know whether they had been sent by the Crown Prince, who was angry at his unwillingness to comply with the naturalization order, or by the King of Magicians, who had shown excessive interest in him. However, both options were equally unpleasant. The young man decided that he needed to sort everything out before he went directly to Heavenly Mountain. Our hero could not allow his pursuers to follow him after the surveillance became obvious. At the inn, the young man was told that no one had come in. Strand assumed that this man was not lying. The man said that something was troubling him. He had a memory lapse of about 3 minutes. Ruin Ardell realized that this was mind control, a high-level 6th-class spell capable of subjugating the human mind. The person loses their memories of being under control, and the caster gains the ability to look into their memories. Ruin Ardell said that the enemies turned out to be much more careful and powerful. If they looked into this man's memories, they realized that they had already been discovered. Ruin Ardell returned to his hotel room. Everything looked the same as he had left it before leaving. However, there was a note hanging on the wall. It said that they did not intend to harm the young man, so there was no need to waste time trying to find out who they were. He could just continue with his mission. Ruin Ardell thought that they even dared to enter his room, leaving a message hinting that he should not try to find out their identities. It was a clear threat. The protagonist left the hotel and ran away. Strand asked what he was going to do. The young man replied that he intended to find them and bring them to justice. Our hero activated the minimap. Now he could see everything clearly. Ruin Ardell increased his speed and told his pursuers to try not to fall behind. Our hero ran fast. It was no wonder he had won first place in the triathlon. The pursuers asked the elder if they should follow this guy. The man with the tattoo on his neck said that this guy was the winner of the great festival, but he wanted to play with him. It was difficult to refuse him. The order was given to continue the pursuit, but not to do anything to the young man. At one point, the pursuer said that Ruin Ardell's trail had been lost. The senior objected, saying that this was not the case, that the young man was simply waiting for them. And indeed now our hero jumped out of ambush and attacked the magicians of Crick. Ruin Ardell was swift and decisive, so the pursuers received a punch to the jaw. The senior of the magicians of Crick stood silently aside. The man said he was curious about who this person was. But Ruin turned out to be a real monster. The young man asked who they were. The man was surprised. Didn't he know? The head of the tower had sent them. He wanted them to watch over their younger comrade. Ruin noted that this was outright surveillance. The man replied that it made no difference. In any case, it was nice to see his abilities. He added that they would meet again and, tearing up the talisman, teleported away. One of the immobilized mages had a skull tattoo on his neck. He was a vicious mage. Ruin Ardell said that the group of vicious mages was shrouded in mystery. The only thing he knew was that these mages of the Magic Tower were exclusively engaged in dirty work. The secret organization is called the Corrupt Mages. The only information available is their name, and the fact that they have tattoos. What exactly they do, how powerful their mages are, and who their leader is unknown. Strawn asked what the young man planned to do after the skirmish with the mages. Ruin Ardell replied that he had mixed feelings. It seems that they are weaker than the representatives of the Great Festival. But he was not sure about the abilities of one of them. He used a high-level 6th class spell. So he is not an ordinary opponent. Moreover, this man continues to pursue him, but from a distance. Ruin Ardell thought that for starters, he would make this pursuer appear before him. The next day, our hero immediately set off for Heavenly Mountain. A horse was found for him. The path to it was an endless barren land, devoid of any life. However, the guy felt that he was approaching his destination. Ruin Ardell stopped, dismounted, and said that his power circle would not calm down. Our hero found himself at the foot of Heavenly Mountain. The young man did not understand how to get inside. Ruin wondered what a mind unlike that of a human actually meant. Strand said that this was the only way to pass through the barrier. Strand explained that if he were human, he would try to destroy the barrier. Ruin Ardell noted that this was the first thing that came to his mind. Strand said that this barrier could not be destroyed by human means. Ruin thought for a moment and said that he could call on the ogres to help open the door. Strand remarked that they had finally come to some conclusion. Ruin Ardell asked in surprise, "Didn't the ogres of Heavenly Mountain perish to the last man?" Strand replied that this was merely human opinion. Strand reminded him that Ruin's ability was not for confirming or refuting, but for destroying. Ruin Ardell held out his hands and asked if they could hear him. He knew they were pretending not to be there. The young man said he had come to return the tooth of the leader Kunhan. If anyone could hear him, they should open the door. Incredible transformations began to take place before our hero. Flashes and unusual swirls appeared in the air. The pursuer, who was watching Ruin Ardell, said in surprise that this guy had passed. He was able to do what no one before him had been able to do. The evil mage approached the same place, but the passage closed again. The man did not understand what was happening. The next moment, Ruin Ardell's fist appeared out of nowhere in front of the wicked mage. The young man delivered a stunning blow, and the evil mage flew far back. Everything around them shook. Was it an earthquake? The evil mage, unable to move, was showered with stones flying from all sides. Ruin Ardell activated the binding tree, and the pursuer was bound hand and foot. Our hero said that the pursuer must have decided to get him at that very moment. However, he fell into a trap. That's it for the game of tag. Out of nowhere, a huge ogre appeared and attacked the evil mage. The ogre swung his club at the pursuer, and the evil mage was finished. The ogre turned to our hero and asked who this man was. Strand managed to warn him that ogres have the mind of a beast. Fortunately, our hero managed to pass through the barrier of Heavenly Mountain. As soon as this happened, he felt as if he had entered another world. He then followed the ogre. The ogre elder asked what the man was doing there. Why didn't he smell like a human? He smelled just like them. Strand told the master to be careful. Human morality is unknown to them. Our hero believed that the ogres had not harmed him because of Kunhan's tooth. But it was unclear when they might decide to take his life. The ogres said they were at their destination. It was Heaven's Peak. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was this really the summit? But there was another one. Ruin Ardell realized that it was not the peak, but an ogre. The huge ogre said his name was Chieftain Karkan. He asked if the man really had Kunhan's relic. Karkan was much larger than the other ogres. Chieftain Karkan said he welcomed the man as a guest. He had not yet decided to tear him to pieces and feed him to the eagles. Who was this man? Ruin Ardell repeated what he had said at the entrance. He had been chosen by Kunhan's tooth. The chieftain said that this was a lie. A human could not wield this object. Ruin Ardell declared that he was telling the truth. The young man took the tooth out of his pocket and said he could prove it. Karkan saw the tooth and believed it was true. Karan said that he had sensed the smell of a human since he arrived, and he was filled with power. Ruin Ardell admitted that he was quite strong. Karkan said that in that case he wanted to hear who this man was. Ruin Ardell asked if they knew the name Dragonia. It belonged to a dragon that once lived here on Heavenly Mountain. The ogre asked how the man knew this name. Ruin replied that he had heard it from Kingren. Karkan was surprised. Was Kingren still alive? Ruin Ardell replied that he was alive as an artifact in his academy. One of his professors, so to speak. The young man said that they were curious to know who he was. He was a friend of Kingren, the former ruler of Heavenly Mountain, the man chosen by Kunhan's tooth, and the one who inherited the power of the Destroyer of Worlds, Drak. The protagonist said his name was Ruin Ardell. The young man asked if, now that they knew all this, they intended to send him to be eaten by eagles. Chieftain Karkin said he had no intention of doing so. They welcomed the man with open arms. Ruin Ardell found himself in a huge pit next to a large stone. He told Strana that the ogres had mentioned hospitality. Strand said that ogres undergo an initiation ceremony when they come here. If a person wants to be treated as an equal, he must prove that he is worthy of it. Drac also went through this. This must be proven through arm wrestling. A huge ogre appeared before the young man. The ogre said he was the son of Amerikan and his name was Omarush. Was this the man they were supposed to welcome? Ruin Ardell couldn't believe it. Was this giant really going to be his opponent in arm wrestling? Something seemed wrong here. The ogres shouted for Omarush to crush this man quickly. Ruin Ardell asked if he would be fed to the birds if he lost. Strand said he wasn't sure. The protagonist was indeed frightened by his opponent's enormous physique, but he did not go into it blindly. The match between an ordinary man and a giant looked more than ridiculous. But thanks to the artifact, the young man also possessed extraordinary physical strength. Ever since Ruin Ardell got his hands on Kunhan's tooth, his strength had increased by 1,000 points. Now his strength was 3,250. So victory was entirely possible. Omarush said that he did not think he was facing an ordinary person, but his hand felt different. The man could not count on mercy. Ruin Ardell told Omarush to try to defeat him once and for all. The judge gave the command to start the competition. The opponents exerted maximum effort, but neither could prevail. Ruin Ardell tried with all his might to bend his arm, realizing that this was his last attempt. Ogre's fury was activated. However, no miracle happened, and Omarush won. The judge declared Omarush the winner of the contest. Ruin Ardell thought that even though he had put all his strength into it, he still lost. Would he now be sent to be eaten by birds? The ogre smiled and told the man to get up. He had held out for so long against Omarush, the best warrior of Heavenly Mountain. Truly an incredible man. Strand congratulated his master. He had managed to win the respect of the ogres. Ruin Ardell said that it took Drake 17 years to defeat Omarush. He would try to do it in a month. After the arm wrestling match, a large banquet was held at the small peak. The food here was tastier than the young man had expected. The ogres turned out to be skilled cooks. Strand admitted that even the smell of the food was strong. Ruins. Ardell wondered why the local ogres lived locked up in this refuge. Our hero had a feeling that he would have to face something more important than the mission. Omarush approached our hero and called him a strong man. What was he going to do with the tooth of their first chieftain? Ruin Ardell was surprised. What could be done with it? Omarush said he could help. He could make a weapon that would only suit a human. Strand said that it was a source of primal power, a symbol of great authority. The tooth of an ogre, which had inherited the strongest willpower. Ruin Ardell asked how to use this artifact. Algal's staff and Morshi's armor had clear uses. Ruin Ardell asked if he could remake the tooth into a mace. Omarush was willing to help the man, and it was bound to be an excellent weapon. Ruin Ardell brought the tooth with him but did not know how to use it. This unexpected offer would only be beneficial. Omarush said that the chieftain's tooth was quite hard and heavy. Therefore, not everyone would be able to make something out of it. However, he worked with iron and could handle it. Strand said that in human language it meant blacksmith. Omarush asked if the man had any specific weapon in mind. Ruin Ardell asked if Omarush could really make a weapon according to his design. Half a month had passed since Ruin Ardell's arrival at Heavenly Mountain. During this time, the young man helped the ogres hunt. Sometimes he did exercises that he had not been able to do before. However, something else took up most of his time: arm wrestling. Strand announced that today there had been 15 matches and 15 defeats. That was the result of the arm wrestling matches with Omarush. Strand said that the master should cheer up. He was gradually getting better. Omarush noted that the man had begun to use all his strength and was wasting less of it. Ruin Ardell said that he was slowly beginning to understand the essence of the matter. Thanks to Omarush's advice, he was gradually figuring out how to use his strength correctly. Thus, the amount of time he could hold on was increasing. Ruin Ardell thought that he must defeat Omarush before leaving this place. Omarush said that the man had no chance of winning in arm wrestling. Several days passed. Omarush lost his gift of speech. Strand announced, 17 matches, 16 defeats, 1 victory. Ruin Ardell joyfully raised his hands to the sky and shouted that he had won. Omarush said that this strong man had surprised him many times. This time, Ruin Ardell had won. The young man noted that Omarush had called him by name for the first time. Omarush said that now the man was ready. Ruin Ardell asked, had Omarush really made them? Omarush explained that he had finished them long ago, but was just waiting for the right moment to hand them over. The ogre said that he had been waiting for the day when the man would defeat him, and until that moment, he had no intention of giving up the weapon. The leader's will was an important thing for them. Omarush held out his hand and said that now it belonged to the man. In the ogre's palm lay the gloves of Kunhan's tooth. The young man thought that the artifact in the form of gloves was created by dividing the tooth into 10 parts and attaching them to the gloves. It was the ideal weapon for a mage like him. Omarush asked what the man would say about this work. He had tailored the form perfectly to fit him. Ruin Ardell thought it was incredible. He felt much stronger with an additional 2,000 points of strength. Ruin Ardell asked if Omarush could summon all the warriors of Heavenly Mountain. Omarush clarified, "Does the strong man want to arm wrestle with them?" The ogres were puzzled. Did this man really want to defeat them all single-handedly? He may have defeated Omarush, but this was a blow to their pride. Of course, they would gladly participate. From the ogre's point of view, the proposal sounded provocative, but the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The ogres, who respected strength and loved competition, highly appreciated the man's fighting spirit. Strawn said it brought back memories of the old days. Fighting also loved to do this. But after 30 years here, he had only been able to defeat 17 ogres in a row, so the young man had brought something new. Ruin Ardell noted that humans did not live as long as dragons, so he needed to act quickly. Ruin Ardell thought that if yesterday's him were here, he would agree that it was impossible. With the feeling he got from wearing these gloves, the hero felt like he would never lose. Ruin Ardell won. After the tournament, the ogre asked the man, "Is he already returning?" Ruin replied that it was time for him to go to Revadine. The ogre said that the man had given them wonderful memories. They were grateful to Ruin Ardell. Ruin Ardell held out his hand for a handshake. The ogre asked, "Does the man really want to arm wrestle again, even after 100 victories over them?" Ruin said that was not what he was asking. It was called a handshake. It was a human way of greeting each other when happy to see someone, or when meeting a friend. A way to tell a friend that they would see each other again. The protagonist said goodbye to the ogres. The Dirty King asked a street cat if there was any news. The mage replied that there was no news yet. The king thought that so far nothing was known about the magicians of Crick. Enough time had passed since the return of the 2 magicians with serious wounds, and nothing was known about the magician of Crick who had gone after Ruin Ardell. Even the tracking team that had been sent after him reported that they had not detected any signs of human presence near Heavenly Mountain. The street cat reported to the head of the tower that Ruin Ardell had recently arrived in Revadine. The head of the tower ordered that this student be summoned to him immediately. Ruin Ardell said that he had failed the mission. As the king had said, there was a reason why no one had succeeded. When he reached Heavenly Mountain, he realized that the task was beyond his capabilities. The barrier was so strong that it was impossible to pass through it. The king said that the young man was not a very good deceiver. Ruin Ardell must be honest, for he was a mage chosen by Kunhan's tooth. The mission the young man chose involved a trip to the homeland of the ogres. Wasn't that a rather inconvenient coincidence? Ruin Ardell was surprised. Had the head of the tower been watching him? The king said that he had not been watching him, but was simply afraid that the young man would become a mage who opposed the tower. The young man asked if everyone who went against the will of the king of magicians became enemies of the tower. The head said he wanted to get to the point, bypassing empty talk. What did Ruin Ardell see on Heavenly Mountain? Are the first ogres still alive? The king said he didn't need obvious lies. Besides, he could look into his memories if he wanted to. Ruin Ardell said that the king would not do such a thing. The great mage king would not stoop so low, especially against an ordinary student. The king was outraged. How dare Ruin challenge him? Besides, the word ordinary seemed overly modest. The head of the tower sighed and said that this student's first official mission had failed, so he could go back to the academy. Our hero thought that he had played on the pride of the king of magicians, and it had worked. Although he would not have resorted to such extreme methods as magic. If the Dirty King had been even a little reckless, Ruin Ardell would have been caught red-handed. The mere thought of such an outcome was terrifying. But that's not the end of it. The artifact of Zone X chose our hero, and they both know what Master of the Throne means. Although it was not said aloud, the King of Magicians continues to watch Ruin Ardell closely. Colleagues and friends threw Ruin Ardell up in the air and congratulated him on his victory at the Grand Festival. The young man asked them to stop, especially since 2 months had already passed since then. Jason Damon in the room said that Ruin Ardell had received many letters. As expected, the winner of the main tournament was incredibly popular. Jason noted that the box only contained recent letters. The ones that had arrived earlier were stored in this closet. Jason opened the cabinet doors, and the letters spilled onto the floor. Ruin Ardell understood the full extent of the disaster. Rereading the letters, the protagonist said that there was even a letter from the princes among them. The letters were addressed to the brilliant magician and true patriot of the kingdom, Dear Ruin Ardell. Jason Damon was excited by the rumor that Ruin Ardell had rejected the offer of the Crown Prince of the Empire. The young man is a true patriot. Damon said he no longer wanted to eavesdrop on these letters, so there was no need to read them aloud. Jason asked what Ruin Ardell planned to do during his vacation. The protagonist replied that he planned to spend his vacation differently than usual. The young man got a horse and set off on a journey. It had been 5 years since he was last in his homeland. Until last year, he always stayed in the dormitory, even during the holidays. Ruina didn't have the courage to look his people in the eye. He wasn't sure he could smile and answer their questions about how his studies were going. At the end of his journey, our hero found himself back home. Now he could proudly appear before his fellow countrymen and finally see his family. Ruin Ardell was recognized, and they asked in surprise, had the young gentleman really arrived? Was he doing well? They had been waiting so long for news from him. A girl ran up to Ruin and said she was glad to see her brother. His sister said that he had not sent a single letter in all that time, but he had simply shown up on his own. He could have let them know that he was coming back. Ruin said that he was also happy to see Ruin and his father. Ruina said that Ruina had grown so much that she was almost unrecognizable. In the evening, surrounded by his family, our hero told them everything that had happened during his absence. However, he omitted the details about the player. Ruina said that her brother had indeed been through a lot. The maid said that the young master had overcome many difficulties, and everyone was proud of him. The assistant to the head of the family said that Ruin had won a large-scale competition. Had he really met the Crown Prince of the Empire in person? Ruina thought that 2 months had passed since then. But for this remote estate, the events were still news. His father said that he understood why the ruling family sent such letters, not to mention the news from noble families. Ruin wanted to be the first to report it. Beggins said he wanted to tell the young master something. The head of the family told Beggins that this topic was off limits. Ruin asked his father to tell him what it was about. After all, if he heard about it from someone else, he would be disappointed. His father said that, as mentioned earlier, a lot of letters had arrived at the estate, and all these letters were about Ruin Ardell. Many of them offered substantial financial subsidies to the territory under the pretext of respect for the young man. Some of the authors of the letters even offered high positions. All offers were rejected, but there is a small nuance. Pilco Monzo uses Ruina as leverage over the Ardell family. Monzo is the only trading city near the Ardell territory. Most of the goods produced in Ardell pass through Monzo via trade routes. In other words, the Ardell territory is supported by funds earned in Monzo. After hearing his father's story, Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did they really ask for such an absurdly low price for their goods? His father confirmed it. This is because they want to get Ruina as a mage defender of the Monzo territory, threatening problems for the Ardell territory. The head of the family added that at this rate, the Ardell territory could soon run out of money. His father told the young man that they had not yet figured out how to solve this problem. Ruin Ardell recalled how local producers rejoiced at their good harvest. Our hero said that if Monzo was so eager to see him, he should show himself to them. Seeing the young gentleman off, Beggins apologized for burdening the young man with these problems, even though he had only just arrived. Ruin said that the assistant was doing his job. He, as a young lord, must do his job. Beggins asked the young gentleman not to let the lord's efforts go to waste. Beggins added that the head of the house had done everything he could, even covering the losses from Monzo out of his own pocket. Most of the estate's residents are unaware that such problems exist. The current peaceful situation had been achieved at the cost of the lord's sacrifice. Ruin Ardell was confused, wondering why his father simply endured. The thought that he could solve everything himself turned our hero's head. Although since childhood, Ruin knew that his father cared for and loved these lands more than anyone else. Ruin Ardell handed over the box and told Beggins to give it to his father. The box contained 10,000 gold bars of the highest purity. Ruin said that this was the cash prize from the great festival. He hoped that these funds would be spent on what was needed. It would be best to buy land with them. In the future, the Ardell family should become self-sufficient and not rely on Monzo. Beggins said that the young master was right, but it would be problematic. For now, no one would want to sell them. Ruin Ardell asked what would happen if they took the land. They need to clean it up. They could claim rights to the problematic territory of the Wolf Hills and the Chinhin Plain, occupied by mud people. The young man thinks this is a good idea. Ruin Ardell noted that with these funds, they could hire people to clean up the territory, then cultivate the land and lease it to newcomers. That way, they would be able to dispose of even larger sums. Beggins said that if they could get mercenaries at a reasonable price, it would be worth a try. The young gentleman said that in that case, he would leave the details of the upcoming event to Beggins and his father, and set off on his journey. After a while, Our hero reached the trading city of Manzo on horseback. This city is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the resources of the neighboring regions accumulate. The lord of the city is Pilkos Manzo. There are many bad rumors about him. Rumors that he bought his title, or that he was previously the leader of the Valp gang. In other words, the protagonist must be prepared for anything. Our hero arrived at the gates of Lord Manzo's estate. At the entrance, he was met by armed guards. The young man said he was a young gentleman of the Ardell family named Ruin. Is the lord here? The guards sighed heavily and said, Ardell again? Why do they always make such a fuss when things don't go their way? Another guard noticed that there was a child in front of them who had not yet learned to beg, and wondered if this boy would be polite. Ruin Ardell thought that his father faced this kind of attitude every time. And how many times had he been here already? The guards told the young man to go in and look for the lord himself. If it was Ardell, they would just chase him away anyway. Ruin Ardell thought that this time the circumstances were completely different. He was not here as a student, but as the son of the Ardell family. If he accepted such rudeness, what opinion would people have of their territory? The young man approached the guards and said that they needed to be taught respect. The most insolent of the guards received a punch to the jaw and flew far back. Lord Manzo, who was passing by accompanied by a guard, asked who had come to visit them. Could it be the hero who won the great festival, the magician of the next generation? Could it be Ruin Ardell? Ruin Ardell turned to the owner of the house and asked if this was Pilkos Manzo. Manzo bowed and said he was so embarrassed that he couldn't lift his head. Ruin Ardell said that in that case, the lord did not have to raise it. The young man added that if Manzo was so embarrassed that he had to come here, he could continue to stand with his head bowed. Manzo stood up straight and said that the young man was quite straightforward. That's exactly what people say about him. Therefore, despite his embarrassment, he would straighten up. Ruin Ardell said that the lord should retrain his guards. Manzo asked what mistake his men had made. Ruin Ardell replied that their mistake was that they treated his family like some kind of rootless goblins, so they had to be warned. The lord looked back and saw the deactivated guards lying at the entrance to the estate. Ruin Ardell asked if Lord Manzo had any objections. Manzo told the young man not to be shy and to treat them as he would his own subordinates. Ruin Ardell said he would take note of that and put on his gloves. The knight who accompanied the lord was also deactivated. The young man said that would be enough. Ruin Ardell asked the host if he was going to keep him outside. Our hero insisted that Lord Manzo invite him in. Pointing to the stuffed animal on the wall, the lord said that was fine. He collected these works of art as a hobby. Ruin Ardell said that just looking at them was creepy. Manzo said he understood. Everyone has their own tastes. Ruin Ardell thought it was a very unpleasant hobby to collect such things and call them beautiful. It was obvious to the young man that it was done to intimidate. Manzo wants to scare him. Manzo said he had a rather rare variety of tea from the south. It was called perimi. The host offered his guest a taste of this tea. Ruin Ardell thanked him and declined. Manzo was surprised. Did the young man not like tea? Perhaps he would like a soft drink? Strawn, sitting on his shoulder, laughed and said that this lord wanted to appear naive. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did Pilkos Manzo really not understand why he refused to drink it? At the same time, Ruin Ardell poured the contents of the cup out. Manzo asked if Ruin Ardell really thought he could poison the tea. However, he had no intention of becoming his enemy. There was no poison in the tea, only the desire to be a good friend. Ruin Ardell asked if friends threaten each other. Manzo replied that this was absurd. What kind of threats could there be? It was simply a proposal made with the best of intentions. Ruin Ardell was angry. He asked if the lord was calling the trick of bringing Ardell to ruin a proposal. Ruin Ardell said he was not interested in such an offer. Manzo replied that this was unfortunate. But if the young man refused his friendship, the cost of goods from Ardell would remain the same, at the level of terribly cheap. Ruin Ardell replied that it would be better to return prices to their original level. Manzo told his interlocutor that he was just a country bumpkin who didn't understand anything about this. Did Ruin Ardell really think he could just ignore his offer? It was not he who should be kneeling, but the young man. Manzo reminded him that students of the magic school were not allowed to use magic during the holidays. The lord added that he would teach the young man obedience. At that moment, armed guards appeared in the room. Ruin Ardell rose from his seat and put on his gloves. He realized that Manzo had no intention of letting him go. Manzo ordered his men to deal with the young man. He added that he wanted to make him a stuffed animal for his gallery. Ruin Ardell noticed that Manzo was much crazier than he could have imagined. Our hero did not expect a fruitful conversation. After all, he was facing a pompous pig caught in the trap of wealth. Ruin Ardell approached the armed knight and told him to catch a slap. After these words, the knight lost his balance and flew far back. The same fate befell all the knights present in the room. Ruin Ardell said that he wanted to tell the Lord something else. The unique skill, Leader's Will, was activated. The spirit of Kunhan appeared above his head and moved with the young man. The area of effect increased to the length of Kunhan's arms. Everything around was engulfed in flames. Ruin Ardell warned that his life was in danger even on vacation. That is why he can use magic. A fiery monster appeared above the young man. Some opponents, stunned by Kunhan's aura, were overcome with deep horror. They realized that they could not stay here, or they would die. The knights turned around and began to leave the room, crowding at the exit. Ruin Ardell said that escape would not help them. Explosive burning mana was activated. The townspeople watching from the sidelines were surprised to see Lord Monzo's estate in flames. Monzo was devastated. The collection of stuffed animals he had spent his entire life collecting was burning. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did Lord Monzo still have time to worry about his collection? It was time to worry about himself. Ruin Ardell told Pilkos Monzo to bring the cost of goods from Ardell back to normal and compensate tenfold for the losses incurred through his fault. Would the Lord accept this offer? The young man grabbed Monzo by the chest and demanded that compensation be brought here immediately. After settling matters in this city, the protagonist headed back home. Thus, Ruin dealt with the sales problem and went to Ardell. The young man was called out. The girl said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. It was a rather unexpected guest. Ruin Ardell looked back and saw Lady Irene Prius standing before him. About 2 months ago, our hero attended a banquet. Ruin Ardell said he was very tired. At first it was interesting, but now he just wanted to go home. Irene asked if he was referring to the small region of Ardell. Irene said she was glad the banquet had ended without incident. She was afraid that something terrible would happen because of someone. Ruin Ardell said that they not only belittled the student's efforts, but also spoke ill of his estate. Irene asked if it was really that beautiful there. Ruin Ardell replied that it was a wonderful place that brought peace. The girl should visit it sometime. Irene said that she would take him up on his invitation someday, but that he should not regret it. Ruin Ardell did not really expect Irene to come here. Ruina demanded that her brother explain himself immediately. Ruin did not understand what had come over her. Ruina was interested in their relationship. Was she his beloved? Where did they meet? Her father said that Ruina herself had volunteered to show Lady Irene the area and its sights. He added that his daughter did not want to lose her brother, whom she had not seen for 6 years. Her father asked if Irene was really his girlfriend. Ruin Ardell replied that they were just friends. The man said that was very sad. Ruin was surprised. Why was he disappointed by this news? The father said he wanted to discuss something else. Beggins entered the room. He was holding the box. His father said he couldn't accept these valuables. The man added that it was Ruin's money, not Ardell's property. He reminded him that he was part of the family. Father agreed that no one would deny that the young man was the heart of this territory. Didn't he have other business outside of it? Ruina understood perfectly well that this was said out of concern for him. The young man said that he wanted to use these funds for the benefit of Ardell, just as his father did. Beggins admitted that he had told the young gentleman how the head of the family had been supporting Ardell all this time with his own money. The head of the family said that he would prefer Beggins to discuss everything with him first in the future, rather than making hasty decisions. The father said that whatever his intentions, he could not accept the money. He was not yet ready to place the responsibility for the estate on his son's shoulders. The father added that he still had 600 gold coins. It was their rightful money, but receiving it in the current circumstances was like discovering a long-forgotten stash. Ruin Ardell asked Beggins what he meant by that. After all, he had given 3 times as much. The assistant replied that the head had refused to accept the rest. Ruin asked why his father was so adamant. Beggins explained that attempts had already been made to reason with him. The young man left the house and saw Irene walking around the grounds accompanied by his sister. Ruin asked Lady Irene if she liked the estate. Ruina replied that she was going about her business and wished Irene good luck. Ruina added that Irene should get along with her little brother. She seemed like a good person. Ruin was surprised. What was Ruina talking about? Irene blushed with embarrassment. Why was Ruin saying such strange things? Ruina Ardell suggested that the guests take a short walk. Irene said that Ruina was a very nice girl. She would like to have a younger sister like her. Ruin expressed his satisfaction that the girls got along well with each other. Irene asked what was bothering Ruin Ardell. For some reason, he seemed very pensive. Ruin was surprised. Was it really that obvious? The young man replied that as the heir to the family, he would like to do something for his territory. But nothing came to mind. Ruin Ardell thought, if you add up the cash prize for the great festival and the money received from Monzo, it comes to 40,000 gold coins. His father said he could use it as he saw fit. Irene said that Ruin couldn't stop thinking about his region. And this despite the fact that she had come such a long way to get here. The young man realized that he hadn't even really talked to Lady Irene. The young man asked how the girl had gotten here. She must have gone through a lot. Irene noted that the journey had not taken that long. She had arrived in 2 days from Revadane. It was just a modest question, intended to assuage his guilt. Irene Prius pointed into the distance and said that once you cross that mountain range, Ardell was just a stone's throw away. However, the answer to his question was the solution he was looking for, the southern mountains. Although they are part of Ardell's territory, the harsh terrain makes it impossible to cultivate these lands. Another reason these territories are empty is the local monsters. However, given their proximity to Ite Lake, their geographical importance is high. Ruin Ardell thought to take advantage of the proximity and build a trade route through the southern mountains. By establishing ties with places of equal importance to Monzo, they would be able to establish themselves as an independent territory and become the only powerful estate in the south, with a route leading to the Raynak Empire. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why hadn't he thought of this before? It would be a huge help to their region. Ruin Ardell thanked the girl because thanks to her, he had found a solution. The protagonist turned around and told the girl that they would see each other again. After that, the young man left Irene and ran off to attend to his business. Irene thought that Ruin was a rather interesting young man. Mr. Ardell said that was impossible. He had already tried, but all 8 trade guilds in Ite Lake had refused him. Ruin was surprised. Why was that? His father replied that from their point of view, Ardell would not bring any profit. Beggins said that even the Milord knew that this was a great opportunity for their estate. Ruin said that a lot had already changed here. They were small, but growing. Just because the merchant guilds had refused did not mean that an opportunity that could bring so much hope should be discarded. Ruin Ardell said that perhaps the offer from the winner of the great festival would be received differently. His father thought about it and said he agreed with his son. After all, he had resolved the issue with Lord Monzo. There was no reason to stop him. Mr. Ardell said that Ruin could go and try. The young man thanked his father for his trust. Irene said that if Ruin went to Ite Lake, he would now be in the same boat as her, an illegal immigrant. Ruin was surprised. Did Irene mean that she had crossed the border of Ardell without permission? That was illegal. Moreover, she had crossed the border through abandoned lands alone. Had Irene always been so brave? Hadn't she thought about how dangerous it could be? Irene replied that it was nothing compared to what Ruin of Ardell had done. The young man broke into someone else's dormitory, and without considering any risks, used unconventional methods in competitions, and he won at every stage. The girl added that if she were compared to him, wouldn't her actions seem like a petty prank? Ruin Ardell added that he planned to go even further. Irene said she would follow him. She had already become an illegal immigrant, so it would only get easier from there. Thus, the young people headed straight for Ite Lake, deciding to cross the southern mountains, thereby reconnoitering the situation. Due to the uneven terrain, it was difficult to navigate even with a compass. They decided to find the right place using search magic tuned to humanoid creatures. Ruin Ardell remembered that there was a rule that students were not allowed to use magic during the holidays. Irene had already broken the rules when she arrived in Ardell. However, the search magic first tracked down humanoid monsters, causing the young people to unwittingly enter the lair of werewolves and put themselves in danger. Ruin Ardell did not lose his composure, and using his unique magical abilities, fought the monsters. However, upon learning that the werewolf pack depended on its leader, the young people were able to defeat the leader and escape. Our hero also received an unknown task: to deal with the mane of the silver werewolf, and find someone who would like this mane. Then, using a magical trail, the young people rushed to their destination again and did not encounter any more monsters along the way. Irene suggested that this time they had arrived where they needed to be. It was Ite Lake, a huge city-state where 8 large lakes connect to the sea. Like Altain, it is a neutral country under the control of the Empire. Instead of a king, it is ruled by representatives of 8 merchant guilds, known as the Joint Government. As a trading city, it dominates commerce on the continent. Rumor has it that Ite Lake even trades with pirates if it considers the deal profitable. Here, money is valued above all else. Irene asked where they were going now. Ruin Ardell replied that they were going to the Gold Hall. The hall is a large estate in Ite Lake, where representatives of trade guilds gather for lunch. Therefore, it is an ideal place for negotiations with them. The guard asked if the young people had an appointment. The young man said that they did not have an appointment, but he could wait there. Could the guard deliver a message? The guard replied that if the document was submitted officially, it would take some time to review. Ruin Ardell asked the guard to convey that Ruin Ardell and Irene Prius had come to see them. The guard was surprised. Could it be that he was standing before the winner of the great festival, Ruin Ardell? In that case, he would deliver the message immediately. Fortunately, the young people were able to enter the Hall of Gold. The atmosphere was completely in keeping with the name. This place was incomparable to Ardell. Our hero tried not to worry, because he was here for an honest deal, not a petition. Ruin Ardell opened the doors, greeted everyone, said he was glad to see them all, and introduced himself. The chairman asked what had brought the honorable magician of the next generation to their realm. The young man thought that the status of the winner of the great festival carried weight even here. So, the conversation would take place after all. One of those present said that whatever the question was, it would be good if it benefited their guild. Everyone present was curious. Ruin Ardell said that he had come here to discuss trade between Ardell and Itlake. Those present thought meaningfully and lowered their eyes. Strahn said that Ruin seemed to have dampened their enthusiasm. One of those present asked where this Ardell was located. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember. It seemed to be in the south of the small kingdom of Radian. It is a rural estate that trades in fish and sweet potatoes. It seems that the lord of those lands had already come to them. So how did the negotiations end? It seems that they refused unanimously. The refusal was because it was not profitable for them. It was a one-sided proposal. The chairman stated that in that case, there was nothing more to discuss. Ruin Ardell thought that he was dealing with real merchants. As soon as they hear something that goes against their interests, they immediately change their minds. Our hero is both the next-generation magician and young Lord Ardell. But in their eyes, he is only the future Lord Ardell, a poor young gentleman from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their dualistic cold approach is horribly obvious. The same decision is made. Ruin Ardell said that he was sad to see such a reaction even before he had a chance to voice his proposal. Ruin Ardell threw coins on the table and said that there was a total of 30,000 gold coins here. Everyone present's perception of the information improved. Ruin Ardell asked if they were now more motivated to continue the conversation. Itlake is a huge city-state where 8 large lakes connect to the sea. Instead of a king, power here is held by representatives of 8 trade guilds, known as the Joint Government. Ruin Ardell came here to establish trade relations with Ardell, crossing the southern mountains. Along the way, they encountered a number of problems, but if the negotiations are successful, it will be worth it. Now they are more motivated to continue the conversation. Ruin Ardell said that he would purchase weapons worth 30,000 gold pieces from the city for the benefit of the Ardell territory. In return, he needed permission to trade their products. One of those present asked if Ardell was preparing for war. Otherwise, there was no apparent reason to purchase such a large quantity of weapons. 30,000 gold coins is the 3-year budget of a rural territory like Ardell. This amount is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Such spending exclusively on weapons could cause shock. However, after what happened in Monzo, the protagonist realized something. Power naturally attracts wealth, which in turn creates peace. The young man thought, if he needs weapons to acquire power, then he will invest his funds here. Ruin Ardell noticed that each of the representatives specialized in something different. Which of them was responsible for weapons? The chairman said that this was the responsibility of the first representative. Weapons, iron ore, flora and fauna, even ships. Their family provides an extensive list of goods. Ruin Ardell looked at this girl and thought that she was even younger than him. However, her gaze was devoid of childish naivety. She exuded an incredibly strong presence. What kind of life had she lived? The first representative asked what Ardell was going to do with the weapons he had received. She understood that her curiosity was inappropriate, but as a supplier, she couldn't help but feel concern and responsibility. Ruin replied that he was planning to organize a large-scale monster hunt near Ardell's territory. Obtaining weapons was only the first step. Next, they planned to establish a trade route connecting Itlake and Ardell. It will run through the southern mountains. The chairman asked him to refrain from mentioning those mountains. Irene was surprised. Where did this tension come from? What happened? Our hero didn't know what had happened, but he understood who was responsible. The first representative turned pale. The girl said that it was impossible to cross the southern mountains because of the demon that lived there. Ruin Ardell said that last night he personally crossed that mountain range. The girl said that was a lie. Ruin Ardell said it was not a lie, and that he had obtained something. The young man took the mane of the silver werewolf out of his pocket and asked if it belonged to the demon they had mentioned. The task was completed. As a reward, the young man earned the respect of the Valtrash family. The girl burst into tears and said that the monster had finally been destroyed. 3 days passed. Valtrash apologized for the wait. Ruin Ardell said he understood everything. The girl said that she would never have thought that one day she would find herself back in these mountains. The heaviness in her heart had not gone away, but now it was of a different kind. Valtrash said that the monster that had killed her father no longer lived here. The girl added that this was thanks to the wizard Ruin Ardell. The young man replied that the monster had simply crossed his path. If they built a road through the southern mountains, they would be able to trade with the sandy kingdom of Oyota via Ardell. They would no longer have to waste time and money taking a detour through the central region. The girl said that the Valtrash family would actively support the construction. Ruin Ardell was surprised. He thought they would start establishing trade relations by purchasing weapons, and the issue of the trade route would be resolved much later. He even assumed that the construction would be carried out exclusively at his expense. However, if the Valtrash family would help, it would be incredible luck. Ruin Ardell asked if the girl meant to say that she accepted his offer. The first representative confirmed this. She said that all products manufactured in Ardell would be purchased at above-market prices. Ruin Ardell thought this was an incredibly generous condition. Valtrash noted that merchants would do anything for profit, but they were not entirely devoid of humanity. Cecilia Valtrash promised to express gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. The partners shook hands, and the protagonist said he was looking forward to working together. Thus, the deal between Ardell and Eitlake was successfully concluded. Irene was glad that everything had finally ended well. Now she could deliver the good news to the residents of the Ardell territory. Ruin Ardell said that Cecilia had proven herself to be more than worthy, despite her young age and the loss of her father. Irene said that the young man was not like himself either. Surprisingly sentimental. Ruin said that it was easy to feel sympathy for someone in a similar situation. Ruin Ardell said that, whatever the case, Irene should expect changes. If she ever visits Ardell again, she won't recognize it. The girl said that Ruin truly loved his homeland. She wished she could feel the same way. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Doesn't everyone miss home and cherish it? Irene said that was definitely not true for her. Ruin asked if he could invite her to his place sometime. Irene didn't seem to want to talk about it, but our hero was sure that one day he would visit Prius. Mr. Ardell was surprised. Were the prices really above market value? Beggins was puzzled. Had they really taken the initiative to open a trade route? Ruin asked if the two of them lived in separate rooms. Ruina covered her sister's mouth with her hand and told her father that Cecilia Valtrash had given her word as a businesswoman. Beggins was most impressed that the notoriously cold-blooded representative of the Valtrash family had promised to provide direct assistance in supplying weapons. Ruin warned that preparing such volumes would take time. She specified that transportation would take 3 months. Work on the construction of the trade route would begin this month. Mr. Ardell said that a direct trade route with the Empire would finally enrich their territory. His father was pleased that his son had grown up to take on such serious matters. He had grown into a remarkable person. Ruins wondered if his father would entrust him with another task. It concerned the survival of the people of the Ardell territory and revenge for his mother, hunting on the Chinin Plain. On the day our hero turned 6, a birthday that should have been memorable for something good, turned into the worst nightmare. The mud people who had captured the Chinhyun Plains broke into the village. Many people lost their lives. The saddest thing is that our hero's mother was one of them. Now the young man could not even remember her face unless he looked at a portrait. Many people died that day, and just as many were seriously injured. It was then that Ruin Ardell promised himself for the first time that he would become stronger. As the young lord of Ardell, he would never allow such a thing to happen on his land again. After the order to destroy was given, the inhabitants began to practice spear fighting every day. The atmosphere in the village changed. The young man was happy about this. They were all trying hard. Irene noticed that their technique was quite unusual. Who was teaching them? Ruin Ardell said it was a local military commander. In the past, he had even earned the nickname Flash and fought on the front lines for the kingdom. The greatest knight of Ardell, Sir Bolvar Peyton. Ruin understood that if it weren't for Peyton, the Mud People's invasion would have caused much more damage, as he had cut down 5 monsters with a single blow. This is still fresh in our hero's memory, although now Peyton uses a fishing rod much more often than a spear. Bolvar Peyton told the young gentleman that he had planned to greet him when the training was over. However, they finished a little earlier. Peyton said that the young gentleman had distinguished himself this time. First, he won the great festival, and now he is hunting. Peyton asked who the young lady accompanying Ruin Ardell was. The girl introduced herself and added that she was pleased to meet him. Irene said it was an honor to meet Sir Bolvar Peyton, the saint with the spear here. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What did that mean? The young man asked what Irene meant. The girl recalled how they had been told about this knight as part of the training of the Gifted 11. Seeing that Peyton was using the techniques of the capital's inhabitants, everything became clear. The only spear knight of the Kingdom of Radian, who suddenly went into retirement and disappeared from view at the age of 30. A legend among legends. Peyton said he didn't think anyone would remember those obscure stories. Irene said that the stories were so impressive that she reread them several times. The tale of how the knight broke through 10 high-ranking mages in the Fern Confederation was truly legendary. Peyton said he was almost happy that the girl found the stories about him so impressive. However, now he was just an ordinary old man. Ruin asked why Sir Bolvar remembered this from his past. Peyton said that he wasn't hiding anything, he just hadn't been asked about it. Ruin Ardell said that he still felt disappointed that he was hearing stories from someone else. All this time, he had been completely unaware. Peyton said that those stories were only part of who he was. The young gentleman knew more about him than anyone else. He was someone who loved to fish and lived in a house at the foot of a hill. He used to go for walks and play with the children when they were little, and now he enjoys seeing how they have grown up. Peyton added, "Isn't that enough to understand who he is?" Ruin said that for a moment he had thought about something else. He really does know Bolvar better than anyone else. The old man thanked the young man for his understanding. Peyton noticed that today, he would be helping a young lady with her sword. Would Ruin like to join them? Our hero replied that he would be happy to watch. Peyton said he would like to arrange a sparring match. Irene, watching the training, said it was amazing. At only 12 years old, Ruin already had such incredible skills. Ruin said he was also impressed. His sister's perfect balance and consistent movements were proof of her deep understanding of the basics. Peyton used his left hand against his sister and did not use his main technique, spearmanship. Instead, swinging a wooden sword. After training, Peyton said that the young lady's skills had already improved significantly. Even Ruin couldn't compare to her in swordplay now. Ruin Ardell said that his sister is truly an outstanding person. Ruin did a good job. Peyton said that now it was the young master's turn. Ruin recalled that when he and Peyton were about 9 years old, they also had matches with wooden swords. The reason for this was that even a mage needed to understand sword techniques in order to fight knights on equal terms. Ruin Ardell thought that since he had been honing his martial arts skills all this time, now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. The young man said he was looking forward to seeing Sir Bolvar. After training, Peyton said that the young man's movements had improved over the past 7 years, and he was more than happy. Ruin Ardell asked the old man how good his skills were before compared to now. Peyton said that he had retired long ago, so he couldn't be sure. Ruin said that he knew of one knight, Sir Golter Perante, the only 6-star knight in Radian. Peyton said that 20 years ago, when he left the Order, he was a 7-star knight. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why was Bolvar Peyton, the strongest knight in the kingdom, in Ardell? The protagonist received a time-limited emergency assignment. He must undergo highly difficult training. Will he be able to do it? His current sword skills left much to be desired. Irene said that the young man had a unique opportunity, as he could take lessons from a 7-star knight. Irene added that Bolvar was the only knight in the Kingdom of Radian who had participated in a knight tournament. Such an experience was quite difficult to obtain, even for money. Ruin Ardell understood that this was an incredible chance to gain experience. Because of his fear of defeat, he almost missed out on such a wonderful opportunity. Peyton said he liked the look on the young gentleman's face. Ruin Ardell thought that he was quite angry now, and was looking forward to his next sparring session with Sir Bolvar. To complete the task successfully, our hero fought Bolvar every night. At first, he wondered if there was any point in doing so. However, the training continued because there must have been a reason for this task. Finally, the efforts began to bear fruit. Peyton said they had done a great job. Time passed, and the last day arrived. Our hero had spent enough time with Peyton. However, he still couldn't deliver a critical blow. Was it really impossible for a 7-star knight to do so? Rihanna shouted for her brother to stop. He had fought enough. Beggins couldn't understand why the young gentleman was trying so hard. Rihanna said that even her brother had his limits, and that he should rest, at least for today. Ruin Ardell said he only needed half an hour. The young man himself understood perfectly well that it was unlikely to achieve the unachievable in half an hour. Ruin said that this was his last attempt, so he would try something different. Ruin Ardell put his sword aside and took a boxing stance. Peyton was surprised. Was the young man serious? Ruin thought that during those few days of sparring with wooden swords, he had already learned to predict the knight's movements. That meant he could win by using his specialty. Peyton said that he found it strange that the young gentleman was fighting him all night long. Now he understood that the young man needed something. Ruin Ardell said that the old man had guessed correctly. Peyton said that in that case, the young gentleman could use magic against him for the next half hour. Peyton added that he would also be serious. He was curious to see Ruin Ardell's true skills. Without a sword in his hands, he has to close the distance. But his body becomes lighter and his balance improves. Getting so close, the sword becomes a hindrance because of the blind spot. Ruin Ardell thought that his opponent would not give him a chance to get close. The way the young man dealt with Prime at the Grand Festival, destroying the ball, is not a universal strategy. Knights of Bolvar's level do not engage in direct confrontation, but redirect the force of the attack. Peyton said that the plan to retreat to the sword's reach was a good one, but as soon as it was figured out, it became almost impossible to execute. The opponent would try to keep his distance. Bolvar was right. All of Ruin Ardell's strategies were transparent. Ruin Ardell thought that Peyton had already seen through something. A glowing ball of mana appeared in our hero's hands. Thanks to this magical ability, Peyton found himself on the ground. He expected the young man to use some kind of frightening magic, but it was a flash of light to blind him. Ruin won this time. Ruin Ardell said that this was the only way he could think of to catch his opponent off guard. Our hero finally achieved what he wanted. His sister angrily asked what her brother was doing here. Even if it was just sparring, how could he throw Bolvar to the ground? Peyton told the young lady not to scold her brother. Ruin Ardell said that he had taken up a lot of Peyton's time, but he had learned a lot in the process. Peyton shook his hand and said that it had been a pleasant experience for him as well. The short vacation came to an end, and it was time to leave their homeland. Ruin watched the young people working quickly and efficiently. The young man said that these workers had been sent by the Vadtracha family. Since they were building a base in Ardell, they needed a lot of manpower. Although weapons would be delivered along this route, they would be used to exterminate monsters. Moreover, the workers would visit Ardell's restaurants and hotels, so all this would greatly benefit the territory. The beginning of change had been laid. Ruins handed his father a box and said that it contained 12,000 gold coins. They should be used for the development of Ardell. The young man said that he had kept 400 coins for himself, so his father need not worry. Our hero decided that this time his vacation had been quite productive. He said goodbye to everyone and set off on his journey with Irene. Finally, it was time to part ways, and the young man was about to say goodbye. Irene said that she would help him in his destruction after graduating from the academy. She would follow him until she overcame him. Thus, the young people parted ways, promising to meet again. After traveling to the academy for a week, the young man crossed the border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, there were more people here. Ruin Ardell happened to witness a confrontation. One man was harassing another. Our hero was angry at what he saw. He could not tolerate injustice. What was going on here? The young man told his opponent to let his sister go. He was a knight too. If the man didn't let his sister go, he wouldn't let it go that easily. The aggressive man said it was all because his family hadn't paid their debts. The aggressor said that all he was taking now was what his father owed, even if it meant selling his sister. The young man began to boil with rage. He said he would not allow this to happen and grabbed his sword. However, the villain knocked the young man down with a punch to the jaw. The villain continued to beat the young man with his feet and repeated that he was not a knight, but a weakling. The young man was not afraid and said that he would indeed kill this scoundrel if he did anything to his sister. Strand was outraged. How could such a thing happen in broad daylight? This guy looks like a knight from a neighboring territory, but he is terribly weak. But be that as it may, you don't see eyes like that every day. They belong to a man who has something to defend. The passerby told our hero not to get involved in other people's fights. If he gets in touch with representatives of the Anji Lambert gang, there will be no escape. They are incredibly cruel. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Then why doesn't anyone try to stop them and save that guy? Aren't they ashamed? After all, they are no different from bandits. Ruin Ardell thought that those eyes belonged to someone who could become stronger. Our hero suddenly became curious. What was the true value of that guy? Lambert asked the young man who had approached him who he was. Did he also want to get beaten up? Using his magical abilities and striking power, our hero sent Lambert to rest for a while. Those present could not believe their eyes. Was someone really ready to stand up to Lambert's gang? The injured young man asked the stranger who he was. The young man said his name was Ruin Ardell. The guy introduced himself as Hans and invited him over. His story was pretty typical. His brother and sister were deep in debt because of their alcoholic father. The boy, who had taken up the sword, wanted to protect his sister from being sold into slavery. Ruin Ardell asked what kind of gang Anji Lambert was, because they were acting despicably. Hans said that they were incredibly cruel. If something angers them, they tie annoying people to a tree and destroy them. Their boss personally destroyed 4 people, so no one dares to touch them. The young man was surprised. Does the territory of Foldren allow such individuals to simply roam the area? Hans replied that they are active outside the territory. They only operate in this village and a few other small ones. Hans thanked him for his help and said that he had heard about Ruin. He was the winner of the great festival, wasn't he? Ruin Ardell confirmed this. Had Hans heard this from Golter Pirante? The young man was surprised. How did Ruin Ardell know that? Our hero said that he heard from a bandit that Hans was a knight of the Foldren territory. Hans said that their captain had talked a lot about Ruin Ardell. He said that there was a truly powerful mage studying at the academy, but not more powerful than himself. Hans said that he wanted to become as strong as their captain. Ruin Ardell thought it was good to have such a clear goal. However, Hans was too weak. It was unclear whether he would even be able to graduate from the academy. Hans admitted that he was last in the academy. That's why he was bullied every day. They said, how could he even stay here with such skills? Everyone criticized him, but the captain was different. According to the captain, he had a talent that others did not have. If he keeps trying, he will shine one day. Ruin Ardell thought that they had a similar story. Professor Heidel and the head of the academy believed in him until the very end. At the same time, Sir Gulter Pirante believes in Hans. Hard work never fails. Even if you move slower than others, persistence will one day bear fruit. Hans said that his sister's cooking skills were a little peculiar. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why bring that up now? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A voice told everyone to leave the house. Lambert and his gang approached the house, and the villain said he would finish off this family. The villain kicked the door down and shouted for them to stop hiding and come out. There was no one in the room except Ruin Ardell. Lambert was predictably surprised and tense. He asked who this guy was. Ruin Ardell put on his gloves and said that the appearance of these people had made his task much easier. The bandits outside saw their boss fly out of the house at high speed and land nearby. Ruin Ardell told Hans that it was dangerous here, so it would be better for him to go inside. Hans asked what Ruin Ardell was going to do. The young man replied that he wanted to repay him for dinner. The bandits drew their swords and prepared to attack. Our hero was determined. The bandits decided to attack all at once and rushed at the protagonist. In sparring with Sir Bolvar, our hero acquired a new skill, Steelbreaker. In this case, this skill came in very handy. The moment the sword touched his fist, it broke in an instant. The bandits were discouraged. What would they do now? The young man thought that in a different situation, the bandits would have gotten off with a light punishment. But now it was obvious who the villains were. Therefore, there would be no mercy. The bandits found themselves on the ground and began to beg forgiveness for their sin. Ruin Ardell thought that these people should have already understood that continuing was pointless. However, not everyone decided to give up. One of the bandits grabbed Hans' sister and held a knife to her throat. He said that if the young man moved, the girl would suffer. The villain told the bandits to get up immediately and tie up the nobleman. Ruin Ardell approached the criminal and asked if he was their leader. The villain said that he was the leader of the Onji gang, Nozel. Nozel ordered our hero to kneel down. Ruin Ardell looked back and wondered what had happened to Hans. Hans was lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. This guy had been injured trying to protect his sister. Nozel shouted at the nobleman not to approach him, or else the girl would suffer. Nozel warned that if he took another step or even moved a finger, she would immediately be in danger. Ruin Ardell thought that they didn't teach them how to act in such situations at the academy. There was no time to create illusions. Suddenly, Hans appeared next to the criminal and struck him with his sword. Hans' eyes burned with anger. Even though he could barely stand, Nozel went limp and, releasing the girl from his grasp, fell to the ground. Hans, sword in hand, headed toward the gang of criminals. He approached the bandits and told them that if they didn't want to end up like their boss, they should get out of there immediately. He didn't have to say it twice. The bandits turned around and ran into the forest. His sister rushed to her wounded brother and asked how he was feeling. Hans was shocked. He said he had just killed a man. How could he have done such a thing? The sister said it was a necessary measure, for protection. Ruin Ardell approached the young man and congratulated him. Ruin Ardell said that it was called Perito's sword, mastery of the aura. Ruin added that he saw a blue aura emanating from Hans. This meant that he had reached the 4th rank. The emission of blue intangible energy, the aura, meant that a person had reached the 4th stage, the highest stage for a knight apprentice. Ruin Ardell thought that Hans was still unable to control his aura freely, but this clearly signified his growth. Hans thanked Ruin Ardell because it was all thanks to him. Our hero thought that now, at least, no one would bother Hans' sister. Thus, the young man's problem was solved. As soon as morning came, our hero went to the academy. Ruin Ardell returned to the academy. Before he left Ardell, the young man wanted the vacation to never end. But when he returned to the academy, he realized something. He really missed it. Jason asked Ruin what he had been doing during the vacation. The young man didn't even know how to respond. A lot had happened during the vacation. However, it wasn't something that could be easily discussed. Ruin Ardell replied that he had been training the whole time during the vacation. Jason was surprised. Why was that necessary, since he was already so strong? Jason added that vacations were for rest, not for perfecting the art of swordplay. Besides, swordplay was taught in the second family as part of lessons related to knights. Why get ahead of yourself? Ruin thought that this was called preparation. On the way, the young people met Professor Heidel. Ruin asked what had brought the professor there. The teacher told the young man to look out the window. They had guests. Our hero saw carriages, a red carpet, and many knights. He also noticed the emblem with a golden nectar cup on the flags. Ruin Ardell thought that it must be them, and said he would be back soon. They had exchanged letters, but the young man did not expect their arrival so soon. The winner of the festival officially greeted the carriage passengers, and soon 2 young men emerged from the carriage. Their highnesses, the princes. One of the princes told his brother not to even think about interfering with their conversation with Ruin Ardell. It was Kroster Radman, the first prince. The second prince said not to even hope for that. No matter how hard he tried, young Ruin Ardell would choose him. This was Foster Radian, the second prince. Ruin Ardell bowed and said that it was an honor to meet their highnesses. The young man introduced himself. Kroster apologized for the unexpected visit. He had prepared a gift and hoped for a private conversation. Foster said that the gift he had prepared was much more valuable, and that they should talk first. Ruin Ardell thought that the prince's intentions were quite obvious. If he, the winner of the great festival, took the side of one of them, it would help him advance to the role of crown prince. Ruin Ardell said he had a better idea. Foster suggested doing as Ruin Ardell said. The protagonist suggested that the princes discuss everything together. The kingdom of Radian, where the Ardell estate and academy are located, is currently known as the weakest state on the continent. Despite this, internal divisions continue to exist within the kingdom. This is due to the confrontation between the monarchist faction of the first prince and the reformist faction of the second prince. The kingdom's magicians are deprived of their independence, being nothing more than pawns in the struggle for power. Knowing all this, the reason for the prince's visits becomes obvious. Ruins, Ardell silently watched as the princes tried to sit closer to him. The young men constantly argued with each other. The protagonist thought that with such immature rulers, it was no wonder the country was in such a state. Kroster and Foster wanted to show their superiority over Ruin Ardell with their whole demeanor. Ruin asked the princes not to argue. He was confused by their sudden visit, but it turned out to be very timely. He also had something to say to their majesties. Ruin Ardell said that he did not intend to choose any of them as his master. Kroster said that this was to be expected, but it still felt like a punch in the stomach. Foster agreed, but even the legendary strategist Gigas had refused the offer 3 times. Kroster said that Gigas, who had refused the emperor 3 times, eventually sided with him. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Did the princes really consider themselves on par with the first emperor? After all, he was a 9th-ranked knight. The young man said that even if the princes continued to offer, his answer would remain the same. He had something to do as Ruin Ardell. Ruin said that he was going to return to his homeland, the territory of Ardell. Kroster asked again, so Ruin Ardell would not leave the kingdom even after graduation? Our hero said that he could become a force for the kingdom. Foster said he was pleased to hear that. However, the protagonist warned that the situation was far from good. He hoped that their highnesses would understand his desire not to leave his native land. Kroster said that the future strength of the kingdom should not suffer from groundless worries. He, the crown prince, would provide support in any matter. Foster said that Ruin Ardell should first ask him for help, not his brother. Money, food. He would give him everything he needed. Ruin Ardell watched from the sidelines as the princes argued with each other for the right to be the mage's priority. Our hero definitely wasn't going to choose one of them, because it was much more profitable for him to have them fight over him. Ruin asked the princes to take care of what they had discussed. The princes told the young man not to worry and to focus on graduating from the academy. Fortunately for our hero, the princes were satisfied that he would not take anyone's side, and decided to leave him alone for the time being. He further confirmed his loyalty by assuring them that he had no intention of leaving the kingdom. Ruin Ardell asked for approval of the plans currently being considered by the territory of Ardell. He also requested military support for the duration of the cleanup. So far, everything was going according to plan. Was this the power of authority? The princes announced that Duke Ruin Ardell was the future and treasure of the kingdom, so he was appointed protector of the royal family. The young man must be shown the respect he deserves. Ruin Ardell was appointed protector, the closest person to the royal family, appointed to defend it. No one in the entire kingdom dares to look down on him. Although the title was given unofficially, since the princes themselves approved it, only formalities remain before it becomes official. Be that as it may, the protagonist was glad that everything had been resolved without any unnecessary problems. His colleagues acknowledged that Ruin Ardell was simply incredible. He had already been appointed to the role of protector of the royal family. Jason said that no one should touch the protector. Ruin Ardell thought that now was the time to get ready for class. The students said that it would be noisy and restless again, because before that, the role of defender had always been held by members of the Ridicule family. Suddenly, the students fell silent. Mikkel Ridicule appeared at the end of the corridor. Mikkel was angry. Were they talking about him? Had they forgotten what family he came from? After graduation, everyone would be under his influence anyway. Ruin Ardell thought that after Mikkel used a forbidden potion during the first semester exams, the question of his expulsion was considered. But he managed to avoid the worst outcome, getting away with a month's suspension from classes. All this was thanks to his family's influence. The Academy's magicians are effectively under the control of the Ridicule family. Ruin Ardell told Mikkel that the princes had a completely different opinion. Our hero greeted him and said that he and Mikkel hadn't seen each other in a long time. Mikkel said, "Does Ruin really think he won? They'll see who has the last laugh." Jason said that Mikkel was just jealous, and that he shouldn't take it to heart. The loss at the festival and the prince's words left their mark. Ruin Ardell thought that Mikkel's jealousy was definitely not something to pay attention to. At the moment, Mikkel's reputation was tarnished, which directly affected his family's honor. Most likely, he was up to something. After all, we are talking about the cruel Ridicule family. Ruin Ardell learned that the graduates had come to the academy to give lessons. I wonder who will teach them. Probably someone worthy. As always, the ominous premonition proved to be true. Jason and Ruin entered the auditorium and immediately froze in surprise. The teacher was surprised. Was something wrong? Why did everyone suddenly tense up? Could it be that Ruin Ardell himself had appeared in the classroom? If so, he was pleased to meet him. Ruin Ardell realized that Chikil Ridicule would be teaching. The second semester of the graduating class focused on practice. As mentioned earlier, there would also be classes related to knights. In this regard, graduates came to the academy to share the current situation among magicians. All this will be presented in the form of lectures. Once again, our hero's premonition was not unfounded. Considering that the invited graduate for the lectures would be Mikkel's older brother, Chikil Ridicule, the lecturer said that today he would talk about the relationship between the Ridicule family mages and the court mages. 11 of the 14 court mages are from the Ridicule family. Chikil said that he wanted to share some knowledge that needed to be learned. Nothing in this world can be claimed as one's own. Chikil added that this even applies to him. Therefore, students who are weaker need to stick together even more. From this point on, it is better for them to focus on accepting reality. Just because the students appoint their representative, Ruin Ardell, does not mean that their lives will turn out the same. Chikil Ridicule asked what Ruin Ardell thought about this. Ruin Ardell replied that even if 10 pieces of trash were to unite in a single burst of inspiration, a masterpiece would not be born. At best, there would only be a huge pile of trash. Chikil asked if this was a reproach directed at him. Ruin Ardell replied, "Not at all." Did it really sound that way? Chikil said that he had heard a lot about this young man from his brother. At least that he was a real loser. Ruin suggested that Mikkel had not told his brother the other part of the story. The part where this loser had beaten him up badly. At that moment, the interlocutors realized that the rivalry between Ruin Ardell and the Ridicule family would not simply fade away. With the arrival of Chikil, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. As soon as it was announced that anyone could join the Ridicule family if they wished, some of the astonished students with poor grades fell under Chikil's influence. His rhetoric, which was unique, realistic, and honest, proved to be quite effective. The students were told that if they worked for Ridicule, they too could succeed. Some of the students, on the contrary, did not want to work under the leadership of Mikkel, who did not shy away from deceptive schemes and manipulation. Ultimately, the academy was divided into two camps. With Ridicule's pathetic attempts to humiliate our hero, and his growing anger in response to these childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy inevitably became heated. However, the opportunity to put Ridicule in his place was not long in coming. In the office of the academy's head, the elder and the student were having a conversation and drinking fragrant tea. The head said that since the young man was a representative of the students, they could discuss pressing issues. What was the current situation at the academy? Ruin Ardell replied that the situation was the same as always, except for one element that was causing problems. Ignite said he understood who he was talking about. Ridicule. He was not fond of that family either. Every mage in the kingdom was connected to them in one way or another, and the academy was no exception. However, unlike last year, this year they only gave Ridicule courses that do not affect his final grade. And yet they still cause a stir both inside and outside the academy. Ruin Ardell asked the head what Chikil was like. The elder said that this guy was incredibly popular thanks to his appearance and good manners. He got along well with those around him, and his academic results were impeccable. At the age of 23, he became the youngest chief mage of the kingdom. However, behind this facade lurks a huge snake. He has a tremendous thirst for power and is extremely ambitious. Achieving his goals at any cost is in his nature. Outwardly, he seems like a decent person, but at his core, he is completely unprincipled. He will use anything to get what he wants. Ruin Ardell thought that in that case, there were plenty of reasons to fight him. All he needed was an excuse. The elder said he would like to discuss an upcoming special class with the student. The head of the academy said he had a wonderful idea. Ruin Ardell was to carry it out. Ruin Ardell entered the auditorium as usual, and everyone turned their attention to him, including Chekil. Ruin Ardell said that he had come to ask his senior comrade for something. Jason said it was only a matter of time. The young man said that he had heard that Chekil had received an offer from the head of the academy to invite the knights to the next class, but had refused. So he came to ask himself. Ruin Ardell asked Chekil to allow the graduates to have this joint class. As part of the joint classes, graduates who come as lecturers can participate in the training like the other students. In other words, this is an official opportunity for Ruin and Chekil to fight on the same level. The students were delighted, as this was an opportunity to finally see Chekil Garihill's skills, and Chekil and Ruin would be able to compete on equal terms. Our hero believed that the decision was now up to Chekil Garihil. However, Chekil said that the academy's graduates were already experienced magicians with years of practice. There was no need for such a class, and it would be a waste of time. Ruin Ardell asked if the purpose of the elders coming to them was not to teach them something. Chekil understood that Ruin wanted the confrontation between them to continue by any means necessary. Ruin said that Chekil was refusing to participate in the joint training, even though it was an ideal opportunity to put new knowledge into practice. If Chekil insists that his family is a united group, why is he acting contrary to this? Perhaps there was some special reason for this. For example, was Chekil Garihil afraid of something? Chekil said that even though Ruin won the Grand Festival, he is still a student with little experience. Ruin would be powerless against real weapons and would only continue to be stubborn. Why did they have to hold such problematic classes? The students said they wanted to see Mr. Chekil Garihill's skills. One of the students said that they really wanted to see the skills acquired in real combat. Mikkel said that this was the perfect opportunity to crush Ruin Ardell in front of everyone. We have to agree. Mikkel said that Ruin Ardell would regret his offer for a long time because his brother was a truly powerful mage. Ruin Ardell thought that Mikkel had put it perfectly. That was how it should be, so that Chekil could no longer refuse. Chekil said that since it was a joint exercise, the Knights of Foldren would most likely come. Chekil added that he had refused to participate in the joint exercise so that Ruin could continue to shine as the representative of his class. But if Ruin Ardell wanted to dismiss it, then he agreed. Ruin Ardell said that as a student, he wanted to see the skills of his senior mentor. Chekil shook the student's hand and said that in that case, there was nothing to be done. During the handshake, the opponents felt tension pass between them, like an electric current. Ruin told Chekil to prepare to be surprised. 3 days passed. The day arrived for the Foldren Knights to arrive at the academy. The head of the academy said that on this day, students and graduates would have to unite. His proposal was rejected. However, if Ruin Ardell asked for it, the head of the tower would not be able to refuse. How did the representative of the academy's students feel about this idea? Ruin Ardell thought that the head of the academy was quite cunning. He came up with a plan that would require the head of the tower to participate. One of the students noticed and said that Foldren's trainee knights had finally arrived. The knight asked the protagonist how the ogre in the form of a child was doing. Ruin Ardell said that he was fine, and asked how Sir Golter was doing. The knight replied that he was also doing well. He had heard that Ruin Ardell had won the great festival. Ruin replied that it was all thanks to Sir Golter's help. Golter said that he needed to see the head of the academy. Could Ruin Ardell look after his boys? Ruin Ardell said he was pleased to meet him and introduced himself. He was also a representative of the academy's students. Who was the representative of the knights? Ruin Ardell noticed a conflict between the participants. One of them said that his opponent only listens when he is hit. Another student told Maltiv not to scare the boy, although no one cared what would happen to him. Ruin Ardell recognized Hans and asked what they were doing there. One of the participants said his name was Maltiv Gegen, a representative from Foldren. Has the young man heard of the 7th-ranked knight Vengras Gegen, commander of the Golden Knights? This man is his father, added his interlocutor. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Why did he need this information? Was he bragging about his ancestry? Ruin Ardell said he would be grateful for an answer to his original question. Our hero repeated, "What was going on here?" Hans continued to kneel. Maltiv said that this guy had recently stopped listening altogether, so they decided to conduct individual training. Was it really impossible to train a commoner? Maltiv asked why he was suddenly showing interest in a commoner during the exchange of greetings. Were they acquainted? Ruin Ardell said that he was his friend. Maltiv laughed. It seemed that commoners understood each other best. Gigan added that the Ardell family was not particularly influential, and a person with such a pedigree was chosen as the representative of the academy. He even found it disgusting to talk to this guy. Ruin Ardell asked, how should he understand this? Our hero finally realized why the stranger was so hostile towards him. Chekil Garikil appeared and said he was glad to see Maltiva here. What was the trainee knight doing here? Ruin Ardell thought that even if he hadn't known Hans, they still wouldn't have gotten along. Golter returned and ordered all the knights to gather together. Today they were having a joint training session. Golter added that before the main part began, they needed to divide into groups. Each group should have 2 academy students and 1 knight trainee. There were 54 groups in total. Maltiv said he didn't want to participate. Why should they even train with these juniors? Chekil added that he had also graduated a long time ago and didn't understand what he was doing here. Maltiv suggested that they join forces and overcome this situation together. It was obvious that they would win. Chekil replied that it might work. If they added Mikkel, it would be an excellent group. In that case, they would leave no trace of these weaklings. Hans assumed that no one would join forces with him. He knew he was at the bottom of the list. However, Ruin Ardell suggested that Hans join forces with him. Our hero added that Hans was his friend. Jason appeared and said that this was rather cruel. If they were joining forces based on friendship, then he should also be included in the group. Jason said that if Hans was Ruin Ardell's friend, then he was his friend too. Ruin thanked Jason. He noticed that Hans looked worried and decided to approach him himself. Jason suggested that Hans switch to using the informal you from now on, if the young man didn't mind. Hans, of course, agreed. Ruin Ardell said that their goal was not just to get a good score. Jason asked, what else do they need? The protagonist added that they had to deal with that annoying guy. Once the groups were formed, it was time for a short break. Ruin Ardell asked if Hans was okay and offered to take him to the medical center if necessary. Hans replied that he didn't need anything. Hans said he was very happy to see Ruin Ardell again, but it would be better if they pretended to be strangers. Ruin was surprised. Hans added that many people disliked him. Ruin reminded him that Hans was his friend, so there was no need to worry. Ruin pointed to Maltiv and asked if he was talking about the guy who had bullied him at the training ground. Hans confirmed this. Malitva Gagan was a 4th-class knight and a student of the Sword of Pirito. Our hero could understand why Hans was afraid. A 4th-rank knight was surely a very skilled warrior, but at the moment when he destroyed the bandit leader with a single blow, his body was surrounded by a blue aura. Hans was a 3rd-class knight with very high potential. Although he is still 3rd rank in status, he already meets the criteria for 4th rank and has enormous potential for growth. Ruin Ardell said he was thinking of dealing with this Maltiv. What would Hans say to that? Will Hans remain a punching bag? Where was the stern look with which he defended his sister? Hans did not believe that he could really win. Other people approached the conversation, and one of them said he couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore. Maltiv was surprised. Did someone really think Hans could defeat him? He was just a useless commoner, wasting his breath. Maltiv ordered Hans to come over immediately. Hans mustered his courage and replied that he would not go. Maltiv became angry. Had Hans lost his mind? Did he feel special being next to Ruin Ardell? Maltiv added. Had Hans completely lost his mind from the beatings he had received? Maltiv grabbed his sword and said he would finish him off himself. Hans also grabbed his sword. However, Ruin Ardell told him to calm down. Ruin expressed his hope that Hans was not like them. It was not worth stooping to their level. He would definitely fight, but not today. Ruin Ardell said that he would take care of it today. Our hero clenched his fists. Maltiv thrust his sword forward and shouted at Ruin to step aside immediately. The next moment, Maltiv was struck in the jaw. The blow was delivered by Knight Golter, who was passing by. Maltiv was forced to fly far back. Ruin Ardell was surprised to see Sir Golter nearby. Golter asked Maltiv Gagan what was going on. Maltiv said that he had nothing to do with it, that they had started it. Golter was surprised. Was that why Maltiv had drawn his sword, to destroy his attackers? Golter said that from that moment on, Maltiv was no longer a representative of the knight trainees. His deputy would temporarily take on this role, and upon his return to the educational institution, disciplinary measures would be applied to him. Maltiv said that if Sir Golter stripped him of his position, his father would not remain silent. Golter said he had no doubt about that, but only until he heard that his son had drawn his sword at the academy and tried to stab someone. Maltiv offered his deepest apologies. Ruin Ardell thought that Maltiv was acting pompous. but trembling with fear at the mention of his father's name. Our hero decided that he had caught their attention. The first part of the joint training was close combat and defense. Sir Golter Parante taught them how to neutralize a mage's main weakness, the time it takes to cast a spell. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to predict the movements of knights and leave their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques. Malteve said he was terribly angry with Ruin Ardell. They would have to train in a place where there were plenty of them. Shaquille suggested sitting down and resting, since they already knew everything. Shaquille believed that he should not train here. They expected him to reveal his skills in front of all these people, but he couldn't let that happen. Hans suggested taking a short break. Jason noticed that Ruin was not tired at all. Ruin Ardell said that he had only just warmed up. Golter, who was nearby, asked Ruin Ardell to give him some time. He wanted to make sure of something. Ruin Ardell asked what he was talking about. Golter said that it was impossible to master such skills on your own. It could only be achieved through training with a very good mentor. Ruin Ardell thought that Sir Golter was much more attentive than he seemed. Golter added that he was asking for a favor. He wanted to have a sword duel. Our hero said that this must be a joke. He is not even a knight. How could he defeat someone like Golter? Besides, he had only been training for a week. Golter said that he wasn't asking him to defeat him. He wanted to teach those present. Golter added that there is no one here with better sword skills than Ruin Ardell. Ruin felt the sudden pressure of attention weighing on him. However, this was a wonderful opportunity. If he performed well, he would have a chance to put some people in their place. So it was a pretty good idea. Ruin Ardell thought, let it be so. The young man said he was looking forward to learning something new from the knight. Golter said that Ruin Ardell now had an impressive stance, so he went on the offensive. The trainee knights thought that their commander had impressive speed. Was he taking the sparring too seriously? Ruin Ardell parried the knight's attack. Golter was even surprised that Ruin was able to block his blow. Golter said that even seeing the young man's skills with his own eyes, they were hard to believe. Where did Ruin Ardell learn this? Or perhaps Ruin couldn't reveal the name of his mentor. Ruin Ardell wondered, could he tell Golter the truth? Probably nothing bad would happen. Ruin Ardell said that his mentor was Sir Bolvar Peyton. After hearing this, Golter froze in his tracks. The knight trainees said that he was a legendary spearman. Could he still be alive? Golter asked for more details. How did they meet? Ruin said that Bolvar had retired and had been living in Ardell ever since. He had known this man since childhood. Malteve shouted at Ruin not to dare lie. Malteve repeated that it was all a lie. His father had personally told him that Bolvar Peyton had died. Besides, Ruin Ardell certainly couldn't prove his words. Ruin was surprised. Why would he need to prove it? He was not in the habit of calling the dead alive. Malteve remarked that even if it were true, nothing would change. His father was still the strongest in the kingdom. Ruin now understood what was going on. Malative's father, Sir Vengras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights, is officially recognized as the strongest knight in the kingdom. If the legendary knight Bolvar Peyton turns out to be alive, it could affect the existing order. Ruin thought that this was what he was worried about. Our hero said that Malteve could think whatever he wanted about the strongest in the kingdom. Peyton didn't care about some pathetic regalia. Malteve was outraged again. Was Ruin calling the regalia pathetic? How dare he insult his father? Malteve Gagan said he was challenging Ruin Ardell to a duel. The young man must bring a real sword right now. Golter was surprised. What kind of idea is that? Does he really want to fight Ruin Ardell so badly? Golter said that in that case, he had a brilliant idea. The first match of tomorrow's group classes would be a battle between Ruin Ardell's group and Maltive's group. The next day arrived. Golter repeated the names of the participants in the first battle. Shaquille asked if Ruin was well prepared. Our hero was surprised. Why this sudden question? Shaquille said it didn't matter and suggested that he try his best in this match. After the competition began, Shaquille immediately rushed towards our hero. Those present were surprised by such speed. What was going on? No one could be that fast. Ruin Ardell thought it was very foolish to want victory so desperately that he would bring 6 artifacts with him. Last night, the commander of the Golden Knights, Vengras Gagan, said he had heard about Shaquille. He had been invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the graduates. George Garrichil, senior authorized advisor to the Kingdom of Radian, said that he had been invited by the head of the academy, Tyrion Ignat himself. But is Malteve doing well? Gagan said that he was fine, although he was a very troublesome guy. That's why he was sent to Sir Golter to be taught discipline. He should be at the academy now. Garrichil said that he was actually here because of a representative of the academy. Vengras clarified, is it Ruin Ardell? Rumors had spread so widely that even he remembered that name. He won the great festival and even attracted the attention of the Empire. Vengras said that he was just a common upstart from the provinces, and he shouldn't be allowed to make his way so easily. Garachil agreed. He must not be allowed to lure the princes to his side. Garachil said that his sons and Maltiv were now on the same team, and they would face Ruin Ardell. George Garachil asked why, in that case, the artifact should not be given to Maltiv. Garachil added that if Sir Vengras gave him the pendant, he would definitely give it to Maltiv. Vengras said that would be a real forgery. Garachil replied that there was no need to focus on that now. If they wanted to rein in that boy before he caused more trouble, they could go to extremes. He had already given the artifacts to his children. Garachil asked, "Is Bolvar Payton a familiar name?" Vengras was surprised. Why was he mentioned? Garachil said that the man was apparently still alive and, as it turned out, was teaching Ruin the art of swordplay on his territory. If Ruin Ardell defeated their children in the upcoming duel, their position would be shaken. Vengras handed over the pendant and expressed his hope that it would bear fruit. Garachil said that all this was being done for the good of their kingdom. During the confrontation, Chakil used a tree to block and delay Ruin, saying that Ruin Ardell was too boastful with such poor skills. It was a complete disappointment. Our hero expected that his opponents might pull some kind of trick, but he didn't think they would stoop so low. Chakil told Ruin Ardell to show his amazing power. At that moment, Maltiv swung his sword and rushed at the motionless Ruin Ardell with the aim of knocking the life out of him. Jason shouted for Ruin Ardell to dodge. Maltiv struck, and Ruin managed to dodge. Ruin was surprised. How could a wooden sword be so hard? Maltiv Gagan received the Amulet of Fortitude from Vengra. This artifact is shaped like a pendant for ease of wear. It enchants weapons, making them sharper and stronger. Maltiv admitted that he had missed his mark, otherwise he would have destroyed his opponent. Malativ prepared to attack again and said that this time he would definitely send Ruin Ardell to his ancestors. Our hero activated the Steel Destroyer skill. After his punch, his opponent's sword shattered into pieces. Maltiv was surprised. How was this possible? Even though they were wearing artifacts, Ruin Ardell said that he wanted to avoid bloodshed if possible. But now it was clear that nothing would come of it. Our hero said that if it came to that, he would take the matter very seriously. The unique skill Will of the Leader was activated. Until his strength was exhausted, the first leader of Heavenly Mountain, Kunhan, would support our hero. Kun's spirit will appear above his head and move with Ruin Ardell. Everyone present saw Kunhan's spirit and couldn't believe it. We must flee from here immediately. A fiery ogre has appeared. Ruin Ardell approached his opponent and said that even 6 artifacts were not enough to defeat him. Chakil was even more surprised. He reached out and grabbed the string that held the artifacts around Chakil's neck. The string broke, and the pendants fell to the ground. Everyone present witnessed this deception. Could Chakil have used the artifacts? Moreover, these artifacts were used against someone younger than him. Chakil said that Ruin Ardell would not last long. The Garachil family would not sit idly by. Our hero realized that Garachil would not let him live in peace. First Mikkel, then Chakil. Who would be next? Ruin Ardell asked if perhaps George Garachil himself would be next. Chakil rushed at our hero again and said that Ruins didn't even dare to say his name. However, Ruin Ardell used his unique abilities and deactivated his opponent. He said that Chakil was too noisy. Strand asked the young man if he was sure about the fence. Was it really okay to show it to everyone? Strand told Ruin to look at the face of the Academy's head. He was in complete shock. Ruin Ardell replied that he couldn't hide it forever anyway. Strand agreed. In any case, Chakil Garachil was defeated. Apparently, Mikkel fainted as soon as he saw the ogre. Ruin Ardell thought that in that case, the winner was clear. He glanced sideways at Heidel and Golter. However, Hans, with 2 wooden swords in his hands, said not to rush. The duel was not over yet. Hans told Maltiv that his sword had simply broken. He could use another one. Hans threw the sword at Maltiv's feet and told him to pick it up. Maltiv said that this commoner had completely lost his mind. How dare he do such a thing? Hans was holding the sword of Perito, a knight with at least a 4th rank, and therefore mastered the control of aura. 4-star knights have a blue aura, 5-star knights have a red aura, 6-star knights have an aura that is close to purple. Beyond that, the color of the aura no longer has a specific shade, and reflects the individual characteristics of the knight. The approximate level of a trainee knight is 3 stars. Everyone present, looking at Hans, said that this was impossible. In other words, even among those who have already officially become knights, there are those who have yet to reach the 4-star level. Hans had a sword with a blue aura. Strand said that this guy had to be stopped. The duel was over anyway. Ruin decided to watch after all. Our hero said, "Finally that look is back." Maltiv shouted that he could never accept this, and grabbing his sword, rushed at his opponent. How could a simple commoner master the aura? Maltiv said that such a weakling could not be on the same level as him. He should continue to lie on the ground. Hans was surprised. Was Maltiv still clinging to status? Hans added that his opponent was just lucky to be born into a good family. Maltiv said that this guy had completely lost his fear. Maltiv said that if this was Hans's last wish before dying, he would grant it. Maltiv jumped high into the air, swung his sword, and shouted that he would destroy his opponent. Everyone around shouted for Hans to be careful. Heidel and Gunther rushed to help. However, Hans parried the attacker's blow and threw him far back. The trainee knights ran up to Maltiv and told him to take the sword in his hands. Was he unconscious? What just happened? It all happened so fast that they didn't even have time to see. Did Hans defeat Maltiv? Ruin Ardell approached Hans and asked how he was feeling. Ruin told Hans to look at his sword. Hans looked down and saw that the sword had a red aura. The head of the academy, Ignite, walking with the protagonist, said that he had hoped for it, but never thought that he would actually defeat the graduate. Ruin Ardell asked, wasn't it the head who invited Shakil Garachil to the academy? Didn't he anticipate this outcome from the beginning? The elder said that his plan had been revealed. The elder said that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to temper the Garachil family's fervor a little. But instead, he added fuel to their burning desire for revenge. Rumors of the duel have already reached the capital. Since Garachil's eldest son was defeated, the nobles are already discussing whether this could be a sign of the family's decline. George Garachil will do everything in his power to restore the family's honor. This means that Ruin Ardell may soon be in danger. The head of the academy said he could not allow any of his students to be harmed. That is why they came here, to the staircase leading to the academy's basement. The elder said that a few days ago, Kingren awoke from a long sleep. The first thing he said was that he smells his kin. The head said that all they had to do was go downstairs. Kingren was waiting with a gift. Ruin asked why the elder wasn't asking any questions. The head clarified what he meant. Ruin reminded him that a fiery ogre had suddenly appeared behind him. There was no such magic in this world. Was the leader not curious at all? The elder said it didn't matter. Whether a young man appeared before him with a huge ogre behind him, or with goblins on his shoulders, he would remain the same Ruin Ardell whom he trusted. That was the only thing that mattered to him. The protagonist proceeded alone into the room and found himself in front of Kingren. The ogre said he hadn't seen the young destroyer in a long time. Kingren said that he still couldn't believe it, but he could sense the scent of his kind, who lived on Heavenly Mountain, coming from the young man. He could even smell his father, Munkan. The protagonist told Kingren everything that had happened on Heavenly Mountain, and how he had created the artifact with the help of Kunhan's tooth. Kingren laughed. Did the man really arm wrestle with 100 ogres? What recklessness! Ruin Ardell clarified that he had not only wrestled, but won every match. Kingren assumed that his kin had enjoyed themselves. The ogre said that he had already thought he would be locked in this artifact forever, and simply disappear. But he was glad to hear about his homeland again. The ogre thanked the young destroyer from the bottom of his heart. Ruin Ardell was his blessing. Ruin Ardell received information that the achievement had been unlocked. The title, Friend of the Ogre, was upgraded to Lord of the Ogres. Strength increased by 1,000 points. The ogre said that the man was the embodiment of Drak and his benefactor. The only man trusted by the ogres of Heavenly Mountain. Our hero's strength has grown to 7,000. Strand said it was an excellent lunch. Strand added that he had reached 5 stars much faster than he had expected. Strand jumped off the young man's shoulder and said that he had stayed in this useless small form for too long. Could Ruin imagine how boring it was? Suddenly there was a bright flash, the epicenter of which was right next to Strand. When the flash subsided, a delightful girl appeared in Strand's place. She said she had been waiting for this for a very long time. It was Strand's human form. From his reunion with Kingren, the protagonist received 2 more gifts. The power of a leader, allowing him to command ogres as a lord. The ability to summon ogres and a special privilege, to summon Kingren, who was bound to the academy for life, to him once. Before leaving, the ogre said, summon him only in case of a real threat to life. Strand said that there was nothing better than transforming into a human. The head of the academy asked who the young lady was. As soon as Strand transformed, everyone else could see her. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Strand was indeed a girl. The head said that only 1 person had gone downstairs, but 2 had come up. How would the young man explain this? The elder said that, given his limited knowledge, he assumed she was a spirit. Strand clarified that, to be more precise, she was an incarnation. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Would that explanation really suffice? Strand added that they were bound by a symbiotic relationship, so they couldn't exist without each other. Ruin told Strand to stop addressing the head of the academy without proper respect. The girl pointed out that she had lived several dozen times longer than this old man. The head said that since the embodiment girl had come from the Kingren's quarters, he would arrange for her to stay at the academy. Strand said she had a good plan. The students were puzzled. Did Ruin Ardell mean that he had a cousin and she had transferred here today? The girl said her name was Ruin Ardell. Ruin announced that she would be with them in the graduating class. The students were surprised because Ruin had said she was younger. The young man replied that she was a genius, so she had skipped several grades. Jason knelt down, held out his hand, and said he was very pleased to meet her. He was Ruin's best friend. Would the girl like to take a tour of the academy with him? Ruin Ardell was surprised by Jason's actions. Ruin Ardell thought that at least he had managed to create a working legend. Our hero remembered that today was Hans's departure day. The young man said he had come to say goodbye. Ruin Ardell promised that he would visit Foldrin someday. Hans said he would wait, as such a person was always welcome there. Hans asked if he could come to Ardell after he graduated. Ruin Ardell replied that the young man could visit whenever he wanted. Hans said he wasn't talking about visiting. He wanted to become a knight of Ardell. Hans added that he wanted to do something meaningful, such as defending Ardell, which would be ruled by Ruin. Jason approached our hero and said that he would also go to Ardell. He would help wash dishes and do other chores there, but at the same time he would be close to Lady Strand. Ruin Ardell said he didn't remember giving such permission. Jason was surprised. Was someone playing a cruel joke? Ruin thought it would be great if his friends moved to Ardell. The future of Ardell is becoming more and more exciting. The capital of Radian is Die Radian. The sponsor said it was over. Does Sir Vengras know how much money he invested? And yet Maltiva was defeated by a novice knight. The same thing happened to Greyhill. Even their eldest son was defeated by Ruin Ardell. The era of the Garyhill family had come to an end. The Garyhill family maintained its status as a house of magic. At the same time, Vengras Gagan was regarded as the strongest knight in the kingdom. This status was maintained thanks to the support of the nobility. The noblemen said that for now they were at the top, but when their sons took over, their downfall was inevitable. The solution was obvious. They had to switch sides. They had to join Ardell as soon as possible. However, the current head of the Ruin Ardell family would not accept money. George Garyhill entered the office and said they were having an interesting conversation. Who were they going to join? The nobleman said that there was a misunderstanding. They did not know that Sir Garyhill was listening to them. George said that the Garyhill family had been in power since the founding of Radian. History does not tolerate lies, so their experiences will not come to fruition. Garyhill thought that he wanted to use Ruin Ardell as a stepping stone for his sons, but this man had dragged his family through the mud. Garyhill thought he would destroy Ruin Ardell, whatever the cost. Another important activity in the second semester is a visit to the capital. The students were excited to be able to enter the magic tower. Meeting the court magicians sounds amazing. As part of the lesson, students will visit the magic tower and the royal palace. They will be able to see new magic and learn something from practicing magicians. Ruin Ardell thought that now he would be able to meet George Garyhill face to face. This man must have harbored a great grudge. For our hero, visiting the capital is like visiting the enemy's lair, where he will have to face the court magicians. There were plenty of opportunities to target Ruin Ardell in such an environment. Strawn asked if this George Garyhill was powerful. Ruin replied that, according to rumors, he was a 7th-class magician, just like the head of the academy. Strand said that if she were the same as before, she would have defeated George with a single finger. Ruin Ardell thought that information about the head of the academy, who was on the same level, could not be seen with the eye of a player. He couldn't let his guard down. Finally, the students arrived. It was a great place. The capital was really different from other cities. Ruin Ardell thought that it was just a dazzling grandeur unworthy of such a small kingdom. George Garyhill said that he had not seen the head of the academy, Ignat, for a long time. The elder asked what had made Chairman George come in person. Garyhill was surprised. Wasn't that too rude a question? When young talents who would one day lead the kingdom forward arrived in the capital, he, as the defender of the country, should at least welcome them. However, that wasn't the only reason today. Garyhill added that he wanted to see how the children had grown up to understand how they had been able to defeat his sons. At the same time, Garyhill looked intently at our hero. Garyhill said, "So this is Ruin Ardell?" Our hero felt as if a snake was wrapping itself around his body. But something was wrong here. As far as we know, George Garyhill is a 7th-class mage. However, the player's eye tells him that he is looking at a 6th-class mage. How did he manage to fool everyone? The young man looked at Garyhill's hand and thought, maybe it's all about the artifacts? Ruin Ardell smiled. Garyhill asked what was so funny. Ruin said he wasn't laughing and that he was going to leave. Garyhill grabbed the young man by the arm and asked where he was going. He hadn't finished the conversation yet. Garachil repeated his question. What was so funny? The head of the academy told Chairman George to control himself. After all, he was just a student. Strand was already angry. Garachil told the head of Ignite not to say anything. Garachil added that the elder might have authority at the academy, but here in the capital, he was responsible for the students. Ignite replied that if this somehow justified threatening an innocent student, he could not accept it. In that case, he would be forced to return to the academy immediately with all the students. Garachil said that their noble academy head, Tarian Ignite, had always been like that. Did the head really think that he would not find out that it was his idea to make Chakil a laughingstock in front of the entire school by luring him into an open lesson? Was the old man still upset that he had been appointed as the defender instead of Ignite? Tarian Ignite became angry, and everything around him was immediately engulfed in flames, and the wind raged. Garachil said that if the elder wanted to continue in the same vein, then so be it. Ruin Ardell said it was just amusing. He explains the reason for his laughter. He has never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Mikkel and Chakil also liked accessories. Apparently, this was a common trait among the wealthy. Garachil was shocked. Did this Ruin understand everything? George Garachil said that there was no specific reason. It just happened that they wore a lot of jewelry. Be that as it may, the head of the Ignite Academy must relinquish his authority here. From this day forward, he will personally conduct all field classes. Garachil turned around and said that it was time for him to leave. Ruin Ardell thought that the trip to the capital was far from ordinary. George Garachil, who announced that he would be in charge of the entire schedule, disappeared without a trace as soon as they arrived at the palace. Instead, the senior mage gave them a tour. However, despite the lack of information provided during the tour, the atmosphere was not too bad, except for one detail. Strand asked the young man if he had noticed it too. Ruin replied that he had noticed it immediately. Everyone present did not even hide the fact that they were staring at them. Ruin told Strand to look out the window. Outside was a suspicious man hiding his face under a hood. Was it the same man who had been watching them earlier? He had been there since they entered the building. Ruin Ardell thought it was an illusion. Strand was surprised. Was it really illusion magic? The young man said he could sense a faint magic in the surrounding space. He had created the environment around them with illusion magic. The landscape visible from the windows and even the passers-by were not real. In addition, he had put up a barrier to protect this place from the outside world. Strand couldn't believe she hadn't noticed this. Even though she had regained her human form, she was still far from her former strength. Our hero had expected something like this, but he didn't think they would come so soon. Ruin Ardell noticed that the man had turned around and was about to leave in the opposite direction, away from the window. Ruin said that he was trying to lure him out of the room. If they were fighting in an enclosed space like the building he was in now, he would have the advantage. But this man knew that he couldn't let the students get hurt, so he would be forced to fight outside. It was a 6th class mage, Hyzen Garachil. He was quite capable of creating illusions, but illusory magic of this scale was beyond the capabilities of a single person of his level. The young man thought that he was facing at least 2, if not 3 opponents, maybe even more. They were all 6th class mages, so his chances of winning were slim. But what if George Garachil himself joined the battle? Ruin Ardell thought that perhaps he could take advantage of this. The young man said he would have to go right now. Our hero thought that this evening would be quite a long one. A few hours earlier, George Garachil said that he personally invited everyone to this meeting. Is this really everyone who showed up? One of the nobles suggested that many were deliberately avoiding the meeting. Garachil said that today would be the end of Ruin Ardell. But the others were still afraid, and did not come. George Garachil said that usually this room was full, with people standing everywhere. Today, only 4 people had come. That scoundrel Ruin Ardell had ruined everything. Garachil added that soon they would regret it. Had everyone been informed of the topic of today's meeting? The capital's night guards consisted entirely of their people. Therefore, if there was any commotion, it would not be a problem. Garachil inquired about the task he had personally assigned to the captain. The nobleman said that last night they had received confirmation. The killers had arrived in Ardell. After midnight, they would sneak into the estate and take the head of Ruin Ardell. At least the father and son would pass away on the same night. Vengra noted that Ruin also had a daughter. Vengra said that Bolvar Peyton must also disappear. There is only room for one sun in the sky. Peyton was walking around the house. The situation seemed suspiciously quiet to him. The young master's recent victory over his older son, Garachil, had attracted the attention of many of the nobility to Ardell. Garachil would not give up so easily. Ruin Ardell told Peyton that if he noticed anything suspicious, he should report it immediately. Bolvar thought that the master shared his concerns. It was necessary to be vigilant and cautious. Peyton asked a colleague working nearby if they had finished for the day. The man said he was just finishing up and was about to go home. Peyton asked if the employee had noticed anyone suspicious among the visitors today. The man replied that there had been 5 salesmen, but they hadn't sold anything, and he hadn't seen them leave. Peyton thought that assassins often disguised themselves as merchants, and now they had disappeared from view, entering Ardell territory. The worker said that these merchants still carried swords with them. Sir Bolvar must be careful. Upon receiving this information, Peyton immediately ran in the specified direction toward the house. At that moment, the mercenaries, armed with swords, were already searching the premises. They hadn't found anyone yet. They decided to wait a little longer. Lord Ardell would probably be back soon. The doors to the room burst open. Bolvar Peyton stood in the doorway with a spear in his hand. He asked how these scoundrels dared to do this. Did they even know where they were? The killers were disconcerted. How did the old man know they were here? Probably because he was a 7-star knight. He had no need for stealth skills. One of the criminals said that it was for the best. They had to deal with him anyway. The killers decided to surround and attack the old man. They were mercenaries hired by Hengras Gagan. Everyone who invaded Ardell's territory was at least a 6th-level master. Peyton, a 7-star knight, had not held a spear in his hand for a long time, preferring a fishing rod. Therefore, many believed that his skills were no longer what they used to be. However, this was a fatal mistake. Peyton had not forgotten his skills and showed the criminals what he was capable of. The criminals decided to attack simultaneously, but immediately paid dearly for it. The killers began to doubt. Was this really a 7-star knight? They had already encountered many 7th-level knights of the Empire before. Peyton asked one of the surviving killers if he knew why he had stopped honing his spear techniques. The old man said that no matter how hard he tried to improve, he had already reached the limit of what could be achieved in terms of technique. The assassin realized that he was facing an 8-star knight. Another assassin, hiding in a dark corner, tried to attack Peyton, but was unexpectedly impaled on the old man's spear. The killer, who was still alive, thought this was madness. Vangra had deceived them. How could he have lied to them about the strength of the target? They would not have taken on this assignment even for 5 times the amount of money. Talking to the killer, Bolvar Peyton realized that the client was Vengras Gagan. Peyton told the criminal to go back and tell the client never to set foot on Ardell territory again. The protagonist caught up with the fleeing man. The man asked if the young man had left of his own free will. The man added that Ruin Ardell had not come alone. Had he decided to go to the other world with a companion? That was very interesting. Ruin Ardell replied that the man should not worry. He was not going to die here. If only the world worked the way they wanted it to. But alas, that was not the case. Ruin Ardell glanced at those present and counted 7. These guys were prepared. The man said he would allow the young man to give one piece of advice. The best way to prolong his life was to stay out of his sight. However, there was only one outcome awaiting this guy now. Our hero was attacked. The man said that the guy had brought this fate upon himself and had no one to blame but himself. However, Ruin Ardell was safe and sound, as if nothing had happened. The attackers were surprised. How could he still be standing after such an attack? Ruin Ardell replied that there are beings that cannot die. Strand was ready for action. Incarnations are indestructible and unbreakable creatures. The only way to take Strand out of action is to destroy the contractor. But, as our hero said, he had no intention of dying here. The unique skill Will of the Leader was activated. Until his strength runs out, the first leader of the Heavenly Mountain Kunhan supports the protagonist. The Fire Ogre appeared above Ruin Ardell and attacked his enemies. Ruin Ardell thought that at this rate, he would be able to win without overexerting himself. The villain, who miraculously survived, grabbed our hero and said that he did not expect the young man to be so strong. However, no matter how strong he was, could he overcome the dark magic of the water seal? There are those who practice forbidden dark magic, which all magicians have rejected. Black magicians. The water seal is a spell invented by a water sorcerer. It will not leave the one it touches until it sucks out all their life force. This dark magic spell is the most well-known. The protagonist could not even imagine that these magicians would go so far. Dark magic captivated our hero. The leader of the magicians said he regretted what had happened. But having witnessed the use of dark magic, the young man has no choice but to die. The villain said that destroying Ruin Ardell was part of their plan anyway. His friend, who tried to intervene, was now no longer an obstacle, so everything became even easier. Ruin Ardell replied that he would never forgive them for this. The villain told Ruin Ardell not to be too sad. At least he would not be alone on his final journey. By this point, his father and younger sister must already have been destroyed. The young man, of course, did not know this, otherwise he would not be standing there. The man said he was waiting for an answer. Why did Ruin Ardell go against the senior advisor Ridicule? Did he really think he could win? At that moment, our hero grabbed his opponent's face with his hand. The villain was surprised. How could he do that, since he was under the influence of the water seal? Ruin Ardell punched his opponent in the face with all his might. The villain fell and did not move. The young man looked at his bloodied hand. This scoundrel was finished. The unique skill, Kingren's Call, was activated. The ogre told the villains that they had crossed a line that should not have been crossed. Kingren, standing behind our hero, told the villains not to be angry because they had brought trouble upon themselves. In that fleeting moment, only one thought echoed in Ruin Ardell's head. The villains must be destroyed. Like the destroyer of worlds, Drac, the young man decided to destroy them all. Kingren asked the young destroyer why he had summoned him. Ruin Ardell replied that he wanted none of these enemies to remain alive. No mercy. Kingren said, "So be it," and brandishing his weapon, rushed at his opponents. The criminals fled in fear and cried for help. Ruin Ardell remained on the sidelines and also began to methodically destroy them. He could never forgive these people, so he would destroy every one of them. It didn't matter what his fists destroyed or who his magic destroyed. At some point, Strahd stopped Ruin Ardell and said that was enough. One of the bandits who was still alive said that this young man had always been a psychopath. In that case, how was he any different from them? Strahd asked why Ruin was behaving this way. Nothing had happened in Ardell yet. Ruin had to trust that knight, Bolvar Payton. He was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. Strahd told Ruin to pull himself together. If he succumbs to that power, he will end up like Drac. Doesn't the young man remember what his last days were like? Does he not understand why Dracar was called the Destroyer of Worlds? He went mad with unlimited power and ended up destroying the entire world. Strahd said that Ruin was not Drac. Ruin Ardell calmed down and apologized for making Strahd worry. Ruin told the criminal to tell him everything he knew. What is happening in Ardell? The villain said that the young man would regret what he was about to hear. Does he know about the Myeongdan group? It consists of the best assassins, all ranked 6th or higher. 5 of them have already arrived in Ardell. By this point, the Ardell family is surely dead. At that moment, the villain's body was pierced through with a spear. Behind the dead criminal stood George Ridicule. He said he had come to check if everything was in order and what all the chaos was about. George said he was disappointed. Ridicule's best men couldn't handle a common upstart. Ruin Ardell was outraged. How dare George Ridicule attack his family? Ridicule used dark magic, and Ruin and Strahd, having lost their strength, fell to their knees. Ridicule said that this young man should have just gone to the academy and kept a low profile. Why did he start provoking them? Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was George Ridicule also a dark mage? If anyone found out about this, the best outcome would be imprisonment. Ridicule said that no one would find out if this useless puppy shut up forever. Our hero understood that he couldn't even move a finger. Unfortunately, Kingren's Call had already ended. Ridicule said he wanted to end it all as soon as possible. At the same time, the dark mage activated the spears aimed at the protagonist. The spears flew out of the magic rings and rushed towards the young man and his companion. Our hero couldn't let it end like this. Unexpectedly, the head of the academy, Ignite, appeared before Ruin Ardell. The Elder instantly created a protective barrier and shielded the young people from the spears. George Ridicule was surprised. How did Tarian Ignite end up here? George Ridicule activated an illusory field, an artificial world created by Ridicule's minions, 6th class mages, so that no one from the outside could know what was happening inside. However, this magic only keeps ordinary people out. A mage of Ignite's level is able to immediately detect the unnatural flow of mana. In addition, a serious drawback of this magic is that if a mage of a higher level than the one who created the barrier casts a spell, the illusion will immediately disappear. Ridicule was outraged. Did the head of the academy plan to destroy the entire city just to defeat him? Ignite said that the city would not be destroyed, only Ridicule would suffer. Tarian added that he had already put up a barrier to prevent destruction in the capital. Ignite noted that Ridicule had not only become obsessed with dark magic, but had also dared to harm his student. For this crime, he would punish the scoundrel himself and entered into confrontation with Ridicule. Strahd said that the outcome of this battle was to be expected. Given the difference in their ranks, the gap between them was too obvious. The head of the academy won a crushing victory. Ruin Ardell thought that the difference in strength was on a completely different scale. The head of the academy, a 7th class mage, was so superior in strength that no one dared to challenge him. The head of the academy asked if Ruin Ardell was all right. The young man replied that he was fine, thanks to the Elder. Townspeople began to peer out of the windows of the neighboring house, wondering what was happening here at such a late hour. Was it really just the wind? The young man looking out the window was surprised. Was that really the head of the academy? Was George Garachil lying next to him, and why was he in such a state? The princes unexpectedly arrived at the scene. As they had heard, the head of the Garachil family had completely taken control of the capital's security. The only one who had arrived on an official visit was Ruin Ardell. Could Garachil have been targeting him? The princes began to explain to our hero that they had been worried the whole way that something might happen to the young man. They couldn't think about anything else. Their hearts were beating with anxiety. Ruin Ardell listened and thought that they hadn't changed at all. The princes saw that the head of the academy, Ignat, was also there. Tarian Ignat said that Garachil, lying on the ground, had tried to use black magic against his student, but had been stopped. The first prince said that Garachil was a real scoundrel. How dare he attack his precious friend Ruin Ardell? This was treason and a direct challenge to the royal family. This incident would be reported to the emperor, and Garachil would be arrested for criminal conspiracy. The second prince said he completely agreed with his brother. This was a true betrayal. Now that the use of forbidden black magic had been proven, every member of this family should be taken into custody without the right to early release. Ruin Ardell said that before that, he would like to make one request. The first prince replied that he would do everything possible. Ruin said that it concerned Ardell. He needed to make sure that his father and younger sister were safe. In order to obtain information about the state of the Ardell territory as soon as possible, a request had to be sent to the nearest trading city, Monzo. Even so, the wait dragged on for half a day. The first prince said that they had received information from Monzo. After reading the dispatch, His Majesty said that fortunately, everyone was safe. Lord Ardell was aware of the possible danger, and Sir Bolvar successfully neutralized the assassins who had been sent. Moreover, they managed to identify the organizer of the assassination attempt. The second prince was surprised. Wasn't it obvious that this was the work of George Garachil? It turned out that there were accomplices. Detective Wengras Gagan, captain of the Golden Knights, was most involved in the case. The princes were outraged at how corrupt the city had become. From that moment on, Sir Wengras was officially stripped of his title of captain of the Golden Knights. Moreover, all titles and powers vested in George Garachil, including the position of chief advisor to the Tower of Mages and the role of defender, were immediately revoked. The advisor said that in this case, the prince must appoint temporary executors of their duties. The prince said that the deputy captain would take on these duties for the time being. The second prince asked if the head of the academy would be willing to assist them. Ignite said that he was already old. The prince replied that he was well aware that the head of the academy was not interested in politics. However, the situation was complicated. He asked the head of the academy to temporarily take on the role of advisor and defender until a suitable candidate was found. It was widely known that the princes had been trying to bring the head of the academy to the capital for a long time, spending a lot of effort and money on it. However, the head remained adamant and refused all offers, firmly believing that a teacher had no place in politics. The students said that this position was ideal for the head of the academy. There was no one better for the job. The elder began to waver. If this was the wish of his students, then it was worth obeying. But only until another candidate was found. The princes were unanimously delighted. The students thought that at this rate, another candidate might not be found. So teachers could become politicians too, if they wanted to. The protagonist was simply glad that everything had ended so well. As soon as the trip to the capital was over, the final exam period would begin. The long, yet fleeting stay at the academy would soon come to an end. The trip to the capital, which had not gone well from the start, gave rise to discussions about whether it should be cancelled altogether. But in the end, it was decided to leave the schedule unchanged. As a result, the students stayed in the capital for a few more days. Rumors spread that Mikhail Garachil had decided to leave the academy. George Garachil was placed in an underground dungeon. The magicians of his family, whom Garachil trusted unconditionally, scattered in all directions, so this outcome was obvious. Chakil Garachil also disappeared somewhere. Rumors circulated that he had fled to Fern. The Garachil family name disappeared without a trace. The fall of the Garachil family, the triumph of the Ardell family. Banners with similar words began to spread throughout the capital. Soon, the news was discussed not only among the nobility, but throughout the kingdom. The security service would not let the young man pass. He was not allowed to be there and had to leave the premises. The young man insisted that he would only be there for a minute. Chekil Garachil knelt before the prince and said he sincerely apologized for the unplanned visit. It was a great honor for him to meet the crown prince. This was the third prince, Shomertan Rainak. Chekil noted that he understood that his behavior might seem disrespectful, but asked for understanding that he had not meant anything like that. The crown prince asked why the young man had come to him. Chekel said that he had come to seek refuge in the Empire. He was accompanied by his younger relatives and the mages of his house. In total, more than 40 people were seeking shelter. Chekel said that they would like to serve His Highness, the Grand Prince, and contribute, albeit in a small way, to the future boundless glory of the Empire. Shomerton remarked that it sounded tedious, and that ultimately, they were just looking for a place to eat. The Crown Prince inquired what crime Chekel had committed. Garachil, once belonging to the most influential family in the kingdom, was now on the run and seeking refuge in his empire. He wanted to know the reason. Chekel said that there had been an attempt at destruction. The Crown Prince said that no matter how small the kingdom of Radian was, granting asylum to the Gary Hills, who had committed a crime and fled, would be an act against justice. In fact, refusing to help would even have a positive effect on his reputation. The Crown Prince stated that he saw no reason to grant asylum. Samerthan informed Chekel that he must return. He would not grant the request for protection, but he would not arrest them either. Chekel said that they had attempted to assassinate Ruin Ardell. Samerthan said he would like to hear more details about what happened. Would Chekel like to have a cup of tea? Despite the series of events following the trip to the capital, there were no serious incidents. 3 months had passed since then, and the new year had arrived. Like snow falling in winter, a huge number of nobles had gathered at the academy. The reason was simple: the final exam. Academy graduates demonstrate their skills in front of an audience. This gives magicians the opportunity to get jobs from nobles. Each graduate demonstrates their unique skills in order to attract sponsors. Today is the day of the exam. Ruin Ardell thought that this exam marked the end of his training at the academy. The 6 years he spent here seemed both long and fleeting. Finally, this time was coming to an end. Jason asked if Ruin was nervous. The young man replied that he was completely calm. But was Jason himself well prepared? Jason admitted that he hadn't tried very hard. In any case, he would follow his friend to Ardell. Ruin reminded him that he had not yet given a clear answer. Ruin saw unexpected guests. The girl greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Although our hero knew that nothing had happened to her, it was easier to see it with his own eyes. Standing in front of the young man was his sister, accompanied by his father and Bolvar. Ruin asked if they had come for him. Had nothing else happened since that day? The young man apologized to his relatives, because in the end, they were in danger because of him. His father replied that they were fine, and that his son should not worry about it. In fact, he was proud that Ruin had not given in to their demands. Ruin Ardell thanked his father and Sir Bolvar. Peyton said he was only doing his duty. Ruina asked her brother who the lady was, pointing to Strun. Ruina Ardell thought that the legend about his cousin would not work with his relatives. Ruina was surprised. Did her brother really have a new girlfriend that Irene didn't know about? Ruin replied that she was just a friend. Fortunately, it wasn't just his family who came to see our hero. Hans, who had completed his training and become a full-fledged knight, had also arrived. Seta Malkiri greeted him and asked how Ruin Ardell was doing. Irene came here too. There were people here with whom our hero had befriended at the Great Festival. As a bonus, the first and second princes arrived. Our hero's most powerful connections came to his exam. The princes said that they had overcome many difficulties before finding their friend here. Seta declared that Ruin Ardell was now a high-flying bird. All graduates were invited to enter the arena, as the exam was about to begin. Ruin told his friends and relatives that they would see each other soon. Ruina told her brother to do his best. They were all rooting for him. It was time for the final exam. The young man thought that he had to give it his all if everyone here was supporting him. Our hero noticed 2 people he had never seen here before, but he had a feeling that they were familiar to him. Ruina asked Strawn if she thought these 2 were suspicious. Strawn said that Ruina knew them. The one on the left was the Dirty King, Theron. The man on the right was the Crown Prince. Strawn was surprised. Did these 2 really think that their magic would deceive her eyes? They had changed their faces, but their frightening aura remained. Why had they come so far to get here? Besides, they didn't need to hide their appearance in order to participate in the graduation exam. Our hero thought, could it really be because of him? They had come secretly to see how much stronger he had become. It was very thoughtful of them. Ruin Ardell thought, if they made the same offer as before, his answer would remain the same. However, if they had gone to such lengths, he should give them a show worth their time. Ruin wanted them to watch him closely now. He would show them how far he had come. The final exam includes an isolation stage. There is also a stage involving battle with ice and destruction. The exam is a timed test in which examinees must complete the above challenges as quickly as possible. The first stage, the isolation test, requires the student to escape from a room with a well-protected door. There are many ways to leave the room. For example, you can cancel the locking spell applied to the lock, or create keys using a magic stone. After the command, all 7 magicians left the rooms almost simultaneously. Only the final result matters, escaping from the locked room. In the next test, the exam becomes absurdly difficult. This stage requires destroying an ice monster in the glacial zone of the arena. The final stage of the exam requires the use of the most powerful magic available to destroy the wall. Once all the tests have been passed, the final exam is considered successfully completed. Jason Damon was the first from team number 6 to complete the exam, finishing 55 seconds before the end of the allotted time. Ruin Ardell thought that although Jason behaved calmly, he was actually actively preparing. Only 3 members of team number 6 passed, and each of them had less than a minute left of the allotted time. They needed to figure out how to complete the exam as quickly as possible. Team number 7 was invited into the arena. Ruin Ardell, the pride of the academy, was on this team. Everyone was eagerly awaiting to see how he would perform. The Crown Prince wanted to see how much stronger this student had become. He asked if his godfather wasn't curious too. The Dirty King inquired what the Crown Prince planned to do. Had Shomertan Raynak come here to make a final offer? The Crown Prince replied that this was indeed the case. He would have no other opportunities. With proper cultivation, his talent would be a huge advantage. But without proper supervision, it could one day lead to disaster. When it came time to deal with him, Ruins Ardell thought that the head of the academy had put a lot of effort into this. If you hit them with all your might, it won't be so easy to break through. Is it worth just opening the lock like everyone else? However, this seemed very boring to our hero. No matter how strong a wall may seem, it must have a weak spot. The audience wondered how long it would take Ruin Ardell to do this. After all, his performance had to live up to his reputation. Suddenly, there was a targeted explosion, and the door flew out of its frame. In the next moment, everyone saw Ruin Ardell standing in the middle of the arena. The door of the room, which usually takes 5 minutes to open, was destroyed in 13 seconds. At this final exam, an already famous name was once again immortalized in history. Now everyone was even more convinced that Ruin Ardell would be the winner. All that remained was to guess how quickly the student would pass the next tests. The Dirty King thought that from the moment Kunhan's tooth reacted to this young man, he understood that the student was unusual. But the speed of his growth still did not fit in his head. The young man passed the second test using a very inventive method. Using fire magic, he dealt with the ice monsters. Our hero passed through the icy zone with a fireball. Given its size, the ice monsters didn't even dare to approach. The Crown Prince said that this young man surpasses even the wildest expectations. He always achieves impossible results. However, how will Ruin Ardell overcome the last wall? The Dirty King had no doubts. Ruin Ardell used a shapeless, invisible magic that destroyed everything in its path with sound waves too fast to perceive. The skill, Cry Mourning the Dead. Funeral Bell was activated. This spell is only available to those who have reached the 6th class. Could it be Ruin Ardell? Our hero reached the finish line in less than 3 minutes. The Dirty King thought that the 6th class was a level that many mages would never reach in their entire lives. Yet Ruin Ardell had reached this level at the age of 16. The Dirty King thought that this would not do. Before he became even stronger and turned into a threat to his position, it was necessary to crush this man so that this would not happen. Ruin Ardell looked at the stands and realized that right now, every spectator was congratulating him. In the past, this would have been difficult to imagine. Who would have thought that he would emerge with such triumph and universal praise? Jason wondered when his friend had managed to become a 6th class mage. Ruin Ardell certainly knew how to surprise people, but no one expected him to reach such a high level so quickly. Jason added that on a day like this, something was simply necessary. Ruin asked what he was talking about. He was, of course, talking about a party with plenty of intoxicating beverages. Now that they were adults, they would drink until they passed out. Ruin Ardell began to get into the spirit of things. Graduation was tomorrow. Since this was probably the last time they would all be together, everyone wanted to get as much out of the gathering as possible. Strand ordered another bottle. Ruin Ardell had just discovered that incarnations could also get drunk. The head of the academy and Professor Heidel appeared at the door of the beer hall. The young man greeted them. Heidel asked if Ruin was enjoying the party. Ruin Ardell thanked the teachers for coming, because thanks to them he could now enjoy the evening. Strand could no longer stand on her feet. The head of the academy said that graduation was coming soon, so the young man could have as much fun as he wanted. Ruin said that since tomorrow would be a busy day, he wanted to thank the head of the academy and the professor for everything they had done for him. Terry and Ignite said that soon, it would be difficult for them to see the young man, even if they wanted to. It would be necessary to invite Ruin Ardell as a graduate. Ruin Ardell left the room and thought that he had probably overindulged in beer. His head felt very heavy. On the way, our hero met two men. They greeted him and asked if his name was Ruin Ardell. One of the men introduced himself as Rika, a merchant who ran a small company in the east. Ruin Ardell said he was ready to listen to Crown Prince Shomerton Rainak. The men were surprised to hear these words. The other man asked how Ruin Ardell recognized them and advised him to answer honestly. Ruin said that even though they had hidden their faces, he had noticed their presence. The man's eyes reminded him of a prince he had met before, and he decided to take a chance. Ruin Ardell guessed that the other man was the king of magicians. The young man was happy to see him after so long. Shomerton said he was impressed that Ruin had recognized him just by his eyes. The crown prince added that he wanted to make one last offer, as there would be no other chance. Ruin must follow him to the Empire. Refusal would not be accepted. The protagonist replied that he still refused. Rainak asked if Ruin had heard his words. He warned that he would destroy what he could not have. Our hero replied that he knew the crown prince was capable of such a thing. However, Ruin Ardell expressed confidence that the crown prince would not do so. Rainak was surprised. Where did such confidence come from? Ruin replied that the crown prince he knew would never stoop to impersonating someone else and ordering the destruction of an ordinary student. Rainak was surprised. Was Ruin Ardell calling himself an ordinary student? Ruin Ardell replied that he was indeed an ordinary graduate. The graduation ceremony would take place tomorrow. Rainak did not know whether it was courage or intuition that Ruin Ardell had shown. The crown prince said that he would back down today, but the young man should be prepared for the fact that the next time they met, everything would be different. They could already become enemies. Jason ran up to the young man with a glass in his hand and asked if Ruin Ardell was really refusing to drink anymore. He had to be at the party. Ruin said he was already on his way back. At that moment, our hero had no idea that this alcohol-fueled party would bring him disaster on a scale he could not even imagine. However, at that moment, Ruin Ardell continued to have fun and party with his friends. The next morning arrived. The sun rose from behind the mountains, its rays illuminating the snow-covered city. Ruin Ardell woke up sitting at the table. As expected, his head was splitting with pain from the previous night's drinking. Irene, standing nearby, said, "Ruins is finally awake." The girl asked if he was feeling better. The question was inappropriate due to his severe headache. The protagonist understood that he shouldn't have drunk so much the night before. But that's how it turned out. Irene admitted that Ruin looked better than the others, which couldn't help but make her happy. The girl showed him the bottle and asked if Ruin remembered Dragon's Kiss. Jason had secretly mixed it into the beer Ruin was about to drink. After that, Ruin jumped up abruptly and announced that they would all go to Ardell. Irene said that she was also ready to go to Ardell. She had been there before, and it was a very nice place. Irene reminded him that she needed to become stronger as soon as possible in order to defeat Ruin. After all, she had promised to do so. Ruin Ardell said that it was an honor for him. He would be happy to help her anytime. The young people really did talk about this, but anyone with a brain would understand that the reason Irene wanted to go to Ardell was not at all because she wanted to defeat him. A few hours later, the head of the academy gave a solemn speech to the graduates. He would eagerly await the day when they all became great magicians. In conclusion, the floor was given to a representative of the students, this year's top graduate, Ruin Ardell. Terry and Ignat told the young man not to be nervous and to just speak from the heart. Ruin replied that the headmaster shouldn't be nervous either. Besides, his headache had already gone away. The mere thought of being the center of attention made the protagonist so nervous that the speech he had prepared flew out of his head. However, he believed that even if he forgot the written words, he would not forget what he wanted to convey to the graduates. Ruin Ardell reminded them that he had won the Grand Festival. He had achieved this result in just 1 year. But the path to this victory had not been easy. For 5 years, he had suffered from a condition called mana release disorder. As a mage unable to release mana, he could only lament. But the worst thing was how people treated him. Many wondered why he stayed at the academy at all. The truth was that he didn't want to give up. Ruins added that this was the only way he could protect himself, his family, and the people he cared about. That's why he held on until the very end. It didn't matter who won. He just wanted to see how it would all turn out. If anyone present desperately wants to see the results of their efforts, they must keep moving forward. If you fall, get back up. Even if it seems like no one notices you, one day someone will. As long as a person doesn't give up, there is always room for a miracle. Ruin Ardell thanked everyone for their hard work over the past 6 years. On the way back in the carriage, Ruina told her brother that it was a wonderful speech. It seems that everyone liked his words. Ruin is amazing, as always. Ruina asked if all 4 friends were going to Ardell right away. Ruina Ardell replied that this was indeed the case. Immediately after graduation, they decided to go to Ardell together. Frankly speaking, Ruin Ardell became their leader. In addition to them, 3,000 soldiers joined them. The princes promised to provide support for the subjugation of the southern territories. But our hero could not have imagined that they would send so many people. His sister asked if he intended to stay in Ardell once the conquest of the territory was complete. Ruin replied that he did not want to stay. He was thinking of traveling a bit, but had not yet worked out a precise route. Now he needed to focus on the conquest. Ruin said he wanted to start by exploring the area. Strand asked if he already had a strategy. Ruin replied that he had a few ideas, but he needed to work them out. During a short break, Ruin asked a soldier where he was going. The young man replied that the question concerned the young gentleman's friend. One of their knights was arranging a duel with a trainee knight. Ruin was, of course, very surprised by this information. It turned out that Hans was going to fight a full-fledged knight, but he had only recently taken his knight's oath. However, Hans's eyes were full of determination. The rivals rushed towards each other, swinging their swords. One of the knights told Velx to take it easy. He was trying too hard against a novice who had only recently taken his oath. Ruin's Ardell asked why they were sparring at all. The knights replied that there was no particular reason. They were just bored while cleaning up after lunch, and since there was a very interested young man, they decided to do it. Peyton approached our hero and asked in surprise, "Is the young gentleman here too?" Bolvar remarked that he would not dare miss such an entertaining spectacle. Since all the knights here were recognized by Sir Bolvar, their reaction would surely be just as entertaining. Peyton, watching the duel, said that both were quite skilled. Was that young knight a friend of the young gentleman? Ruin Ardell replied that it was Hans. Bolvar noted that Hans was being slightly outmatched, but it was impressive that he was holding his own against the Golden Knight. Peyton added that he had overheard something at dinner. They say that this knight was considered the elite in the kingdom. This Hans still has a long way to go to reach the same level. Ruin thought that Sir Bolvar had, as expected, managed to recognize Hans's talent. Ruin Ardell asked if Sir Bolvar could teach Hans some techniques and movements. Our hero thought that if the legendary spearman Sir Bolvar taught Hans even one simple movement, it would benefit him, Hans, and the entire territory of Ardell. Peyton said that it was not up to him. First, he would have to ask the young man if he wanted to learn. Bolvar added that, unlike how he taught the young master to wield a sword, he was much stricter with knights. The observers were surprised. This was a completely forceful approach. Was this how he made Hans train? They say he is the commander of the Knights of Ardell. The young man with a huge snowball on his back tried to get to his feet. Peyton told the young man to hurry up. The knights watched the scene in silence. They did not want to repeat it. Ruin Ardell remembered that Peyton had warned about his cruelty in training knights. He already felt sorry for Hans. When Hans learned that he had been given the chance to become Peyton's apprentice, he agreed without hesitation. Although Ruin Ardell warned him that it would be very difficult, Hans replied that he would definitely succeed. Ruin thought he had given Hans a chance to refuse. The knight asked Peyton if he could know his name. The knight did not understand why this man was silent. Rumor had it that he had taken down 5 killers single-handedly. Could he ask him about it? Exhausted, Hans approached and told Sir Bolvar that the task had been completed. All 10 items had been successfully transported. The knight was surprised. What did the young man call this man? Had he misheard? Ruina asked her brother, "Was Sir Bolvar really so respected among the knights?" Ruin Ardell replied that it seemed to be the case. Now all the knights were running after the carriage, because this training method was recommended by Sir Bolvar himself. Ruin Ardell said he had one question for Sir Bolvar. Would this training really help the knights? This method seemed a little primitive to him. Peyton admitted that it was not the best. Incorrect body posture could lead to chronic illnesses. Ruin was surprised. Why then did Peyton make them do such training? Peyton replied that there would be plenty to do on the way to Ardell anyway. He just wanted to toughen up his new students. No wonder this man was nicknamed the Tiger of Ardell. After a while, the expedition arrived at its destination, the Chinhin Plain. This place is located south of the southern mountains. Once upon a time, this territory was also part of Ardell. But as soon as the Mud people captured it, they became the rulers of these lands. Due to their monstrous rate of reproduction, the plain appears crimson from a distance, which is why these lands are also called the Crimson Plain. Strand said offhand that there could be tens of thousands of them here. Ruin Ardell and Strand were the first to arrive for reconnaissance. The rest waited in Ardell. Strand asked if they had a plan. Perhaps they could break through directly across the canyon by the sea? Ruin replied that this was not an option at all. The Mud people would attack even from the cliffs. Strand suggested putting Sir Peyton on the front line. He could lead the troops and crush everything in his path. Ruin Ardell said that this option would not work either. There were too many enemies. The core of the Mud people was in their lair. and it could not be destroyed with conventional attacks. Even for Peyton, it would be difficult to deal with them one by one. Ruin now began to understand why all previous conquests had failed. There were no passages large enough to accommodate a huge army, so sacrifices had to be made. Ruin Ardell said that perhaps they would find a way to deal with this problem. The next day arrived. At the War Council, the knight said that there was only one way forward: a frontal attack. It was Morrow, commander-in-chief of the capital's forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He said that they would not be able to win if they hesitated. Facing the enemy head-on was the best option. Lord Ardell noted that there was truth in his words, but such a plan would result in enormous losses. Morrow asked if, before they received support from the capital, they had not planned to attack the enemy with a group of 300 men. Ardell replied that this was indeed the case. They were prepared to fight even with that number of men. However, it was not a matter of numbers. To get rid of the Mud People, they would have to pass through a narrow canyon, and the enemies would not let them pass peacefully. The number did not matter. Therefore, it was necessary not only to cross the canyon, but also to lure the enemies towards them. Morrow said that this was impossible to achieve. Ruin Ardell noted that this was a very good idea. His father had just suggested the right solution. Instead of going to the enemies, it was better to lure them to you. Ruin said he had a good idea. They would attack from the tops of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Morrow said that no one would be able to climb up there. Was Ruin suggesting that everyone go rock climbing? Ruin replied that they wouldn't need many people, just 1 or 2 mages to use their powers. Morrow was surprised. How would the mages be able to get up there? With a flying spell? Ruin looked at Jason and said that he could easily climb up there without magic. Jason replied that he couldn't do anything up there. Ruin reassured Jason, saying that he was capable of it. He just didn't know it yet. The protagonist said that he would throw Jason up there himself. Finally, the day came when the knights were ready for action. All forces advanced to the front lines. The conquest of the territory began. Morrow and the Golden Knights were in the front ranks. Even Lord Ardell and Bolvar Peyton donned armor for the first time in a long time. Behind the entire column was our hero with his friends. During a stop, Morrow ordered everyone to gather and discuss the plan of action once more. Jason asked his friend if this was really the best he could offer, because he now looked like a laughing stock. Ruin said that Jason was their hope. Even the knights were looking at him with interest. Jason replied that the knights were laughing at him. Ruin said that Jason was wrong to dislike it. It was a great opportunity to become the star of the current conquest. After these words, Jason said that Ruin could trust him. He would take care of everything and fly where he needed to go. Jason asked them to go easy on him and not use excessive force. In the end, Jason got the momentum he needed and took off into free flight. While moving through the air, Jason had the feeling that his heart was about to stop and he would die immediately. Irene applied the necessary technique, and Jason landed exactly where he was supposed to. He said that maybe all those devils and ropes were unnecessary. Ruin said that Irene's skills were, as always, top-notch. Jason, standing on the top of the mountain, said that now he would do his part of the job. The young man, watching from above, saw that there were actually tens of thousands of mud people around the summit. It was impossible to estimate how many there were. Was he really supposed to lure out such a huge number of mud people? Jason decided that he might not be able to do it. Was it even possible? Ruina encouraged the young man and said that he could do it. Now he had to strike these mud people properly. Jason decided that he couldn't let Ruin down, who believed in him and entrusted him with this part of the plan. The mage activated his powers to attack. A large number of fireballs flew from the top of the mountain in different directions, damaging the mud people. Ruina thought Jason was a real hero because he was doing a great job with the task at hand. Jason activated Fire Rain. This was a third-class spell. Jason's level was still not very high, so the cloud was not very large. However, it was enough to wake up the mud people who were enjoying a sweet afternoon nap. Ruins told the captain of the knights that the rest was up to them. Morrow replied that he understood, and that the knights would not fail. Irene said that they would also take part. The mud people moved in one direction so as not to fall under Jason's attack. The place where they were concentrated was a side path out of the canyon. However, the protagonist could not allow them to escape through this place. The young man noted that there were indeed a lot of mud people. Seda Malkiri stepped in and said that he would now show these mudworms who the real master was. Seda also activated his fire magic power. Ruins said that Malkiri was simply magnificent. He had exceeded all his expectations. However, the young people rejoiced too soon. Something extraordinary happened. Jason shouted that these creatures were climbing up. Now he was calling for help. Irene asked Ruin to throw her upstairs to Jason. The young man looked at Irene in surprise. Was she really that brave? Irene was quite confident. Jason was surrounded, with mud people approaching from all sides. He scared them away with loud shouts, yelling at them to retreat. He couldn't die, because he hadn't had a relationship with a girl yet. A few moments later, Irene flew up to Jason, who was surrounded. After repelling the attack and clearing the surrounding area, Irene asked Jason Damon if he was okay. The girl added that thanks to the situation, she had learned something funny about the young man. Damon thanked Irene for saving him. Irene said that the mud monsters were acting exactly as Ruin Ardell had said. There were no trails here, and it was difficult for them to escape because of the rocks. Therefore, they were running towards the canyon. Irene added that from now on, everything would depend on the people from the capital. The knights lined up in battle formation and prepared to face the monsters. The mud monsters advanced. The knights doubted whether they could handle it, because there were so many enemies. Morrow ordered them not to retreat. After all, they didn't want to disgrace the kingdom of Radian. Morrow was confident that the mages would support them from the rear. Their task was to hold out as long as possible. Morrow shouted, "In the name of the king, in the name of victory!" and rushed into the attack. Peyton, spear in hand, also attacked the monsters. Seta Malkiri and Ruin Ardell, back-to-back, fought off the approaching mud monsters. Seta said he could hear the sounds of battle. It seemed that the knights of the capital and the mud monsters had clashed in battle. Ruin Ardell thought that there were almost no monsters left here, which meant that most of them had headed for the canyon. The young man said that he was relying on Malkiri. He already needed to help the knights. Malkiri admitted that he had been waiting for these words. Ruin must trust him and go to the knights. Ruins thanked Seth and immediately ran away. The city knights fought bravely against the enemy, who outnumbered them. There was courage in their eyes, and no one retreated. The knights watched Bolvar Peyton's actions. Who was this man? Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came from somewhere. Could it be the work of mages? Morrow wasn't sure, but one thing he knew for certain. Someone was destroying the monsters one by one. The protagonist, using his magical abilities, was indeed fighting the monsters. Ruin Ardell provided magical support to the knights, destroying the mud monsters. Peyton said, as expected of the young master. This is their chance to advance. We must destroy every mud monster that crosses our path. Ruin Ardell understood that these creatures, acting solely on instinct, might not remember. But he remembered every detail. Ardell had been destroyed by them 10 years ago. The people who were attacked by these monsters. Ruin Ardell remembered his mother, who lost her life because of the mud people. Ruin Ardell understood that there were no thoughts or minds in the monsters' heads, only instincts. After the battle, Jason Damon told the girls in Ardell how he destroyed the mud monsters. The clearing of the plains was successful. As a result, 1,500 people were injured, but no one was killed. The battle, which lasted more than 2 hours, ended in complete victory. Even Captain Morrow enthusiastically noted that the princes would be satisfied with this outcome. Our hero was glad that everyone was happy. Malkiri said that tomorrow he would return to Oyota. Ruin might not believe it, but His Holiness was tirelessly searching for him. In Oyota, he was a rather prominent magician. Ruin approached Lord Ardell's office and asked Beggins where his father was. Beggins replied that Mr. Dellin was on the veranda. He seemed to be busy and deep in thought. It would be best not to disturb him now. Beggins told the young gentleman that he had been living in Ardell for a long time, but today was the happiest day of his life. Beggins thanked the young gentleman once again. What everyone had achieved today would not be forgotten by any of the locals. Today's victory was a joyful event for everyone, but not everyone could smile. Ruins went out onto the veranda to his father. Of course, the young man could not help but remember the death of his mother. His father also remembered that day clearly. Amidst the general joy of victory, Dellin Ardell's thoughts surely wandered to the events of 10 years ago. Ruin apologized and said he didn't want to disturb his father. Dellin told his son to come closer. His father poured another glass of wine, handed it to his son, and said that it was a 17-year-old vintage. The wine was called Selvrook, but he and his mother had a different name for it, Amoroso Ruin, which means beloved Ruin. On his son's birthday, he made this wine and promised that they would drink it together when an even more wonderful day than that one came. His father added that although he had not kept his promise to drink the wine with his wife, being with his son made him feel as if he were drinking it with Maria. Ruin Ardell said that the wine tasted delicious. His father was glad to hear that. Dellin asked what Ruin planned to do next. The young man replied that he wanted to expand his holdings. Since the clearing was complete, they could sow the canyon. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of our hero. It contained a message that left the young man confused. Strawn said, "Something wrong?" "It seems something has happened to Kingren." Strawn added that today was supposed to be a good day. but they needed to get to the academy as soon as possible. Ruin Ardell told his father that he was terribly sorry, but now he had to go somewhere. Delin replied that if his son was so serious, there must be a reason. To save time, Ruin Ardell jumped off the veranda and headed in the specified direction. Just as the cleanup operation was completed, a new task appeared. The young man was puzzled. What was going on at the academy? Kingren sat on his throne, holding his injured arm. Opposite him stood a mage with a glowing ball in his hand. Kingren said he couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly burst in and attack him? Had he gone mad? Kingren said he had heard rumors about the dirty King Teron at the academy. Theron said that it was all very strange. Ever since Ruin Ardell chose Kunhan's tooth, he had sensed something was wrong. How could he possess power comparable to that of an ogre? The dirty king said he started digging deeper, through Ardell, through the academy, and in the end, he found the answer to the riddle. Theron asked what the ancient ogre Kingren had done to Ruin Ardell. Suddenly, the head of the academy entered the room and said that whatever the reason for the king's mage being here, he had to take responsibility. The dirty king said that Tyrion Ignite immediately sensed his presence here. As expected, Tyrion Ignite asked if Theron was ready for the consequences. The dirty king replied that if he had worried about that, he would not have even started. Theron said that he had sensed it during Ruin Ardell's final exam. If he continued to grow at the same rate, he would definitely become a threat to his position one day. But if all the key elements of his development were erased, he would cease to be a problem and then destroy Ruin Ardell himself. Ruin Ardell, accompanied by Stran, appeared in the room. But what were the head of the academy and the dirty king doing here? What was going on here? Theron smiled and said that now he wouldn't have to look for this guy himself. Theron asked how Ruin managed to figure out that something was wrong here and rush over. The dirty king added that the answer wasn't that important to him. Either way, the young man wouldn't leave here alive today. The head of the academy told Ruin to leave immediately. The dirty king was not someone Ruin could handle. The dirty king threw the head of the academy aside. Theron swung at our hero and said that the young man would now go to the other world. However, the ogre Kingren shouted that he would not allow this and energetically attacked the dirty king. Terran flew up and flew far back. Ruin Ardell still couldn't understand what was going on. What was the king of magicians doing here, and why had he come for Kingren? Kingren was upset. He said that even after sacrificing all the artifacts of the underground level, he was only able to banish him. Kingren added that he had ultimately put the young destroyer in danger. Ruin Ardell told the ogre not to say that. Ruins asked the head of the academy if he was okay. The elder said that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Tyrion Ignite said that he only felt the energy of the dirty king because he was nearby. However, how could Ruin, who was in Ardell, notice it? Kingren said that he would also like to hear an explanation. Ruin Ardell said that his words would be difficult to believe, but he hoped that those present would listen to him. Under the names Player and Fight, the embodiment of a magician. That's how Ruin Ardell was able to use the powers associated with ogres. Now everything falls into place. Ruin apologized for not mentioning this earlier. It was a rather sensitive issue. The head of the academy said that now he could see the whole picture. It was unlikely that the king of magicians knew about all this. But noticing the young man's rapid growth, he, due to his character, could not remain on the sidelines. Most likely, he believed that Ruin Ardell would one day try to take his place. Ruin Ardell thought that the dirty king was really targeting him. Hundreds of years ago, as a result of losing to Freud Ignite, the predecessor of the Corner Academy, Kingren was bound to an artifact for lifelong service to the academy. Ruin Ardell asked what it meant to destroy the oath. Kingren was surprised. How did the young man even know about this? Breaking the oath meant returning to his original form and being able to leave this place. Ruin Ardell said that his artifact could do that. He said it was possible as a reward after what had happened. Kingren noted that destroying the oath required the consent of the one who made it. The head of the academy asked if his consent was necessary. Ruin's will was also his will. Ruin Ardell suggested that in that case, Ogro should leave this place. The oath between Freud Ignite and Kingren was destroyed. Kingren said it was simply incredible. The artifact could even destroy the contract. The ogre thanked the young destroyer for the opportunity. It seemed that the young man was deeply troubled by the problems ahead. Ruin Ardell admitted that he was too weak to oppose the king of magicians. Kingren said that he had just thought of an effective method. However, this place was not suitable for that method. Kingren asked if the young destroyer would like to go with him to Heavenly Mountain. The knight shouted that an emergency had arisen. The underground prison had been attacked, and the escaped prisoner must be found. This seemed strange. Who would attack a prison? What was known about the attackers? Could they have been mages? George Garrechill found himself free after this treacherous attack. Garrechill looked intently at his savior. Ridicule said it was a great honor that this man had personally come to rescue him from captivity. The young man said that it was not a matter of sympathy. For him, it was nothing more than entertainment. The liberator was Crown Prince Shomertan Rainak. The tribe of ogres on Heavenly Mountain lived their everyday lives. Omarish and the chieftain saw that the great warrior had come to them again. This time he was accompanied by a girl. Kingren followed behind our hero. The chief said, "He's finally back." Kingren realized that he was back in his homeland. The chief was delighted, for two great warriors had appeared here together. This was an excellent reason to hold a celebration. The chief asked Kingren, "What happened to your arm?" The ogre said he would explain later. It was quite a long story. Kingren apologized for his sudden request, but said he needed something. Harkin replied that Kingren could ask for anything. They would at least listen to whatever it was. Kingren said he was interested in a special elixir made from ogre tendons. Could Harkin prepare this elixir for him? The young destroyer needed it. The special elixir made from ogre tendons is a secret of the ogres of Heavenly Mountain. Rumor has it that it is so important that they treat young ogres to it during their growth period. Our hero had never seen it in person before. Now the elixir was right in front of him. Ruin Ardell wondered if he really should drink it. Kingren asked if the young man had said that he needed strength to defeat the King of Magicians. He had reasons to give this elixir away for free, so Ruin Ardell should drink it and not ask unnecessary questions. Ruin Ardell thought that if Kingren insisted so much, there must be a good reason for it, and drank it all. The young man's expression immediately changed. He thought it was disgusting. Ruin Ardell told Kingren that it was the worst thing he had ever tasted. The ogre asked, "Doesn't the destroyer feel any changes?" Ruin Ardell realized that his strength had increased by 100 points. The young man was surprised. Could it really be from just one elixir? So, could ogres become stronger this way? Ruin Ardell wondered if his strength would increase after each dose. Kingren asked why, in the man's opinion, Drac had stayed here for 100 years. It was because of the elixir. Ruin Ardell declared that he was ready to drink everything there was. Kingren admitted that this elixir was the last one. To make more, ingredients were needed. But the young man didn't have to worry about those ingredients. Kingren noted that when he mentioned that help was needed, everyone worked hard to gather everything necessary. Heart tree fruit, muscle grass, bush morning glory, and so on. Everyone wanted to personally bring the young man everything he needed. Kingren said that there was one last ingredient that no one could obtain. Ogre tendon is not so easy to find. That's understandable. Ruin Ardell asked what to do in that case. Kingren told the young destroyer not to worry. Ironically, the King of Magicians himself helped with this. Kingren put his hand on the table and said that it would be enough for dozens of elixirs. Kingren told Ruin Ardell not to refuse and to take it. It was his gratitude for freeing him from his oath. Kingren warned that the young destroyer should keep in mind that too much elixir would put a huge strain on his body. Even Drake needed 100 years. No one knows how long it would take the young destroyer. Ruin said he needed to fight the King of Magicians, who considered him his enemy. The ogre said there was no need to worry about that either. Kingren added that he had a plan. Does the man remember that when they expelled the King of Magicians, the power of artifacts was used? Among them was magic related to time. The right to use this magic should not have disappeared yet. The ogre used this magic to slow down time inside the cave. From now on, time would pass more slowly there than outside. Kingren asked if the young destroyer was ready for this. It would take an incredible amount of time. Ruin Ardell replied that he was ready for it. Our hero took a supply of things, canned food, warm clothes, and said that it was time for him to go. Strawn asked if Kingren was sure, because even for Ruin Ardell, it would take a long time. The ogre admitted that it would be difficult. 1 hour outside would be equal to about 10 years inside. Strawn said, even if he doesn't get hurt in the cave, it's still cruel. She's an embodiment, so she doesn't care. What will it be like for a human? Kingren said that the young destroyer would handle it without any problems. After a while, the young destroyer stood at the edge of the cave. Strawn asked if Ruin Ardell had already drunk everything. How long had he been there? Ruin Ardell replied that after a week, he had stopped counting. In any case, now he could do what he wanted. In fact, the protagonist spent a lot of time in the cave, drinking the strengthening elixir. Every day he was there, he promised himself that if he got out of that cave, he would leave nothing but rubble behind. The cave was destroyed with magical fire. The protagonist said that he now felt much better. A strength rating of 20,000 had been achieved. Ruin Ardell said that he would destroy the dirty King Taron. George Ridicule said that he wanted to thank His Highness once again. The Crown Prince said that he just needed someone who could deal with Ruin Ardell. Ridicule asked where the King of Mages was. Wasn't he usually with the Crown Prince? The young man replied that he didn't know. The King of Mages had left without saying a word. Summerthon thought that the King of Mages should be held accountable for this. Even if he was his godfather, he shouldn't have left without warning. Summerthon asked if Garachil really had a plan to destroy the ruins of Ardell. George said that the Empire would soon hold a grand sword tournament, if he was not mistaken. The Crown Prince noted that this event was on par with the Great Festival for Mages. Garachil remarked that he had heard that Ruin's younger sister would be participating in the tournament from the territory of Ardell. Since he cherished his sister very much, he would definitely attend the tournament. It was there that he and the Black Magicians would ambush the young man and eliminate him. They could have done it last time if the head of the academy hadn't intervened, but this time, everything should work out. The Sword Grand Prix. Just as there is a grand festival for mages, there is also a Sword Grand Prix for swordsmen. There is a similar tournament for mages. The Sword Grand Prix is designed to inspire knights from across the continent to improve themselves. During the qualifying competitions held in each region, Ruina was chosen as the representative from Ardell. Her father said that something seemed to have happened to Ruina, so he might not be able to attend the tournament. Ruina thought it would be great if her brother could come. After all, he had promised to support her. Irene shouted from the stands that Ruina would definitely succeed. After all, everyone was rooting for her. Ruina looked back and saw Irene Prius in the stands. The girl mentally thanked everyone. She really had to win. The referee announced that the opponents should get ready. After the announcement of the start of the fight, the opponents immediately rushed towards each other. Sparks flew in all directions from the clash of swords. The Crown Prince, watching the fight, asked George Garachil what it was. Wasn't he the one who said that Ruin would be present at the tournament? Even after checking the audience several times, they did not find the young man among them. George suggested that something might have happened and that they should search more thoroughly. The Crown Prince said he had been wrong to trust Garachil. The plan had failed. In that case, he would leave. Summerthon thought, if they got rid of his sister, Ruin Ardell would definitely have to show up here. He immediately came up with a new plan of action. Ruina continued the sword fight. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the arena. Everyone was alarmed. What was happening? Ruin Ardell shouted for his daughter to leave immediately. Bolvar told the gentleman that it was dangerous here. After the explosion, when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the opponents were alive and sitting on the ground. Ruina asked her opponent how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. What was the cause of the explosion? Had something happened? Suddenly, people in cloaks appeared in the arena. One of them said it would be wonderful if Ruin Ardell were here. Another person added that it would be better to destroy his sister and thus make Ruin Ardell suffer. Knowing his character, he would blame himself for what had happened. Ruina asked who they were and why they were saying this. One of the people said that they harbored a deep grudge against her brother. It was clear that they were magicians. Shaquille Garachil said that the girl could say goodbye to everyone. Ruina did not know what to do. It was too late to run away. Ruin Ardell watched the events unfold with horror from the stands. Garachil looked at the Crown Prince's reaction and thought that at least his mood had improved. Summerthon said it was a good show. George Garachil thought that his sons had worked well together. However, Ruin Ardell suddenly appeared in the arena near his sister. He apologized to his sister for being so late. Ruina was surprised to see her brother nearby. Was he really capable of such a thing? Ruina asked why Ruin had only just arrived. Her brother replied that it was his fault. A lot had happened during that time. Our hero was wearing his usual gloves. Ruin Ardell said that in any case, he had heard that the King of Magicians would be here. He did not expect to witness such a scene. Shaquille said that Ruin had arrived just in time. Their father would wipe him off the face of the earth. Ruin Ardell said that he now understood who was behind all this, and struck a devastating blow to the first person who came to hand. Mikkel screamed loudly in fear. His brother had been seriously injured by the blow. Ruin Ardell asked Mikkel who said it was okay to mess with other people's sisters. If Mikkel didn't want to end up like his brother, he had better answer quickly and clearly. Ruin Ardell asked where that scoundrel George Garachil was now. George Garachil shouted our hero's name loudly to get his attention. Consumed with rage, the head of the Garachil family jumped straight from the stands into the arena. How dare this boy raise his hand against his son? Ruin Ardell was delighted that George Garachil had come to him himself. George shouted that he would destroy this boy with his own hands and rushed at the hero to attack. Ruin said that was ridiculous. Who said he would die today? Death was not in store for him today. The protagonist counterattacked the attacker. Garachil didn't understand what was happening. Just a few months ago, he had cornered this young man in the capital, but now the gap between them had grown so wide. Where did the boy get such strength? Ruin Ardell struck George Garachil on the head, and he immediately fell to the ground. Our hero said he would ask his opponent only one question. How did he manage to escape from the underground dungeon of the capital? The influence of the fallen Garrickhill family was clearly not enough for that. The young man added that George didn't have to answer anyway. There were only two contenders, either the King of Magicians or the Crown Prince. Another blow was struck. Mikkel looked at his father's motionless body. Would he never rise again? Mikkel was furious. First his older brother had suffered, now his father. Mikkel shouted for Ruin Ardell to be captured immediately. Otherwise, no one would survive this showdown. If he was not dealt with, the Garrickhill family would come to an end. Everyone present decided to attack the hero. Ruin Ardell asked in surprise if they still didn't understand. Scoundrels like them were no longer a threat to him. The Garrickhill family was stunned. The sphere of shining light blinded anyone who came into contact with it. The scorching flames left only ashes of everyone. After all, this was 8th class magic. Ruin Ardell used the meteor skill and declared that it was time for the Garrickhill family to say goodbye to this world. The Crown Prince watched the events in the arena from the VIP box. Raynak thought that this young man was simply insane. Ruin Ardell was truly the best. The King of Magicians burst into the box and addressed Shomertan. Theron asked, "What is the Crown Prince doing here?" The Crown Prince was surprised. What was his godfather doing here? The Dirty King asked. Did the Crown Prince really think that this chaos would go unnoticed? How could he openly go to confrontation? Somerthan admitted that Ruin Ardell's magic had impressed him, but what kind of spell was it that caused such panic? Theron explained that Meteor was 8th class magic. Only mages of the highest rank can use 8th class magic. In other words, the current Ruin Ardell is on par with the King of Mages, Theron, or even surpasses him. The Dirty King asked if this was what the Crown Prince had been aiming for. Had he sent weaklings after him just to provoke him? Somerthan was surprised. Why was his godfather so angry? He should calm down and listen. Theron noted that the Crown Prince had seen everything with his own eyes. Ruin Ardell had used an 8th class spell. Somerthan confirmed that he had seen everything. The Dirty King noted that His Highness was making a terrible mistake. This young man should not be underestimated. Ruin Ardell was quite cunning, and could already understand that it was the Crown Prince who had helped the Garrickhill family. Somerthan said he wasn't trying to hide it. Why was his godfather so worried about him? He added that his godfather was the head of the magical tower that controlled the entire continent, and the Crown Prince was the prince who would one day rule the great empire. Meanwhile, Ruin Ardell was just a funny toy from a small neighboring country. The King of Magicians noted that the Crown Prince had previously done whatever he wanted and could continue in the same vein. Theron added that nothing else connected them anymore. The Dirty King declared that he would personally visit His Majesty the Emperor. Many discussed the story that an 8th class mage had appeared in a small country, even though he was only 17 years old. The reason for their concern was simple. Ruin Ardell of the Ardell family had reached the 8th class at a very young age. Consequently, he had reached new heights faster than the current King of Magicians, Theron. This meant that Ruin Ardell, showing such results, could aim for the throne occupied by the Dirty King. Simply put, there was a growing opinion in society that the head of the magic tower should be replaced. This wave of discussion has reached the ears of the Emperor. The Emperor asked those present, "What do you think about this? A mage from a small country is threatening Tehran's position. I would like to hear your views on this important matter." It was Emperor Titan Raynak. The Emperor noted that there were quite a few 8th rank knights on the continent, but only one 8th class magician, the Dirty King. The advisor said that perhaps it would be right to give way to a more talented young man now that another 8th class mage had appeared. The King of Mages, Theron, appeared in the hall and told His Highness not to let himself be swayed by the words of others. The Emperor admitted that he had not expected the personal arrival of the King of Magicians. In that case, he was ready to listen to Theron's opinion on the matter. Theron noted that Ruin Ardell, who had supposedly reached the 8th class, had been far behind him just a few days ago. How could he have reached such a level in such a short time? He must have used forbidden powers. Most likely, something like black magic. How else could his absurdly rapid growth be explained? Once, he even used an unknown power related to ogres. Most recently, he destroyed the once respected Garrickhill family. Theron added that if someone like him became the head of the Tower of Mages, the Empire would be plunged into chaos. The Emperor acknowledged that if the young man had used black magic, his rise would be entirely explainable. As the King of Mages said, something clearly did not add up here. This issue concerned not only the Tower of Mages, but also the stability of the Empire. It might even be necessary to mobilize the army. Theron thought he had succeeded. Even Ruin Ardell would not be able to cope with the military power of the Empire. However, the Crown Prince entered the hall and told his father to refrain from doing so. The Emperor was surprised. How dare Shomertan show up here? The Crown Prince was surprised. He did not understand what his father was talking about. Titan reminded him that the Grand Prix of the Sword was a prestigious tournament with a long history. Shomerton had dared to destroy everything, driven by his emotions. The Crown Prince could not afford to behave so carelessly. The young man replied that it was all over. Did the Emperor remind him of this just to publicly reprimand him? Titan said that if the young man perceived it that way, then at least some sense of shame remained in him. Be that as it may, what does refrain mean? Somerton declared that he had decided to destroy Ruin Ardell with his own hands. If this young man was destined to die, it would only be by his own hand. The Emperor suddenly choked and began to cough. The courtiers asked if His Highness was all right. Titan told his son that he had reached his limit. Somerton noted that if he had made that decision, he should do his best. Theron was surprised. Was the Emperor really ending the meeting so spontaneously? The Crown Prince asked his godfather why he had dragged even his father, who needed rest, out of bed to capture one man. Was nothing else important to him? Theron looked at Shomerton in surprise. The young man said that his father's illness was progressing day by day. Even the best healers were at a loss. The young man added that Theron must understand that power would be in his hands any day now. Shomerton turned and told his godfather that it was time for him to leave. The Dirty King couldn't understand how everything had turned out this way. He was supposed to be the wings on the back of the future Emperor. But then Ruin Ardell appeared. Theron thought that all his plans for the future had gone up in smoke. He would never be able to forgive Ruin Ardell for this. The tired Dirty King sat down on the sofa to rest. Doom Prime stood before him. Theron asked, what if Prime had been able to defeat Ruin Ardell during the Great Festival? The King of the Tower added, would the present have changed in that case? Theron said that the head of the Tower of Mages would soon change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resisted, Ruin Ardell would not be able to stop it. But why did Doom Prime leave? Doom replied that for him, only the Dirty King could be the head of the Tower of Mages. If Ruin Ardell was the root of all problems, he was ready to destroy him with his own hands. Theron noted that with Prime's current forces, this was hardly possible. However, this time everything would be different. Theron added that this time he was going to support Prime. Dum was surprised. For some reason, the head of the tower's eyes turned black. What happened to the Dirty King? Theron grabbed the young man by the face and told him not to worry. He had always wanted to be his apprentice. Hadn't Prime dreamed of this his whole life? Ruin Ardell stood alone in the middle of the destroyed arena. In some places, the fire was still burning. Ruin Ardell wondered who had organized all this. The Crown Prince or the Dirty King? Although it didn't really matter. The protagonist decided to destroy them both. Irene asked where Ruin Ardell was going now. The young man said that the Crown Prince and the Dirty King were both targeting him. However, things had gone too far now, and he had no choice but to deal with both of them. Ruin added that Irene had seen everything herself. They had carried out a blatant attack in a place where many noble families and ordinary citizens had gathered. If they are allowed to continue their rampage, it will not only be Ardell who suffers, the entire empire will be plunged into chaos. Irene could hardly believe that the King of Magicians had set his sights on Ruin Ardell. However, the magical power demonstrated in the arena was clearly at the level of an 8th-class magician. Right now, Ruin Ardell was perhaps the only one who could somehow stand up to the Dirty King. Suddenly, he stopped and told Irene to step back immediately. The girl was surprised. What was this sudden demand? The hero's path was blocked by the armed Doom Prime. Apparently, he was determined. Ruin Ardell said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Had the King of Magicians sent him? Prime replied that Ruin should not dare to utter his name. Ruin Ardell retorted that he would not dare to obey the fanboy of the King of Magicians. Prime used magic to attack the protagonist, striking him with his sword. Ruin Ardell blocked the blow with his gloves. Ruin Ardell said that Prime was still the same with his attitude towards the Dirty King. Dumb Prime couldn't understand what was happening to his opponent. Where did this strength come from? Earlier, the Dirty King said that even if he gave Prime strength, it would not be enough to oppose Ruin Ardell. Therefore, he had only one task. Dumb Prime had to buy time. That was his mission. It was not difficult for our hero to dodge his opponent's attacks. Irene watched all this and couldn't believe her eyes. Of course, Doom was one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he had reached a whole new level. What had happened? Prime now also had black eyes, like the Dirty King. Irene told Ruin to activate Extreme Caution Mode. The opponent's appearance reminded her of something she had once read in a book. Dumb Prime was now undergoing demonification. Ruin Ardell thought that the person behind all this was now obvious. Prime was out of his mind because of demonification. He was raving and going crazy. In that case, our hero knew what he had to do. Ruin Ardell decided to restrain his opponent and bring him to his senses. Prime shouted that he wanted to end it all. Ruins blocked his opponent's sword and said that because he was swinging his sword with all his might, he finally had the opportunity to take advantage of something. Our hero activated the Steel Destroyer skill and said that now they would really end it. Prime's sword was destroyed after being struck by a fist. The next blow landed on his jaw. This blow was accompanied by words of apology. Ruin said he would try to hit his opponent without destroying him. However, Prime must also try not to lose consciousness. An assistant entered the Crown Prince's office and said that he must flee immediately. The next moment, the assistant lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Summerthan understood how the King of Magicians intended to act. Theron entered the Crown Prince's office. Summerthan asked what had brought his godfather there. Theron apologized and said he had no other choice. Summerthan dismissed these words as nonsense. Why would his godfather do such a thing? Did he really think that destroying him would help him secure his position as head of the Tower of Mages? Theron said that now that was not enough for him. Since his position at the head of the tower was in danger, there was only one thing left to do. Gain overwhelming power and crush Ruin Ardell with that power. After that, he would become not just the head of the Tower of Mages, but the ruler of the entire world. This power comes from the hidden energy of the future emperor. Theron reminded him of what he had taught the Crown Prince: never give up on your beliefs. The head of the tower said that, according to his own teachings, he would do anything to fulfill his will. The Crown Prince said that he was not going to give up just because of these words. Summerthan shouted for the guards to arrest the head of the tower immediately. The guards tried to capture the Dirty King, but he used his magical abilities and counterattacked. Theron said that it was over. Was the Crown Prince finished? Summerthan laughed in response. So this is how he will meet his end? In that case, the Godfather may try to defeat Ruin Ardell. In addition, the prince said that even after his death, he would curse the Dirty King. Irene and Ruin watched the deactivated Prime closely. Irene was worried. Would he be all right? After all, he had taken a lot of blows. Ruina said that if this guy was still alive, then everything would be fine. It's better to get hit in the face a few times than to become an active demon. As expected, the Dirty King appeared immediately. He said that Prime was nowhere near capable of stopping this guy, but he did an excellent job with the task at hand. Theron said that Prime had fulfilled his role with complete dedication and had indeed bought time, as he had been ordered to do. Irene, of course, was surprised when she saw the King of Magicians. Ruin Ardell said that the Dirty King had finally revealed his true nature. Now he must be destroyed. Ruin Ardell looked at Theron and thought, something is wrong here. He is much stronger than he was before. He radiates more powerful energy. The head of the tower said that Ruin Ardell would never be able to defeat him. Ruin told Irene to run away immediately. People outside the building saw a powerful explosion inside. What could it have been? The Ardell family hoped that Ruin was not hurt. They were extremely concerned. A man jumped out of the building, from the epicenter of the explosion. It was Ruin Ardell. He was holding Irene and Doom Prime in his arms. Ruin Ardell shouted to everyone present to run away immediately. It was dangerous here. The Dirty King landed nearby. He was holding a magical glowing ball in his hand. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What was Tehran doing? There were many innocent civilians here. Tehran said that they had already crossed the line beyond which such questions were meaningless. The head of the tower attacked our hero with a magic ball and said that the young man was about to be destroyed. Ruin Ardell did not understand what was happening. He thought he could already stand up to this villain, but the power of the head of the tower was beyond comprehension. Theron told Ruin Ardell to give everything he had. Our hero felt a different energy coming from this man. It couldn't be. It was the energy of the Crown Prince. Theron had absorbed the Crown Prince's life energy. Ruin Ardell said that this villain was truly willing to do anything for his ambitions. Theron thanked his opponent for provoking him. The head of the tower added that thanks to Ruin Ardell, he had become a demonic god. Our hero thought that in the end, envy had led the Dirty King to forbidden magic. His energy is so overwhelming that it is difficult to say how many more lives have been sacrificed. The protagonist decided that people like Theron should never exist. If he is allowed to continue, the world will be plunged into chaos. Ruin Ardell swore that he would stop Theron Artemis, no matter what it took. Our hero received his final task, to defeat the demon god and save the entire world. Ruins turned to Irene and said that she had a request from her brother. Her brother asked her to take everyone away and flee the capital, but they don't have enough strength. What should they do now? Ruin fights the Dirty King alone. Irene heard strange sounds and looked back. Demons were approaching them from all sides, ordinary townspeople with black eyes. So, Doom Prime isn't the only one who has been demonized. His goal from the very beginning was to destroy everything. Irene said that Ruin needed to run away. Bolvar Peyton appeared behind Irene and told everyone to step back immediately. The old man warned that this place could become their grave. Irene declared that she would fight too. Bolvar said that the young master would be upset by this. Irene said she had already made her decision and would not leave. The girl noted that if they couldn't save the townspeople, she would definitely regret it. A voice rang out from somewhere. He said they were late. Elder Ignite apologized for being late. He hadn't expected the General Assembly to take so long. Behind him stood knights and former academy graduates, as well as the faculty. The head of the academy and his comrades said they would fight the demons and rushed into battle. Hans said that they needed to deal with the demons as quickly as possible and come to the aid of Ruin Ardell. Not far away in the square, there was a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, Hans saw Ruin Ardell kneeling on the ground. The Dirty King was hovering nearby. The protagonist thought that he was no match for this opponent. So much effort had been expended. And what was the result? But he had to protect everyone. Theron said that this was a fitting end for such a foolish nobody. His desperate attempts had been meaningless. Theron added that he, having reached the level of a demon god, would wipe Ruin Ardell off the face of the earth. The girls watched in horror as the filthy king rapidly approached Ruin Ardell. The protagonist thought, is this really the end? A dragon appeared behind the hero. He told the young man to protect them. Although he himself was unable to do so, this man would succeed. Strand thought that this energy was familiar to her. Could it really be him? A flash appeared in the sky above the filthy king, and a bright light illuminated everything around them. Theron predictably said that this was impossible. How could Ruin Ardell block the attack of a demon god? Ruin Ardell said it was unfair if only the Dirty King became a demon god. Theron Artemis could now attack him. Behind the hero stood the huge Draka, the destroyer of worlds. Ruin Ardell said that he was now ready to fight for real. The head of the tower did not understand what was really happening. This incredible energy felt like the descent of a real god. Ruin Ardell clenched his fist tighter, swung it back, and said that now it was his turn. Ruin Ardell delivered a stunning blow with his fist to his opponent. Theron thought he had to block this blow somehow and put up a magic circle in front of him. However, the blow was so powerful that no magic circle could help the Dirty King. The head of the tower flew far back and upon hitting the ground caused an explosion. Ignite couldn't believe it. Was this really the power of Ruin Ardell? Strand said that this was the embodiment of Drak. Ruin Ardell had summoned him. What was going on here? Did this mean that Ruin was becoming the new god of destruction? Beaten and battered, Theron said that Ruin was using dirty tricks to the very end. He would not let anyone or anything stand in his way. Theron added that he wanted to see how long this insolent relationship would last. Magic balls appeared around him. The Dirty King said that in the end, only destruction awaited his rival. Even Theron, being a demon god, realized something. The fighter, summoned by Ruin Ardell, was once proclaimed the god of destruction. Therefore, fighting him was tantamount to self-destruction. The Dirty King said that it looked very ridiculous. Ruin Ardell said that his time had come again, and Draka once again struck his opponent with his fist. The head of the tower admitted that even if he resorted to everything he was capable of, he would not be able to defeat Ruin Ardell. In that case, he would simply drag the young man and this world with him, destroying everything with his most powerful attack. The protagonist was surprised. What was the Dirty King talking about? Theron had indeed accumulated a lot of energy and produced his most powerful attack. Ruin Ardell said that Theron remained a mad king until the very end, trying to destroy the whole world out of envy. Ruin Ardell added that he would have to stop this attack too. He would have to give it his all. Our hero said that he wanted to attack one last time together with Drak. Theron shouted that his opponent was nothing compared to the demon god. He would wipe him off the face of the earth along with everyone else. Ruin Ardell replied that the one who was incapable of anything was the Dirty King himself. The blow was struck against his rival. Theron thought that this was truly the end. Would it really end like this? Having finished saving the world, the protagonist sank to the ground and calmly approached his friends. Ruina asked her brother if he was okay after such a battle. Ruin replied that he was perfectly fine. However, in the next moment, Ruin grabbed his head and screamed in pain. He said that his head felt like it was about to explode and that it was unbearable. The young man fell to his knees, and everyone realized how bad he felt. Ruina told her brother to be patient, that they would definitely help him. They were just figuring out how to do it. Ruina shouted for no one to come near him. No one should approach him. Strand was sure that this had already happened many years ago. Back then, Drak had gone mad with power and awakened as a god of destruction. It happened because he had gained too much power at once. This had to be stopped somehow. Strand thought that if nothing was done, Ruin would also awaken as the god of destruction. Strand told Ruin to stop. The young man looked around and asked where they were. The voice said that they hadn't seen Strahn in a long time. Should he call the young man the Young Destroyer? Although it didn't really matter. Ruin Ardell noticed that there was no one around except Strahn and a huge dragon. The dragon said that no matter what he called the young man, what he had to do would not change. The dragon said that he had summoned the Young Destroyer to help. Ruin Ardell was surprised. Was this really Drac standing before him? What else could be expected from a dragon known as a perfect being, and at the same time as the destroyer of the world? Drac. Only by being close to him could one feel his incredible, overwhelming energy. Ruins. Ardell asked Drac where they were. The dragon said that he had borrowed the Young Destroyer's inner world for a short time. It turned out that if he left the young man, something terrible would happen. Right now, the young man was on the verge of going mad from power, as had once happened to him. Draco said that was why he had to pull the young man into this world by any means necessary. Strahn wondered what she should do in that case. The girl realized that she didn't want Ruin Ardell to go through the same thing as Drac. She didn't want anyone else to lose themselves again. The dragon said that the artifact player connected him and the Young Destroyer. The existence of a connection also implied the possibility of breaking it. Drac said that if he poured all his strength into breaking the connection, nothing else would harm the Young Destroyer. Strahn said that in that case, if Drac uses all his power, he will immediately disappear. The dragon said there was no need to be so upset. After awakening as the god of destruction, he had brought only harm to the world. If the young man could use his power without being consumed by it, it would be much more beneficial to the world than he was. Just because the player's connection would be severed, the young man would not lose his powers, so there was no need to worry. Ruin Ardell said that he must ask first. The protagonist wondered why the choice fell on him. He does not understand why Drac is doing so much for him, and does not understand whether his powers will benefit the world. The dragon said that he gave this power to the young man because he reminded him of himself. Before gaining power, life had always brought him only pain. But in the end, power consumed him, causing the destruction of the world. The dragon said that this young man was different. He had watched him his entire life, from the moment he had no power to the present. Ruin had always used his power correctly. Unlike him, the young man would lead the world on the right path. The dragon said that this time was coming to an end. It was nice to see the Young Destroyer. The dragon added that he was also pleased to see Strahn. He was grateful to the girl for the past and the present. The young people said goodbye to the dragon. Ruin Ardell opened one eye at first. Those present breathed a sigh of relief. The young man had come to his senses. Ruin opened his second eye and looked around. His friends were standing over him, all looking at our hero with excitement. Jason said that his friend had scared him badly. He had suddenly lost consciousness, and everyone thought that something terrible had happened. Ruin Ardell apologized for making everyone worry. Strahn remained quietly silent. The protagonist thanked everyone. He had suddenly asked for help, and they had all responded. The head of the academy acknowledged that everyone had indeed rushed to help. This shows what a good person Ruin Ardell is. A man approached and apologized for interrupting such a touching moment. Everyone turned around. Standing before them was His Majesty's current Emperor, Titan Raynak. The Emperor said he had business with Ruin Ardell. The young man was surprised. Had the Emperor come to see him personally? The protagonist thought that the Emperor intended to accuse him of defeating his closest ally, the King of Magicians. It was possible that the Emperor was not in his right mind, as he had just lost his son. The Emperor bowed and personally asked the young man sitting on the ground for forgiveness. Titan said that he was entirely to blame for the chaos in the Empire. He had failed to see the threat posed by Tehran, and, on the contrary, had given him more power. Titan added that his biggest mistake was not keeping an eye on his son. Earlier, he had witnessed the battle against Tehran. Then he became convinced that if this man was fighting for peace, he would be moving in the right direction. The Emperor added that he wanted to ask directly, would Ruin Ardell become the head of the Empire's magic tower? Several days passed. Jason stated that he had always believed Ruin was above the rest. But to receive an offer to become the head of the magic tower at such a young age was something supernatural. Ruin Ardell admitted that he could not even dream of such a thing. He was offered to take the place of the dirty King Tehran. Becoming the head of the Tower of Magicians meant that everyone would look up to him with admiration. Ruin Ardell had defeated the previous head of the magic tower, the traitor Tehran. Therefore, the Emperor personally recommended our hero as a candidate. If he accepts the offer, the decision will take effect immediately. The rebellion of the King of Magicians and the death of the Crown Prince have shaken the world. As the new head of the tower, the protagonist has a lot to do. However, he recently graduated from the academy. Will he succeed? Irene asked what Ruin was thinking so deeply about. His face was expressionless. The young man said that the sudden responsibility of such magnitude was weighing heavily on him. It was a great opportunity, but he couldn't shake his worries. Irene wondered why they shouldn't go somewhere where the young man could rest and relax without unnecessary fuss. Ruin said that sounded good. Did Irene have any suggestions? Irene suggested going to her place. It was like a bolt from the blue. Strand said that Ruin Ardell had never met anyone before. Were things moving too fast? Strand noticed that Ruin Ardell was going to the girl's house alone. His friends stepped back so that they could go alone. Ruin Ardell asked why Strand had decided to stay. Strand reminded him that she was his one and only incarnation. Irene wondered what the young man was talking to himself about. Be that as it may, in the end, only the two of them set off on their journey. The final destination of the journey was Prius. That was all our hero knew about Iris's homeland. He did not expect the terrain to be so rocky, and yet there was nothing remarkable around. Suddenly our hero was attacked by an unknown young man. Ruin thought, was this an ambush? The stranger said it wasn't bad. This guy was able to dodge his kick. Ruin wondered, who is this guy and what is he trying to achieve by attacking him from behind? The stranger asked who the young man was. Irene said she apologized for this young man because he was her older brother. Ruin was surprised. In that case, why did this older brother attack him? The brother said that this guy dodged his sudden attack, which means he's not so simple. The older brother grabbed our hero by the chest and said, if he was walking with Irene, did that mean he was her boyfriend? Ruin asked the young man to let him go. Standing before our hero was the 8-star martial arts master Aduma Prius. Ruin was surprised. Why was such a strong man here? Adama said he had come here to get serious. Why was the stranger silent and not answering? Irene told Aduma to stop immediately. Even for Aduma's brother, this was too much. Aduma was surprised. Would his sister really take his side? What was so special about this guy? Irene said that in this case, she was saving her brother. Irene informed our hero that they were leaving. Her brother had been very foolish. Ruin said he would follow her. Our hero thought that there should be no problems with the rest of the family. The man angrily slammed his fist on the floor. The news made him extremely angry. Father said that his precious, sweet, and incredibly loving daughter Irene, the apple of his eye, had brought a man home. How was this to be understood? If he was here, did that mean he had come to ask for her hand in marriage? The head of the family shouted that he would never approve of this marriage. It was the 9-star martial arts master, Achan Prius. Achan said that if the young man wanted to take his daughter, he would first have to defeat him. Irene clutched her head and said that her father was driving her crazy. Ruin Ardell thought that maybe he shouldn't have come. Our hero already wanted to go home. Suddenly, a woman's voice shouted for everyone to stop immediately. What were these two doing here? Irene had finally invited someone over, and they couldn't even greet the person properly. They had to apologize immediately. Father and son looked at this woman, the wife and mother, in surprise. Aduma and Achan had no choice but to apologize. They said they were very sorry. Ruin Ardell decided that Irene took after her mother. How could someone be so graceful and kind? She was the 8-star martial arts master Seda Prius. It was the family of the great Lord Prius. Once upon a time, they owned vast territories and were surrounded by an aura of brilliant glory. But their glory faded along with the decline in the number of their descendants. Several heirs wandered the world and settled in this remote territory. They lived in seclusion, surrounded by mountains, devoting themselves to endless training and meditation. However, Lady Irene, who had a talent for magic, chose the path of a mage and set out to restore her family's glory. Seda offered the young people something to eat and said that the men in this family were always like that. The woman apologized for the rude first encounter. Men are hopelessly prone to emotions and act rashly. However, they are not bad people. Seda said that their actions stemmed from their love for Irene. The woman hoped that the young man would be understanding. Ruin Ardell said that he, of course, understands everything. His precious daughter Irene brought a man into the house. Anyone would be taken aback. Seda said that she personally was completely calm. She added that if their daughter had brought someone home, she must be serious about him. Seda looked at her daughter and asked if she was right. Suddenly, the head of the family burst into the dining room and said that this was unacceptable. If the young man wanted to take their daughter, he would have to defeat them first. Seda was upset. What kind of people were these? Ruin Ardell was surprised. Who was behind this? Did Irene have several older brothers? The head of the family asked, "Is this young man's name really Ruin Ardell?" The man noted that the most important thing for a man is strength. The strength to protect his woman and family from all dangers, and at the same time, a sense of responsibility. Achan added that this was how he lived, and how he raised his children. Achan noted that, in his eyes, this guy was nothing more than the son of a noble family who had never known hardship. Was there even a drop of strength in him? Ruin Ardell replied that he was most confident in his strength. Ruin Ardell added that in terms of responsibility, he had no equal. And in physical strength, he was sure that he was second to none. Aduma said that it sounded like a complete lie. After all, it was obvious. He had surely deceived their innocent Irene. Aduma asked why the young man didn't prove what he said. They were just about to hold a training session for all the men in the family. Aduma noted that it would not be easy. Even the talented guys avoid their training sessions. Ruin said that it sounded pretty good. The protagonist told Irene that he intended to warm up a little. Irene asked, with her family? Ruin said that if they only knew the language of training, it would be much easier to get along with them. Her mother told Irene not to worry. Judging by the look on that boy's face, he would be fine. Irene told her mother that Ruin was not the one to worry about. The girl said she was worried about their fearless men. One of the brothers said he had set a new record. His older brother praised him. The young men were at the edge of the forest near a huge rock. Their father said that his son still had a long way to go. The man climbed onto the rock and said what was to be expected. They still had a long way to go before reaching the 9 stars. The sons acknowledged that it would be difficult to surpass their father. Ruin assessed the situation. Ruin Ardell said that the strength of the Prius family truly impressed him. In that case, our hero decided to show what he was capable of. The brothers were surprised. Was the guy really going to destroy that huge stone? Ruin Ardell used his magical abilities and brute strength. He ran through the stone, splitting it in 2. Those present were amazed. How could such a mountain be split in 2 with bare hands? How could a mage be so strong? In Prius, the most important traits are strength and endurance, which are necessary for protecting one's family. These people planned to break our hero's spirit through training. However, contrary to their plans, this became a chance to show what the protagonist was capable of. Several days passed in this manner. Everyone was exhausted. Ruin Ardell asked the young people if they were all right, and if they could get up. He said it was time for dinner. The older brother asked if Ruin would join their training tomorrow. The answer was yes. Aduma couldn't believe it. Had the Emperor himself recognized this guy as the next head of the Magic Tower? Irene confirmed that this was the case. Ruin had stopped the rebellious Dirty King, so it was a natural development. The brothers were flattered that such a person had visited them. They had met the next head of the magicians in person. The head of the family asked why the young man had only mentioned this now. Ruins, Ardell replied that if he had mentioned it right away, the relationship would have been different from the start. The young man added that other people's titles meant nothing to him. He wanted the Aaron family to accept him. He did not want to mention his status prematurely. Seda said that this was the kind of man her daughter could fall in love with. At night, our hero and the girl's brothers slept in one large room. However, Ruin could not sleep a wink. The head of the family quietly entered the room and approached Ruin. He told the young man to follow him. They needed to talk. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What could they possibly talk about at this time of night? Achan asked if Ruin Ardell could take responsibility for his daughter. The protagonist said with all responsibility that he could. Achan noted that despite his less than friendly behavior, the young man treated them with respect. But if he made his daughter cry, he would not let the young man off the hook. After a while, the young man got ready to leave. The girl's parents said that they were even sad. Ruin said that he was sad too, and promised to visit. The brothers said they intended to make an official visit to Ardell, so the young people should not part until then. Irene was indignant at what her foolish brother had said. Irene added that Ruin should hurry up. The young man wished everyone well and followed Irene. Ruin told the girl that if both their families had given their blessing and no one else stood in their way, what would they be to each other? Ruin Ardell plucked up his courage and asked the girl to officially date him. Irene responded positively and told Ruin Ardell to take care of her. 5 years passed. The Tower of Mages. Strawn said she remembered every word the young man had said 5 years ago. He had asked Irene to start dating officially. Ruin Ardell said that Strawn had become too talkative. So many years had passed, and she was discussing it as if it were the first time. Ruin noted that if Strand volunteered to be an assistant, she should focus on her work. Enough distractions, immersing herself in memories. On the recommendation of the Emperor, our hero still became the head of the Tower of Mages. Since then, our hero's life has been full of work. Strand became his assistant to help with the job. Ardell has undergone many changes. Thanks to its development, it has become a well-developed city. This was made possible with the help of Hans, who became a Knight of Ardell, and Jason, who took on administrative work. Of course, Dell and Ardell accomplished the most tasks. The winner of the Sword Grand Prix, Ruin Ardell, entered the office. The girl said that with her skills, it couldn't have been any other way. Ruina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a master swordsman. A few years ago, she took part in the Sword Grand Prix again, and won. Now she is close to the Emperor, who has regained his health. Our hero asked his sister what brought her here today. The girl replied that she had come to check if the head of the Tower of Magicians was doing everything right. Ruina also wanted to know how the preparations were going. Ruin Ardell was surprised. What was she talking about? Ruina told her brother not to pretend he didn't know. Ruina told her sister not to worry. Everything was in perfect order and no one would complain. A few days later, in the territory of Ardell, there was hustle and bustle everywhere. Malkiri saw our hero and said that one of the stars of the day was already here. The guests said that it was the head of the Tower of Mages, Mr. Ruin. Ruin Ardell thanked his friends for their help. His friends said that was what they were there for. Ruin Ardell asked Seth how he was doing. They say he became the chief advisor in Oyota. Malkiri noted that news travels very quickly. That's exactly how it is. Malkiri asked what it was like to get married. He didn't think it would happen so quickly. The father and sons were sad. Irene was getting married. Wasn't this decision too hasty? The mother told the men to calm down. People were watching from all sides. Ruin Ardell thought that his future brothers-in-law were acting as they always did. Suddenly everything around them began to shake. Was it an earthquake? Ruin Ardell told everyone to calm down. It was just the ogres who had been invited. Kingren was leading the ogres. Kingren said that they couldn't miss this event, the wedding of the young destroyer. Jason said that he would be the master of ceremonies for today's ceremony. The wedding was about to begin, so the dear guests should take their seats. Jason said that he had just spoken with the bride and groom. They asked him to convey their gratitude to everyone for traveling so far to celebrate this day with them. Jason said he wanted to invite the star of the show. Everyone welcomed Ruina Ardell. Next, everyone loudly welcomed the bride. Irene Prius, accompanied by her father, also came on stage. Ruina Ardell thought that thanks to Irene Prius's desire to restore her family's reputation, she had become a world-famous magician whose name everyone had heard at least once. Today, this woman would become his wife. Ruin Ardell took Irene Prius by the hand. The young couple looked into each other's eyes. Jason said that now it was time to introduce the priest to everyone. At today's ceremony, this role was performed by the mentor of the head of the Magic Tower, who was also the head of the academy, Tyrion Ignite. Ignite, as a priest, congratulated the young couple. Together, they had overcome many difficulties, and even if obstacles stood in their way in the future, this couple, bound by marriage, would once again overcome all challenges. Relying on each other in difficult and sad times is what it means to be together. The priest said that now everyone would listen to the newlyweds' vows. Ruin Ardell said that he remembered the day they first met in an antique shop during the great festival, when he could not have imagined that he would marry such a cold and sensible lady. He believes that he was attracted by her confidence and prudence. Ruin Ardell said that he would be his wife's closest friend. Irene Prius said she would be a loving companion to her husband. The young couple sincerely thanked everyone who came to celebrate their wedding today. The guests congratulated the head of the tower and the young lady on their marriage. Our hero thought that he had achieved all this while being a complete nobody. All this must be thanks to that help. The protagonist ran without pause, facing many crises, but in the end, he handled everything magnificently. If only Drac could share this moment with him. Ruin Ardell heard a familiar voice offering congratulations. Ruin Ardell asked Strawn if she had heard it. Strawn said she hadn't heard anything. If in the distant future, someone asked him how he remembered that day, he would answer without hesitation. It was the end of a journey he had taken without regrets.